I'm the one that does the drops. I put the drops in.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, she can do it. I don't know what she's got to do. It's small. Yeah, but she's but we've got it off. I've told her how to do it now. She's too far into the corner. You don't need it.
I just get it in your eye, mate.
Just get it in the eye and
just go around, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. She's all right.
Been at the top upstairs.
Sorry? Bin, there's a bin. Well, give it on. Not going out, but I'm
Double cup swing.
I know. So you're not going to keep. You won't get one from me.
I'll tell you a funny story about that.
You won't get one from me. Yeah, me, no. Lost. Excellent. Well, upcycling. Yeah. About the money. Which up to where? That's all the online.
All right, yeah.
But she do that, and she they said keep on for a week. Or keep on 2 weeks. So, on several different websites, such as done that, and they said you don't need to, but it's advisable to keep more comfortable if you makes you feel more comfortable and
yeah, especially when you're asleep.
Yeah,
I used to wear mine at night.
So she's keeping it on for, I think, probably the rest of this week. So today,
Ringing the 5-minute bell before the start of play today, we have Polly Rhodes, Somerset scorer. This match will see Polly scoring her last game of first-class cricket. Over to you, Polly.
They got a nice flag. They're not going to get It makes no difference what you've got. In fact, we don't do that. Leicester. No, I wasn't. I've got no something. Quite enough to go in there. I'll throw it very easy. No, I'll put the... I was fixing the box.
Well, good morning to you on BBC Essex, BBC Somerset, and online via the BBC Sport website and app. Good morning from myself, Nick Ledhill, and from Anthony Gibson, and welcome to our coverage of the final championship match of the season for both sides. This last round of games, and unlike last week, which had some pretty poor and varied but generally not very nice weather, wind and rain being the characteristic, we're set pretty fair here at Chelmsford. It is partly cloudy. It's sort of neither warm nor cool really this morning, but it is going to be fairly sunny as the day goes on. Temperature around about 17 degrees, and the forecast for the game in general is set pretty fair. Somerset have won the toss and chosen to bat. Essex, who barely got going at Edgbaston, going in with the same side. So Charlie Bennett will shortly be bowling for the first time in a championship match for Essex. Good morning to Anthony. And Somerset defending a 100% all-competition record against Essex this season.
Yeah, it's been a great season. It's been the highlight of the season, beating Essex 3 times. It was a very, very good win in the championship down at Taunton as well, when Somerset chased down 325 in the second innings. Extraordinary collapse in the Essex second innings when they went from 252 for 4 and looked to be winning the game by the length of a streak to 259 all out, losing their last 6 wickets for 7 runs.
Yes, and I did the first 2 days of that, and at the end of day 2, neither you nor I could see anything other than an Essex win, I think, in the match.
Absolutely.
But it's
the
one of
glorious
those
uncertainties of cricket.
And it's fair to say, when I've been talking about the Essex season, I identified the turning point, Cox's injury at Taunton and the collapse that followed. Obviously, there was some terrific batting in the Somerset innings, so they recovered, having been 5 down early. But I think that was the moment, and I saw Essex and Somerset as 2 ships passing in the night, going in opposite directions. One heading out into clear water, and one potentially heading close to the rocks. But thankfully, Essex haven't hit the rocks and are still fairly safe and away from them. But as we welcome Sophia Smell, who's going to be here at 11 o'clock. Nice to see her. I think we have to say that Essex have improved in the last few weeks. They've been getting first innings runs. Clearly, I think with Sam Cook out and Snater out, perhaps Somerset feeling it's not too bad a batting day out here. We've got blue sky and sunshine. There might be a bit of dampness around early on, but they obviously fancy their chances themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch has got plenty of grass on it. It's more green than brown. But I gather, Nick, that pitches have batted pretty well here at Chelmsford during the course of the season. I don't think Lewis Gregory had to think too hard before opting to bat when he called correctly.
Now, there have been occasions where Essex have bowled first in September here and skittled sides quickly. But they have been, good pitches. That would mean a surface completely out of character with what we've seen during the season. Generally, the theme has been very good wickets that it's been difficult to force a result on. On a couple of occasions, Essex have been very close to victory and not been able to quite push through. There was probably one match, the Hampshire game comes to mind, where the flatness of the pitch probably helped them to save the game. But certainly on a couple of occasions, notably Surrey and Warwickshire, that was a key factor. And of course the Durham game was rain affected, game that Essex probably would have won had it gone the distance, but Durham fought bravely, and in fact the 8 points they got on that occasion could yet be very, very important to them. So Vaughan and Thomas are going to be opening up. Jamie Porter is at the Graham Goochend. Somerset have won the toss and chosen to bat. We have 3 slips and a gully, and the first ball just played comfortably from the crease by Vaughan up into the covers, and there's no run.
Just yet another Somerset opening partnership.
Yes.
It's about the, I don't know, Dan Kingdom, if he's listening, will probably tell me how many different Somerset opening partnerships there have been in the last 5 years, but there must be at least 30, I think, and Vaughan and Thomas is a new one.
Well, Nick Brown, of course, whose retirement was announced yesterday, he had a few opening partners, not just Alistair Cook. Looking back down the list, there were 1 or 2 others. 3 slips and a gully. That one just shaping a little bit, but played by Vaughan quite comfortably up into the offside. So partly cloudy, actually predominantly cloudy, but it is high cotton wool cloud, and there's quite a lot of blue sky over the pavilion, and the forecast is pretty decent. It's looking as though it's going to be, for this time of year, about as nice as you can reasonably expect. Top temperatures around about 17 degrees, slightly warmer tomorrow, and then basically a bit cloudy on Friday, but no real rain threat, and nice again on Saturday if we're all still here. As Porter bowls, it's a nice delivery, which is just a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. And the 10:30 pitch, September morning, there's going to be a little bit for Porter to work with, and that one certainly Vaughan did well not to get his bat too close to it.
Needs some runs, does Archie Vaughan. He's played every game in this season's championship.
I wouldn't have guessed that. That's an interesting stat.
But he's only scored 373 runs in 21 innings.
As Porter bowls, and that one beats him certainly on the forward push. Again, the ball just leaving the right-hander. Nice over this from Porter, who's been very much in the wickets again, gone past the 40 mark. Didn't get a chance to add to his total, of course, at Edgbaston, as we never got to a situation where Warwickshire were batting in the game with 3 days lost to the weather. And here is Porter up to the wicket, bowls, and Vaughan just comes forward and steers it up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So the weather is set fair. Other bit of important news to give you this morning is that the counties have voted that there will be no change. Effectively, they've rejected all the proposals, so there will be no change to the structure for next year, which means that relegation is a live issue. And although one of Durham or Hampshire are favourites to go down with Worcestershire, there are other sides involved, including Essex, of course, as Vaughan just comes forward and just takes that one away into the onside. There's a single. They can come back for the second. They do so on the throw from Bracewell and get in pretty comfortably. So Somerset with that little push square into the onside. Bracewell having to run around, collect a couple of runs. They go to Vaughan. Thomas is the opening partner. He's yet to take strike. It will do very shortly. And Somerset, who've chosen to bat, 2 for no wicket.
Yeah, I'm just going back to that vote on the future of the county championship. It hasn't settled anything really. I think we're just going to have the same debate next season. Had they opted for the 2 first divisions of 6 and a 3rd division of 6, then that would have held for 5 years starting next season. But I don't think that applies to the status quo. So I'm afraid there's going to be more toing and froing and members being consulted and AGMs and goodness knows what else next season, which is, I don't know.
Somerset as a club obviously against that proposal,
Somerset,
because
Somerset
it would have meant
very firmly
games,
in the no reduction in the number of county championship matches camp.
There's going to be Bracewell, so we're going to have to wait a bit for Bennett. Essex side, Elgar, Walter, Wesley, Allison, who've got runs, of course. Last week, Critchley, Pepper, Thane, Harmer, Bracewell, Bennett, Porter. No Snaton, no Cook, no Cox.
Doug Bracewell, the New Zealander, into left-handed Josh Thomas, who's off the mark straight away. His first runs in first-class cricket. It's technically not his first game in first-class cricket because the fact that he came on as a concussion substitute for Tom Abel in the game against Hampshire last week means that technically he has played 1 game, but it's his first start in first-class cricket, and those are his first runs because he didn't get the chance to bat. against Hampshire. 4 for no wicket as Bracewell is into Thomas, who draws his bat inside the line of a ball, leaving him outside the off stump. Doug Bracewell, how long has he been with Essex?
In this stint, only he was actually a replacement for a bowler who was signed on a short-term contract who wasn't able to fulfil it. So this is his second stint, but it's he's only sort of basically here for September.
Well, he's strongly built, about 6 foot, 6'1", broad-shouldered. He's in past umpire Warren and goes past the outside edge of Josh Thomas.
So, obviously, with the news that there is still a live relegation issue, at least it lets everybody know where they stand for this game, which is quite helpful. So, Nottinghamshire at the top of the table and favourites to win the title have got Warwickshire at Trent Bridge, and you would imagine that's going to be pretty flat if they've got any common sense about them. But they've decided to field, not on winning the toss there.
Here's Bracewell into Thomas, who drives nicely down the ground. Won't go for 4. It's going to be pulled in about 5 yards inside the boundary, just down below us. Return comes in, doesn't come in. Tom Westley fields it and simply jogs back towards his bowler, polishing the ball on his flannels as he goes, and they've taken 3 runs, 7 for no wicket.
So Notts in prime position. Surrey obviously needing a win down at the Utilita Bowl, and Hampshire also needing a result there. And Surrey have won the toss and chosen to bat in that one. They're 14 points behind. Notts effectively need 10 points to win the title because they've won more games, in fact 2 more games. So they just need to equal Surrey's overall total.
Bracewell again, in this time to the right-handed Archie Vaughan, who will pick up 4 runs off a thick edge which goes between 3rd and 4th slip down to the 3rd man boundary. So 11 for no wicket in the second over. Vaughan on to 6.
Yep, profitable over so far for Somerset. Yorkshire and Durham. Durham 140, Yorkshire 146. So Yorkshire basically a draw will do for them. Durham have won the toss at Headingley and decided to bat.
Bracewell. 3 slips and a gully, and there won't be a run here, so it's played to cover point. End of the second over, 11 for no wicket. 1 ball in that over from Doug Bracewell, going past Josh Thomas's outside edge. Other than that, no great problems for the batsman so far. 6 to Vaughan and 5 to Josh Thomas, making his first start in first-class cricket.
And in that relegation battle, of course it is now a live battle, obviously Worcestershire already relegated, Durham 140, Hampshire 142, Yorkshire 146 and Essex and Sussex 150. Essex basically need a few batting points and a draw to be absolutely fine. Interestingly, Sussex have made a pretty good start against a Worcestershire side who may just have over-celebrated, because that game at Worcester, where Sussex have won the toss and chosen to field, Worcestershire are 1 for 2, and Ollie Robinson's got 2 wickets in his first over, so that's a pretty positive start. So that'll ease any Sussex nerves at this stage. Here is a Porter coming up to the wicket bowling, and that's an involuntary shot, just forcing the edge from Thomas, but he kept it down. It went into the slip cordon. But and in fact, Paul Walter's taken a nasty, I think, bounce there, and it's hit him on the fingers awkwardly, and he's wringing his right hand. I think he's okay, but don't think it was a chance. I think it went to ground, but I think it's an awkward bounce for him. Yep, and it's just wrapped him nastily on the hand there. Here's Porter again, bowls, and just played defensively back down the pitch by Thomas, and there is no run. So it's a lovely morning here at Chelmsford, and so nice after the weather problems last week, and to a certain extent the ones we had in the Durham Championship game, to have good conditions for this last round of matches of the season. It's here, just on the move. Thomas just playing it up into the offside, up towards Bracewell at cover point, and there's no run. Another wet week, and Anthony, they'd have been saying again, why are we playing cricket in September? But generally, Septembers in recent years have been quite good, and it's been a bit of an exception actually, because we've had so little rain during the year. What happened in the last couple of weeks came as a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. August has been the unusual month because August was hot and dry, whereas usually it's quite wet, certainly in the West Country. 4 slips and a staggered cordon as that one takes the pad of the left-handed Thomas, who's looking to push it away into the onside. But it's a stifled shout and there is no run. So here we are, Dan Kingdom. I knew Dan would come across. Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas become the 30th opening partnership used by Somerset in first-class cricket since Marcus Trescothick retired in 2019.
Nice, even number. Essex.cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to get in touch with us. As that's steered up towards mid-on by Thomas, and there is no run. So it's been a pretty successful little period this for Somerset. I think the low point of the season was that the end of that second day at Taunton, and generally it's been a pretty good campaign since then, hasn't it, Anthony? And Somerset losing to the eventual winners of the 50 over competition, Worcestershire, and all credit to Worcestershire. It was nice to see them win that for a few reasons. There's always a nice delivery from Porter, and it just about kept his bat away from that Thomas, but there wasn't much room for error there. I think he might have done quite well in the end there, Thomas, because that could easily have taken the outside edge as it fizzed through to the keeper. But it was a lovely piece of bowling and a maiden over there for Jamie Porter as it went through to Pepper. So 11 for no wicket. Yes, of course, Worcestershire, at least 4 of their players in the Nottinghamshire championship winnings, potential championship winning side. And of course, they've had a bit rough season with the tragic news at the start of the year as well. So good to see Worcestershire win that.
Yes. Bracewell then to bowl his second over. That was a maiden from Porter. He's in and bowls to Archie Vaughan. Vaughan and Thomas are the 9th different opening partnership that Somerset have tried this season in 14 county championship games, which just goes to show the degree of uncertainty that there is in the Somerset camp as to who to put out first. But these two young players, Thomas 20, outside the off stump, and Archie Vaughan just 19. So these two will be the youngest opening partnership that Somerset have tried for some time.
So potentially, if they do well, they can delay the problem reoccurring for the longest period of time, because they're both quite young. Absolutely. If they can settle in as a partnership.
If.
Yes, that's the big if, isn't it? Yes.
And of course, we don't know who Somerset might sign. They're looking for a top order batsman for next season, probably from overseas. Bracewell in and bowls, and Vaughan plays that solidly defensively. Bracewell
would naturally be a change bowler for Essex, but in the absence of Cook and Snater, he's opening the bowling with Porter. Does have a slight habit of being a little bit expensive. He will bowl the odd 4-ball, but can produce the wicket-taking delivery as well. Economy rate so far 3.65. Not too bad, but that's so he's got 3 wickets in this second campaign for Essex.
He's in now and bowls to Vaughan. Plays textbook forward defensive shot. Yeah, 28 tests for New Zealand. Doug Bracewell taking 74 wickets and just under 39 runs apiece. So, as you're saying, Nick, his wickets, he is a wicket taker, but they tend to be expensive.
Jamie Porter with 42 wickets, Harmer 36, and Critchley, the prize in third place on 28. Had a very good campaign with bat and ball. Slater on 27, but say he's not playing in this game.
We've got 4 slips now rather than 3 slips in a gully for Bracewell to Vaughan, who plays that defensively into the offside. I've got a Steve Pittard stat, re Jamie Porter. Steve Pittard, the retired joint landlord of the Rosencrone at Hughes Episcopi, better known as Eli's. Jamie Porter, his record for Essex against Somerset, he's taken 51 wickets at a cost of 19.35 apiece, and those are the best figures for Essex against Somerset since Stan Nichols, who took 138 wickets at a cost of just under 16 runs apiece. As Bracewell's and bowls, and bowling sort of brisk, fast medium Doug Bracewell. That's a maiden over to Archie Vaughan. The last 2 overs have been maidens, as the Essex opening bowlers have found their line and their lengths, and it's 11 for no wicket. The flags on either side of the pavilion at half mast in respect, in memory of Dickie Bird.
Yes, we had
And
a
it was
minute's
good
applause.
to have. We had nice to have a minute's applause for Dickie Bird just before the start of play, with both teams lined up outside the pavilion, and it was very well supported, I should say.
Porter up to the wicket, and it's a drive without timing from Thomas up towards cover. Just got a little bit stuck, Somerset, after that profitable second over of the innings against Bracewell, but no great alarms either, but Porter probably offering more concerns than Bracewell just in this early stage of proceedings, just getting that little bit of movement, and that's where the problems have come. 1 or 2 plays and misses. 11 for no wicket. Sun trying to peek through high cotton wool cloud. It's quite a lovely day really for late September, albeit just pleasantly warm, not particularly warm, around about 17 degrees, as that one's played up into the covers, and there is no run. Yes, Dickie Bird, who stood in 3 World Cup finals, the first of which was still arguably one of the greatest one-day games ever staged in this country, and had chaotic scenes at the end that she had to manage, with the crowd coming onto the pitch as Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson were running 10 as the ball got lost.
I was there.
Oh, were you? What an occasion. That's driven on the bounce up towards cover, and there's no one. Well, I'll tell you what, Anthony, I didn't know that. What a remarkable occasion it was.
For my money, it was the greatest one-day international ever played, because of the quality of the 2 sides.
Yes.
But I scored that for the BBC's World Service.
All right.
Yeah.
So you had to run out Richards each time.
3 times.
Yes. It was really the first time that Viv Richards really came to note. It was as a fielder, and it turned out he was a fairly decent batter as well. 4 slips waiting. That's a beautiful delivery from Porter, and it beats Thomas outside the off stump. That's what we were saying.
That's classic Jamie Porter, that, isn't it?
Yeah, just getting the ball to the left hand.
Jamie Porter.
And he's had a pretty good season, Porter. The Essex sort of strength really this year, because there have been so many bowling injuries. Jamie Porter's had to carry quite a load, but the batting has done pretty well in this second half of the season. Tom Wesley's had a very good campaign. Charlie Allison has emerged splendidly, and this is played back down the pitch, and there's no run. And Dean Elgar, who'd been pretty quiet, got 115 in the last game here. So the one thing that has probably saved Essex, in inverted commas, if assuming they don't go down, has been the fact that they've been getting first innings batting points in recent games on very frequent occasions. And that's helped the fact that they've been highly disrupted in their seam attack, with players leaving, players getting injured, players being called up for England at one point, as Sam Cook, as that's driven and just partly stopped at cover. They get through for a single. Actually a good piece of fielding to save 4, really. And it's quite nicely struck that by Thomas up into the offside. But it just breaks the run of maidens, because it would have been, I think, probably about a third on the trot otherwise. But as it is, Somerset digging in nicely here, just looking to sort of play through the early stages and not make mistakes. 12 for no wicket.
Josh Thomas is naturally a fairly free-scoring batsman. He's played quite a lot of list day cricket for Somerset.
Noah Thane it was who completed that bit of fielding, which was saving 3 runs basically.
Still got the 4 slips. Elgar, Harmer, Paul Walter and Matt Critchley.
Yeah, it would be.
4th slip. It's Bracewell in the sunshine, outside the off stump through to Michael Pepper. Bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, which used to be the River end, and the far end, which used to be the Hayes Close end, is now the Graham Gooch end. And the ground itself is now the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, as opposed to its previous incarnations. Presumably it was originally the county ground, was it?
Yes. They still mainly call it that, but yeah, you're right.
It's Bracewell into Thomas, comes down a little bit late on a ball on his off stump. He's bowling a good tight line, Doug Bracewell.
The problem with that last proposal that they came up with for the counties, I still think there were lots and lots of fine detail issues for me with it. You're going to end up with a sort of like a 3-match playoff.
Yeah.
So some sides are going to have 2 games at home. That's a heck of an advantage. How do they work that out? These little bits of fine detail were never quite explained. And also, Anthony, the 100 is a lot earlier next year. You'd actually probably have about 3 days lead-in time without knowing where you're going to be playing. Because there'll be 5 championship rounds after the 100.
With Bracewell in the bowls, driven down the ground handsomely. Second boundary of the morning, because Archie Vaughan got a 4 down to 3rd man off the edge. But that was a handsome shot from Josh Thomas, full-blooded, straight drive. Takes the score on to 16 for no wicket.
But it was all getting a little bit, well, almost annoying really, sort of farcical, you know, these deadlines and I think the common thing is if you're going to do something for this season, it had to have been sorted out definitely before the championship resumed on the 8th of September. So it wasn't, and I think it's for the best. And I do take your point that
just going to go through it all
yeah,
again.
Yeah, we are going to go through it all again.
There's Bracewell in and bowls, and this is tucked away down to long leg for a single.
The best proposal I've heard for 13 games isn't actually the one that they came up with, and that is the SPL split idea. You have to ask who's going to be the Rangers of the SPL split. But the SPL split idea is, as a 10-8, you stick with a 10-8, you play all 9 games, you play all your opponents with 1 week off before the blast starts. The blast won't start till mid-June. And then after the blast finishes, you have 2 games, well, before the 100 and 3 games afterwards, where the top 5 play each other again and the bottom 5 play each other again. So it makes sense who you're playing twice. If you want to win the title, Somerset, you'd expect to play Notts and Surrey twice.
Bracewell in and bowls, and Vaughan lets that one go through to Michael Pepper. Well,
I liked that.
Well, that wasn't one of the options.
No, unfortunately not. It got binned for being too complicated.
For my money, we'd have 17 3-day games and in one division, and everybody would play everybody else once.
Well, do you know, Anthony, I think we weren't far away from serious discussion about 4-day tests in this country, which would make sense if you're going to have 3-day championship matches, until, of course, what happened this year with the dry, slow pitches and all the 5-day tests that we had, which probably killed that argument.
Bracewell in bowls, and Vaughan plays that defensively. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 17 without loss, but people have been arguing about the shape of the county championship ever since the county championship was started in 1890 in its present form.
Yeah.
And well, it'll provide yet another talking point.
But, you know,
season, no doubt.
3-day cricket is occasionally mentioned, and of course it is one way of solving problems of taking days off the season.
Indeed, it's fewer days cricket.
I did
than
think
the current setup.
I did think it was slightly odd. 1 or 2 of the suggestions, you know, the fact adding 2 more 1-day games, well, that means more travel for the players, doesn't it? Yeah. So it may be counterproductive. Anyway, here comes Porter at 17 for no wicket. Somerset won the toss and chose to bat, and that's steered away nicely just past the square leg umpire for a single for Thomas, and it's 18 for no wicket. So Somerset, again, pretty close Anthony, you know, if they hadn't lost, I guess you knew there was going to be a points deduction in that last game, so
It
was
was
always
highly
in the back of the
likely,
mind,
highly,
yeah.
and the fact that it was only 4 points, whereas it had been heavily rumoured, frequently rumoured, it was going to be 20, came as something of a relief.
But like Essex, Somerset were rather closer to victory than Essex were in the matches that I mentioned earlier, as this is played nicely actually by Vaughan. It's one of the best shots so far, but it's just going to be going down towards Allison to deep backward square leg. A very good throw comes in, and they have to be quick in getting back for the second run. It's a nice stroke, a very good bit of fielding, and but the ball, as the ball, looked like to the replay of that, the ball was getting to Pepper, the bail's whipped off, but Vaughan's home. It's 20 for no wicket.
Yes, and the pitch inspector's report, which is available on the ECB website.
This is for the Durham game, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty fair.
4 slips waiting and 4 saving 1 as Vaughan steers it to backward point as Doug Bracewell, and there is no run. Vaughan
Basically
on 8
concluded that Somerset were within their rights to prepare a spinning pitch. They just overdid it a bit because it was a used pitch. The ends had been raked, and that made it meant that the pitch turned from day one.
Yes.
But there was no suggestion that it had been deliberately prepared to give Somerset an advantage.
As Porter bowls. Oh, it's edge and brilliantly caught. What a good catch by Paul Walter. That came very fast, and he had to judge it and take it left-handed, and he did so extremely well because that all happened very quickly, and a breakthrough from Jamie Porter, which he's been threatening, and he's got it with a superb delivery which has drawn the edge and produced a very, very fine catch. Vaughan goes for 8, Thomas is 20. And it's Thomas is 12, and it's 20 for 1.
And Archie Vaughan's disappointing season continues. It was a loose shot that from Archie Vaughan, going for the off drive to a ball pitched up temptingly outside his off stump, getting the outside edge, and a very good catch, one-handed to his left by Paul Walter. But well, Archie Vaughan, disappointing for him. This looks to me like Tom Kohler-Cadmore coming in.
Yes, he
Or
has.
is it? No?
Tom Lammonby.
It's Tom Lammonby. The Kohler-Cadmore will come in at 4, presumably. Although he might come in a little bit lower because James Rue has been batting at 4. So he could be coming in at 5 with Goldsworthy at 6, then Gregory, Overton, Aldridge. Probably not in that order. Aldridge came in before Gregory and Overton against Hampshire, with Jake Ball and Jack Leach bringing up the rear.
Top order had a bit of a rough time in the only Somerset innings last week, but how's the sort of the top order generally been going in recent weeks?
Oh, not too bad. Tom Abel's got 1,000 runs for the season. James Rue is on the verge of getting 1,000 runs for the season. Tom Lammonby's had a decent season as well.
Yep.
And Tom Kohler-Cadmore, since he came into the side after playing in the Pakistan Super League, got 200s.
Here comes Porter then, coming in to bowl to Lammonby, and that's played up towards mid-on first ball, and there's no run. Yes, I remember Tom Lammonby in that Bob Willis Trophy final. He got 100 in that, didn't he, if I remember rightly? That was a few years ago now, 2020.
Yep.
And yeah, good to see him doing well. 20 for 1. And this is a little half push forward and just steered safely enough out to just down into the slip cordon. And there is Matt Critchley. So 20 for 1. We'll be doing a news update in a moment, bringing in Sophia Smell for the first time as well. But just to sum up, Anthony, before you go, disappointment for Vaughan, but otherwise...
yeah, it's a shame.
Not too bad.
It's a shame because he's got all the talent in the world, Archie Vaughan, but it wasn't a very good shot. And he'll need to do better next year.
Thanks very much. We'll see you in about half an hour's time. Early Nottinghamshire wicket in the game at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 12 for 1. Alex Davis OBW to Hutton. Hutton, one of the heroes with the bat especially in that game at the Oval. And Worcestershire now 23 for 3 against Sussex. They're already relegated, but that's a point already for Sussex. So we have the first point to add for the day as we keep a track of what's going on. Sussex have gone to 151 because they got 3 wickets already, and all 3 to Ollie Robinson. So it's going to be Bracewell. He's got a short mid-wicket in as he bowls to Thomas, and that's steered down towards backward point. And there's Charlie Allison. So, hello, Sophia. I am going to have to do a news bulletin in a moment, but just to say, it was nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll make sure your mic is okay. Hopefully, in a moment, you'll be able to hear a bit clearer. We're doing a news bulletin at the moment, but very nice to have you with us. And it's just clouded over a little bit, but I think the weather forecast is pretty good for the day. Just a little bit more cloud, particularly at the far end. Here is Bracewell bowls and just head over the ball. That's played back down the pitch, and there's no runs. So certainly the bigger threat coming from Porter at the moment. He's 20 for 1. And Doug Bracewell going back to his mark. Jeremy Porter having taken the wicket out of Archie Vaughan. Somerset having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Got 3 slips. We've got a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a square leg just in front of square. That's a nice drive down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Thomas. Over pitch ball from Bracewell. It does occasionally offer the 4 ball, and that's played between mid-off and the stumps for 4. Very nice shot indeed. So 24 for 1. Yeah, and a pleasant morning here at Chelmsford with Somerset winning the toss, 24 for 1. Jamie Porter with his 43rd wicket of the season, one that was pitched up to Archie Vaughan. He drove at it and was very well caught by Paul Walter, left-handed at third slip. So 24 for 1 with Lammonby no score and Thomas on 16, with Essex unchanged, having only got on the field for 1 day in that last game at Edgbaston. We do now know that there will be 2 sides relegated this season. Essex just have to make sure they get enough points from this game to doubly make sure that they're not one of them. But Somerset are now 28 for 1. And just as we were on the air, there was a very nice cover drive actually from Thomas. So in actual fact, Thomas is rather tucking into Bracewell in this over, Sophia.
Yeah, it looks like he's just very good when he's over pitching, when he's just sort of missing his length. He's really punished him well, and I think obviously it's exactly what you've got to do in red ball cricket, haven't you? When the bowlers are making mistakes, you've got to put them back under pressure.
It's a pretty nice day for this time of year, isn't it? We've got it's partly cloudy. The blue sky has disappeared a little bit. It's over the right-hand side of the ground, but here's another over pitch ball and another boundary. It's hit away through mid-wicket this time for 4. So it really is tucking in this over. .444, 32 for 1. Again, a little bit over pitched from Bracewell, and he's just gone inside the line and just helped it unerringly between the one saving fielders for 4, and is actually, I think, going to send square leg back towards deep square, which might seem a bit of a defensive move at this stage, but I suppose it's to ensure there's no more boundaries. So 3 slips, 3 saving 1 on the offside, and just the mid-on saving 1 on the leg side as this is played defensively. A better ball from Bracewell and played defensively back down the pitch. So we did have a news bulletin while that was going on, but basically we had a straight drive just to the offside, a straight cover drive,
cover.
And then we had that little flick through mid-wicket. But 3 very good shots, generally the theme being there that Bracewell was over pitching. 32 for 1, Lammonby no score, and Thomas 24 from 27. Yeah,
definitely. I think, again, Bracewell just missing his length 3 times there, and he's been punished. It's good batting from Josh Thomas, obviously first time opening the batting in first class cricket, and yeah, he looks very compact so far. He's playing the ball really late. I think that shows through. He's played 2 or 3 now, lovely drives down the ground.
Yep, looking in good order. So Porter bowling to Larrabee, is looking to get off the mark. Just comes forward and plays that head over the ball up towards mid wicket, and there is no run. So is your season just about done now? I think
my season was done. Gosh, don't know when now. A couple of weeks ago.
Ah, good. So you've had a chance to rest then.
Maybe I want to say the 13th of September. I've got no idea what date that was, but yeah, I've had a couple of weeks off. And I'm just
well, I
about
tell
to
you
go
what,
on holiday,
at times it was a very, very frenetic schedule, wasn't it? That, you had. This is another good delivery from Porter, and he's just turned around there, Larrabee, by that one. Just has to make sure that it doesn't pop up suddenly and take fly off the edge. I think it was a slower ball, but again, an interesting one to see a replay of. In the end, he negotiated it relatively comfortably, but 4 slips waiting, with Porter very much threatening. He bowled a delivery to Vaughan, was well pitched up and edged, well caught by Walter at third slip. But he has 4 slips waiting, with Somerset 32 for 1 in the 9th over. And Porter going round the wicket and bowling. That's an appeal for LBW. That's quite a good shout. He was forward.
It's quite high as well,
yeah.
isn't it? I don't know whether he actually got himself outside the line there.
Yeah.
It looks quite close, and it is high.
So, yeah, and it was getting forward as well. So, yes, Aidan Hamilton, nice to hear from you, Somerset fan. Referring to Steve Pittard, who Anthony was mentioning. He says, greetings from a boat near Marseille. So, nice to hear from you. As Porter bowls, and that's played head over the ball up into the covers. Nice and compactly by Larrabee, and there is no run. So essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us. We've got our first bonus point of the day that we've mentioned, which has gone to Sussex, and we now know, Sophia, that there is actually going to be relegation from Division 1, so it means that Essex just need, I think, just to get a handful of batting points just to and then at least draw the game, and they should be fine. The danger is if they were to be bowled out for less than 250. Here's a nice little flick away off the toes, 2 going out towards deep square leg. Bracewell coming around from long leg, completes the fielding from down in front of a Tom Pearce stand, and a couple of runs. But the feeling I've had is Essex have been playing too well in recent games you think they've been in danger of going down. But the funny thing was, because they hardly got on the field at Edgbaston last week, and Durham racked up those batting points, and Hampshire escaped at Taunton.
Yeah.
It's just tightened up a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in the men's county championship at the minute, isn't there?
As this one driven nicely. That's a good-looking shot. Possibly another 2. It's being chased back towards mid-wicket, and they will get back for the second run. So, 36 for 1. The problems have been caused by Porter, who's bowled very well. Bracewell has bowled well at times, but has also given away a fair percentage of the runs, it has to be said.
We're
if you look
seeing
at the
a bowling change now, I think
it's 1 for 10 Porter now, in his 5 overs, and Bracewell 4 overs for 26. There's quite a contrast there. And Charlie
Harmer on.
Yeah. Waiting to see when Charlie Bennett is going to bowl, but the answer is not yet. He might well replace Porter shortly, and Simon Harmer's coming on pretty early.
Well, it's the match-up, isn't it? 2 left-handers, and
that might be the thinking.
Get off spin on.
So Simon Harmer, who's I think sort of gradually got into the season more and more as time has gone on, and be looking to finish with a flourish. I heard actually he was picked for the South African Test squad for their forthcoming tour against Pakistan, so that's very good news for him.
That's good news for him,
because he's never quite been able to establish himself in that South African side, and very good news for Simon Harmer there, because I'm sure he wants to try and enhance his international career. And I tell you, if they prepare pitches in Pakistan like the ones that England were playing on, he might well be in his element.
You'd always go an extra spinner in subcontinent, wouldn't you? I think we saw that with the England women's squad that was announced for the World Cup coming soon.
As he comes into bowl. That's clipped away. It's a nice looking stroke. That's gone away through mid wicket for 4. Just easily put away. Thomas is batting very well here.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Very
Again,
nice.
Miss length there. It's a loosener, isn't it, for Harmer?
Yeah.
It's always tricky in, not making excuses, but in September, hands are cold. There's nothing worse than bowling spin when your hands are cold. I'm biased, I know.
Yeah, so it's in that squad, the tour to Pakistan in October. As always, a good delivery here. The appeal for LBW is Thomas, having played a series of very good shots, that time gets rather caught in two minds, and it's almost as if the ball is taking him and the pad almost without him playing a shot. I think he was just sort of half-heartedly playing a shot, but he could have got himself in a lot of trouble there as he plays that one in the end more comfortably up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 40 for 1.
It's a much better length. You'd rather get it up there if you're Simon Harmer. But yeah, nearly got away with quite the over-pitched delivery there, and nearly got wicket.
Short leg and a slip in. That's played defensively, head over the ball up towards mid-wicket, and there's no. Now, I must ask you, have you enjoyed it? Have you enjoyed this season? Because it's been a long old slog, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot more games for women this year.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? As Harmer bowls, and it's played up towards mid-wicket from the crease, and there is no run. So the cloud has come over. We're not too worried about the forecast. There was actually a bit of drizzle around about 8:30, but then it sort of brightened up. But the cotton wool clouds have been sort of replaced by sort of heavier clouds, but it's still broken cloud, as that's played defensively up into the offside. Last ball of the over. But Thomas is batting pretty well, 28 from 33, looking to make the most of this opportunity. And Lammonby 4 with the wicket of Archie Vaughan for 8. Bit of a misjudgment. He drove at one that was well pitched up from Porter and edged it, and was very well caught by Walter at third slip. So Somerset 40 for 1 after 10 overs. And elsewhere in the big games at the top, Warwickshire 18 for 1 against Notts, and Surrey 21 for 1 against Hampshire, where Dominic Sibley is out.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity for Josh Thomas. It's always the same, and at the end of the year, when you feel like you're obviously with Somerset, they're third in the table. They're safe from the relegation. It's good to see them giving young Thomas a go, and it's important that he takes this opportunity.
Porter bowls outside the off stump and left alone, goes through to Pepper. I see that Surrey have signed, I was going to see if he's actually playing or not, but they've signed an Indian spinner for one game because they knew that Hampshire would prepare a turning pitch and would have Dawson and would also have Washington Sundar. So they don't really have any spinners at Surrey, unless they sort of come in for the odd game every now and again. And I'll just see if...
it's crazy how they can just sign someone for a game.
It is. Yeah, it is rather bizarre.
Quite the difference sometimes, isn't it, between Surrey and other teams? Most teams can't unfortunately do that.
Well, as this is played just defensively by Lammonby, playing a very compact style here. It's Thomas who's getting the runs, 40 for 1, no additional there. Yes, Surrey have...
Worcestershire 4 down.
Rahul Chahar, yes, is the name of the spinner there. He's playing as a chap called Ralphie Albert.
Yeah.
Don't know too much about him, but so one or two newer names in that Surrey side down in Southampton. As he's played, just punched away, sort of half aggressive shot, but goes up to Matt Critchley at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tom Wesley at mid-on. Certainly right up in contention as the Essex player of the season. We've got a square leg, 3 slips, a backward point, and the mid-off, and I think we'll have a fine leg out of our sight away to our right.
I do enjoy seeing at the end of the season, just seeing new names come up.
Yes, obviously some counties will just want to try out players, of course, if they're in a sort of safe position and can't go up or down. Might be the case in Division 2 in particular, where there's nothing much to play for, as that's played defensively into the offside and there is no run. So yes, it's a case of reacting to the fact that Hampshire are going to prepare a turning pitch because they've got Dawson and Sundar, so they've drafted somebody in themselves.
Robinson's now on 4 for.
Is he? They've got 4 wickets, yeah.
He's having a good morning.
Yeah, he's somebody who's sort of fallen out of contention a little bit in terms of international honours, isn't he? That's a bit of shape into the left-handed Lammonby there. He's having to be very watchful against Porter, but judged that pretty well.
Away. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a shame with Ollie Robinson. I don't know, I always loved him playing for England. I thought he was an outstanding bowler, and obviously more of a swing bowler, and but they seem to be going down a different route now, don't they, England? They obviously want people with a bit more pace.
Ralphie Albert is a slow left-arm orthodox. The Surrey do have them,
lovely.
and it's going to be his championship debut, so they have got 2 spinners.
Left-arm spinners union.
Yes, as that's played away nicely and just goes past mid-wicket, and actually gets past 2 fielders in the end, and they're going to get back for a second run.
That looks like it's Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think it is, because he's not wearing a number. Mackenzie Jones, we think, is out there at the moment. So suggests that
Got
somebody
a face
may
full
not
of dust off the wicket ends there.
Yeah. And we'll just double check the Essex side, having seen him.
It might be Bracewell off.
Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah.
Bracewell is still on.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure who is on.
Yeah, so somebody else is off, because the side is Algar, Walter, Wesley, Allison, Critchley, Pepper, Thane, Harmer, Bracewell, Bennett and Porter, which is almost what it had to be, really, with the enforced absences. Yes, they have been a bit unlucky on the bowling side this season, Essex, with Sam Cook never really able to sort of have a sustained run of games, it seems, as Harmer bowls, and that's played nicely off the back foot. That's a really good stroke, that, from Thomas. I think for me that's just about the shot of the morning. A lovely back foot force which goes for 4 down to the backward point boundary, and takes him along. Takes him along to 32 from 34 balls. This is a very impressive innings, 46 for 1.
No hanging around.
Yeah, he's seized on anything loose. In fact, the first ball of each Harmer's over has been not quite what Harmer would have wanted, and he's taken advantage of it. A slip on a short leg, as he now gets a good ball from Harmer, and he duly just plays a defensive shot back down the pitch, and there's no run. Interestingly, is it a flat pitch at Headingley? Because Durham are 23 for 2. That's interesting.
It's normally pretty flat up there.
Yeah, well, you expect, as that's played defensively up into the offside, Yorkshire know that a draw is good enough. So if they have prepared a sporting wicket, that's quite a bold move. But Durham did win the toss and chose to bat, so I suspect it might be that Yorkshire just bowled well, or Durham have made mistakes, as that's played for a single up towards mid-on, and they get through for 1, and Thomas goes to 33. So 23 for 2 early on there, Durham, in that game. And as you mentioned, Ollie Robinson having a bit of a field day with Worcestershire, 45 for 4, already relegated, of course, but important points for Sussex. We've already got 1 and more to come, as that's played defensively by Lammonby, back down the pitch with head over the ball, and there's no run.
Yeah, something I just noticed of Thomas is he's just getting really good stride in against Harmer here when Harmer's trying to pitch it up. He's playing it nice and late. As I said, it looks very compact this morning so far.
Here just comes forward and steers it backwards square on the onside, and there's no run. Yes, I have to say Lammonby is looking very, very secure out there, isn't he? He's judged what to leave. He knows that Thomas is going pretty well at the other end,
Yeah,
so
I do
he
always
can
enjoy
judge it
watching
accordingly.
that.
47 for 1.
Yeah, I always think he's a very compact player, Lammonby. I always like watching him bat. It's just a traditional left-hander, isn't he? He's always nice to watch.
Yes, and Ollie Robinson is a bit of a forgotten player in terms of international honours. Never quite sort of fitted into the mould of what they wanted. I think it seems to be there are certain players that they decide that they don't quite fit and don't get as many opportunities as others. But it is going to be Charlie Bennett now to make his championship debut at Chelmsford, and also his first appearance with the ball. He was, of course, in the side last week, but he wasn't involved because Warwickshire
I'm
were,
pretty sure the day after that game it was bright sunshine.
Yeah, anti-climax if ever there was. So here he is. Now he was impressive in the 50 over competition. Long straight approach, he bowls, that's just a little bit back of a length, and he's greeted first ball with a cut shot from Thomas, who really is playing very well. 37 from 38, and that was a little bit short, and just a bit of a loosener first up, and he's cashed in straight away.
Yeah, it's got a little bit more pace behind it than probably what we've seen so far this morning, and Thomas was into that straight away. Welcome to first class bowling.
Now, when we were talking about Ollie Robinson, I was reminded, of course, of Lewis Kimber's extraordinary 243 off 127 balls for Leicestershire at Hove last year, when I think Robinson went for 43 in 1 over. As Bennett bowls, it's a better delivery and a loose stroke there from Thomas, a bit of good pace there from Bennett, and he went on the cut shot again, but he wasn't quite there this time, and he played and missed 51 for 1 in the 13th over, making good progress, but largely down to Thomas, 37. Vaughan the man out to Porter.
Yeah, that ball was almost a lot wider. It was hanging near sort of wide line.
Went for it.
50 over cricket, as you say, but he went for it, but probably almost tried to hit it too straight. Actually, probably needs to go with it if he was going to.
Bennett bowls, that's a wide delivery down the leg side. If he was still playing his 50 overs, that would have been an extra run, but not in the championship. And I mentioned that Lewis Kimber innings because earlier this season, Essex seconds were involved in a remarkable game against Leicestershire, and Kimber was unbeaten on 100, and I think Bennett got him out and helped win the game. So that really was how he sort of came to light early on in the season. I'll try and look that game up later because it really was remarkable. A game that Leicestershire were coasting to victory, and I think it was Bennett who got Kimber out. 3 slips waiting as Bennett comes into bowl, and another delivery down the leg side. So he just needs to correct that. 2 in a row down the leg side. Maybe a bit of nerves coming in, but I think actually it's quite nice for him to make his debut at Chelmsford rather than an empty Edgbaston, or probably fairly empty Edgbaston. And he's going to have a sympathetic crowd as well, which is nice. 51 for 1, apart from the Somerset fans. But he did play well in the 50 overs. The games I saw, he certainly took his opportunity. 3 slips, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a fine leg out of our sight. A lot more cloud cover now, and off the back foot, a good shot from Thomas, away through the covers for 4. Again, just dropped short a bit. So in this first over, Bennett's been a mix of just dropping short outside the off stump. He's been punished by Thomas. 2 deliveries down the leg side, but the second ball was one that Thomas could easily have got an edge, although had he got an edge to that second ball, it probably would have flown over the slips. He was really throwing his bat at it. But this is top stuff from Thomas, 41 from 42 balls.
Yeah, and Porter's just had a chat with Bennett. It's obviously benefit of having Porter at mid-on is your experienced bowler, just having a chat, easing the nerves of Bennett.
Any time a Somerset left-hander opening the batting for the first time makes a very good impression. There's always comparisons with the most famous one, as that's the outside the leg stump. Again, 3 out of 6 in this over, and he went on the leg glance there, but there's Marcus Trescothick still very much around, of course, with the England setup. One of the great heroes of Somerset. 55 for 1, Larrabee 6, Thomas 41 from 43. We've had 13 overs. The only disappointment, really, it's been an interesting hour, is just the fact it's clouded over, which is a little bit disappointing because forecasts are certainly good today, but it's just has clouded over disappointingly. But I don't think there's any imminent threat from the weather.
Yeah, no, I think we'll be okay today. It's looking good, but Pepper's just in a bit of discomfort after that last ball. Just caught him awkwardly, looked like it caught the thumb. His hands are probably still cold.
Yes, it's when the cloud comes over, it's probably, I was saying it earlier on, it's not really either warm nor cold, but actually when the cloud comes over, it's chilly.
I feel like that Paul Walter catch is such a good catch, considering like it's not warm out there, and I'm sure he's got hand warmers in the pockets, but he moved well and it just stuck in the hand, didn't it?
Anthony will be coming back in a couple of overs' time. We'll chat a bit more about the T20 in particular, Sophia, because I saw a few of the Essex games when we're next back on, as that's played up into the covers, and Paul Walter completes the fielding as Harmer starts his new over, and Larrabee, who's just playing very compactly, supporting a partner who's going along very well at the other end. Slip and a short leg and a short cover as on the drive. He sends it to mid-on, and there's no run. So just that disappointment with the cloud cover at the moment.
Yeah, just trying to toss it up, Simon Harmer. Trying to make them drive. 14th over, 55 for 1. That's a flatter one. Oh, that's a good delivery. And a bit of a danger ball that, because it was one that certainly straightened and wasn't too far away from clipping the off stump. Yeah, I think this is why Simon Harmer is so good. He sets batters up so well, slower, tosses it up, then goes flatter. Keeps batters guessing.
It's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Surrey 30 for 2 at Southampton, and both wickets to Carl Abbott, who, as Somerset fans will know, does have a habit of doing well in September. 55 for 1. That one's played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. He was once jokingly stated as being the Essex Player of the Month when he got, I think, 17 wickets against Somerset at Southampton in what was rather a crucial game, as it turned out, when it was wet the following week at Taunton, as that's driven away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. It was a game that meant Essex were in the box seat for that championship decider in 2019. And probably Somerset fans have never forgiven him for it, but Essex fans have remained grateful because it was such a key moment in that 2019 successful campaign. Harmer with a maiden over, with that last one being driven up towards mid-off. Thomas 41, Lammonby 6, 55 for 1. So maybe Carl Abbott on his way to another haul today. Yes, it's one or two people just putting on sweaters down in front of us. So,
yeah, it's that breeze that comes in, isn't it? It's actually quite the wind.
We have an email from Ross, and he says, thanks to Anthony for recommending How to Watch Cricket, a John Arlott book. So he says, nice to hear Sophia's voice. He says, one of the stars of The Secret Life of Wello. You'll have to explain.
That would be Amanda Jade Wellington's YouTube
channel. Right. At Hampshire match, an anonymous correspondent was asking Kevin James for recommendations of books about cricket for the uninitiated. And he said he emailed to suggest Ebony Rainford Brent's book, How to Read Cricket, which prompted Anthony to mention John Arlott's book, How to Watch Cricket, which I was unaware of. Luckily, there was one used copy of the hardback available on a well-known online book retailer's site, and I ordered it on the spot. It was published in 1983. Some of the topics discussed. Oh, that's a nice delivery. That's a good one. Better over this from Bennett, and a play and a miss there from Thomas. That was a sharp one from Bennett.
That's the line, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got this line right and miss over.
I think his natural length is that hard length that into the surface, back for the length. But that means to make sure that the line's right.
You can forgive him a loose first over, which the first one was, and he's much more on the spot in this second over so far. 55 for 1, with Vaughan the man out to Porter. Somerset won the toss and chose to bat, and here just slightly over pitch, but driven without timing by Thomas. I'm getting a lot of support here, Bennett, from the crowd as it goes up to Noah Thane in the covers. The book, John Arlott book, was published in '83, and some of the topics discussed, including the number and type of games played during the season. Does England produce spin bowlers? Is cricket suffering from players having to switch between different types of the game? Seem evergreen. Indeed. It's as if the last 40 years has flown by and we've still got the same issues. So thank you to Anthony for bringing it to my attention. Hoping for a close game for this last one of the season. Very rarely get somebody saying they want a close game. It's normally one side or the other to win, but there you are, what a close game. So that's good to hear. That's a delivery that is outside the leg stump, a little bit loose on this occasion. But thank you very much for that, Ross. Nice to hear from you. And yes, the great John Arlott. And on YouTube you can still discover some of John's work. I found a video of him with highlights of the 1975 season, which was the season of the first Cricket World Cup, which Anthony was telling us earlier he saw the final of, Sophia. He was actually at the ground. And England were playing an Ashes series that year against Ian Chappell's Australians. And Bennett bowls, and that's driven away and fiercely struck and goes out towards backward point, and there is Charlie Allison. And there is no run. I think Leicestershire were county champions, but I'll look that up. But it was.
Thomas is definitely throwing his hands at this, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly looking to be aggressive.
It can be quite difficult facing this. Obviously, Bennett's missed his line a few times now, quite a few down the leg side. But
Yeah.
sometimes it tests your concentration when a bowler's not constantly on the mark.
Bennett bowls, and that's pulled away. It's a little bit of a short ball and a cracking stroke from Thomas to go to 45. That's certainly the hardest hit of the morning. Got hold of that. It's just a little bit short of a length, and he's pulled it away for
47 now.
For 6. It's gone all the way for 6. So it's a tremendous shot. I mean, really a tremendous pickup shot that. So, just coming up to 11:30, I'm going to dash off and bring Anthony in. But what a tremendous innings from Thomas.
Yeah, that's the sort of Josh Thomas I've seen before. He's a very hard-hitting batter. The whole family are. You want me to say here? As we are going to see Simon Harmer come off, actually. Noah Thane's going to come on for a spell. Somerset is 61 for 1. Thomas on 47 off 49 balls. It's a very good start to the morning for him.
Good morning. Is it Sophia or Sophia? Sophia. Yes, Josh Thomas. King's College boy.
Yes, well, my brother went there actually,
I know.
so I do happen to know what the Thomases can do, and I know that they are very destructive players.
Yep.
Yeah,
George
I think
Thomas,
my
of course,
brother
has
played
gone
for
off to
Taunton
Kent.
Dean with them as well.
Yep.
maybe. Yeah.
Yep.
My brother played for Taunton Dean a bit with them, and yeah, my brother knows them pretty well. So
Well, they'll be playing. Your brother will be playing against them next season.
he will
The
be
Morgan
well.
having been promoted.
That's if he can get in the side. But yes,
This is Noah Thane, and that's 4
easy
runs down
pickings for
to
Lammonby.
fine leg. It's a good start this from Somerset. Archie Vaughan getting out to a loose shot, but Josh Thomas going great guns.
Yeah, a lot of the bowlers actually this morning have been off their lines and lengths. Porter looked really good at the start, but
Yeah.
so we've just seen Bennett just struggling a little bit to find his line and length, and Bracewell was expensive this morning, and Thane started with a loosener down the leg side.
It's pointing around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Lammonby, who turns this into the onside for a comfortable single. Moves on to 11, 66 for 1. Yes, there's some discussion on Twitter as to whether this is the youngest Somerset opening partnership of the 30 opening partnerships
I
that
would have
Somerset have
thought
tried. And it is, and I just wonder if it isn't the youngest Somerset opening partnership. This is Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas of all time. As Thane is in to Josh Thomas, who won't get a run here as he plays that into the offside, because Archie Vaughan's 19, Josh Thomas is just 20, so 39 years between them.
Yeah, you would have thought so, wouldn't you?
One would have thought so. So if anyone is listening out there, Steve Pittard, if you're listening, I can't think of any younger opening partnerships. I suppose Harold Gimlett came into the side when he wasn't, I think he was 18 when he came into the side in 1935, but don't think he opened the batting in those days, as this is run down to the third man boundary. It's being pursued down there in vain by Charlie Addison. Full marks for effort.
Yeah, if anyone was going to get it, it would have been Allison, and it's 50 for Thomas.
Well batted, Josh Thomas. Lifts his bat, and good applause around the ground as well. It's the first time he's batted in first-class cricket. Technically, it's his second appearance, because he came on as a concussion sub for Tom Abel down at Taunton last week. But it's the first time he started a first-class match, as Thane is in bowls, and this has just played up the onside of the pitch.
Yeah, it's great to see him take his opportunity, isn't it?
It is.
It's always nice when a youngster goes out there and they hold their own straight away.
Well, he's looked pretty confident right from the off. I mean, he was served up some nice juicy half volleys
He was.
by Doug Bracewell, wasn't he?
That always settles you in, doesn't it?
And that, you know, and he got going a couple of really nice straight drives. It's Thane in bowls to him, and this is on leg stump turned into the onside. Now, you used to play for Western Storm.
I did indeed,
Yeah.
yes.
So that's a Somerset connection.
Yes.
Western Storm consisting of Somerset, Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. But you're a
Yeah.
Welsh girl from
I am a
Newport
Welsh girl,
originally.
yes. I am.
But, yes, well, you must be very happy with what's happened at Glamorgan this season. First time back in the county, in Division 1 of the county championship for a very long time.
I'm happy for them, but I obviously have to be fairly impartial now.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, obviously it's tough as well having a brother playing for them. It's, I'm obviously happy, and if it gives him the opportunity to play in, the highest division, then yeah, I'm a proud sister. But
It's Charlie Bennett in from the Graham Gooch end down the leg side to Tom Lammonby. He's got a very long run up, Charlie Bennett. He's got one of the longest run ups, I think, in county cricket. And he's a big, tall, strapping lad. Must be 6'3", 6'4" tall, strongly built.
definitely seen him walking around, and he towers over people.
Yeah, he is. He really is a big lad. He'd make a good second row forward or number 8 playing rugby. As he's in now to Lammonby outside the off stump.
It's
Bowling
better
a
line.
decent, he looks as if he could bowl a bit quicker. He's got this long, rather sort of loping run up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think sometimes people have long run-ups and they probably don't use them to the best abilities. I mean, I know I found that as a spinner, but sometimes I used to bowl from quite a long run-up, and I found that I actually didn't feel like I was getting more energy through the crease from it. But he's obviously still young, and seeing bowling's a project, isn't it?
Doesn't really accelerate. Well, just in the last couple of strides he accelerates as they're turned into the onside by Tom Lammonby. Because you bowl slow left arm.
I do, yes.
Well, we've got a couple of certainly got the best slow left arm bowler in the country playing in this match.
You do, yes.
Who hasn't been picked for the Tour of Australia. Selectors having picked a part-time off spinner, Will Jacks.
Yeah.
Curious decision.
Yeah, they now do want spinners that bat, don't they? Unfortunately.
This is a
that's
full toss and driven very well fielded by Paul Walter at mid-wicket. That was money for old rope, that for Tom Lammonby, but he picked out the fielder, otherwise that would have been
Moved very well
runs.
there for a very tall man.
Yes, I would have thought if they were, I can understand them not taking Jack Leach because he didn't have a very successful Tour of Australia last time. But I would have thought Rian Ahmed would have been a better bet than Will Jacks because he offers leg spin and he can bat as well. Oh, and this takes Lammonby on the pad. Good appeal from Charlie Bennett, but nothing from the umpire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I personally, let's just have a look at this replay. It's not a bad
No,
shout.
it's not. Maybe just going down.
Yeah.
Umpires thought possibly clipping leg stump.
I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say, but I'm not sure I'm sold on Bashir, actually, to be honest with you.
Ooh. As Bennett is in and bowls, and this is played defensively by Tom Lammonby.
I know it's quite the opinion, but I'm not so sure.
Well,
I do think
there are people in Somerset who
there are
say
other
he's the
people who are
third
better.
best spinner in the Somerset squad after Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan, which I think is a bit unfair.
Yep. I do think there are, Leach, I think Dawson, Leach, I think there are better bowlers spinners out there, but
Well, interestingly, it was his Shoaib Bashir's performance here 2 years ago that brought him to the attention of
Yeah.
the England camp, because I think he took 3 wickets on one of his, if it wasn't his first appearance for Somerset, it was one of his very first ones, as Thane is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Josh Thomas on this occasion. And I interviewed him at close of play, and some film of him bowling found its way onto YouTube and was spotted by Ben Stokes. And Ben Stokes showed it to Brendan McCullum, and they decided that, Shoaib Bashir, with his 6'4" of height and a high delivery point, was just the sort of spinner that they were looking for. As Thane is in and bowls, this is pulled fiercely down to deep backward square leg by Josh Thomas. He does hit the ball hard. He really goes for his shots when he plays them. There's no half measures. 4 more runs.
Strong lad, isn't he?
He is. Moves on to 55. And yes, and of course Shoaib Bashir's future is in county cricket is uncertain, because Somerset haven't offered him a new contract.
He was on loan at Glamorgan for a spell.
He was.
And I don't think he actually did very well for
No,
us.
but then Sapphire Gardens at early season,
No, yeah,
it's not great for an off-spinner, as this is a defensive shot from Josh Thomas. So I don't know, if I get the chance to interview one of the Somerset coaches, I'm going to ask them what the prospects for Shoaib Bashir are, because no other county's offered him a contract.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how he goes out in Australia, but
I suspect the Aussies will target him.
yes, I mean, I always think he's quite expensive, although he does get wickets. He goes at quite the rate, I find.
Thane in and bowls, nicely driven by Thomas, but he won't get a run as it goes straight to extra cover. I've got some stats on Shoaib Bashir somewhere if I can find them. But
I think he was on that page you just went past. Did I see him there?
you
13.
did. Yeah, here we are. I'll come to this after this delivery from Noah Thane. In bowls and dropped. Dropped at first slip by Dean Elgar. He went for a big drive, did Josh Thomas. Got an outside edge. It flew very quickly to Dean Elgar at first slip, and he couldn't cling on.
He's thrown the kitchen sink once again, hasn't he? Really threw his hands at that, and it's just caught him straight in midriff.
Yep. And well,
Had his hands lower than.
it was because he went so hard.
It just carried. It kept going.
Yeah, I mean, it really went like a bullet to Dean Elgar.
And that's
this
the luck
time.
you need when you're on your.
Defensive shot. Yeah, going back to Shoaib Bashir, his first class record in Test matches, he's taken 68 wickets in 19 games at an average cost of 39 per wicket. First class cricket, he has taken 87 wickets at 51.5, and for Somerset in 10 games he's taken 14 wickets at 74.8. That's why. That's why he doesn't get into the
his county championship.
Yeah,
ones,
much better.
It is tough. I sometimes think you should probably dominate county cricket before you're being selected for England, but I don't know.
It's not the way, is it? I mean,
it's not always the way, and my opinion's probably completely wrong.
Jacob Bethel in the England Test side without having scored a first-class 100. This is turned away nicely down to deep backward square leg by
McCullum does like to give some of the youngsters a go, but we obviously saw that with Sonny Baker as well.
Yes, Sonny Baker, formerly of Somerset, moved on from Somerset of his own volition to go to Hampshire, where he felt the prospects of being able to play regular first-team cricket in the county championship were better than at Somerset, and that's understandable.
Yeah.
Ben Green making a similar calculation, going off to Leicestershire, and Casey Aldridge to Durham. As Bennett is in and bowls, and this is turned away by Josh Thomas for his 56th run, 76 for 1.
And Sean Dixon's gone to Glamorgan now, is that right?
He has,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I mean, I really hope he does well for
So it's quite a
Glamorgan.
good signing for them, actually. I
Yeah.
really do rate him as a cricketer, so especially in white ball, he's very good. And
Yes,
Glamorgan have struggled.
he's undergone a sort of metamorphosis. He came to Somerset as a red ball
Yeah.
cricketer who didn't really play white ball because he was a sort of solid, pragmatic opener or top order batsman. Oh, and this is
It's flown through.
that one really took off from Charlie Bennett and beat the attempted attacking shot from Tom Lammonby through to Michael Pepper.
I think if that had caught the edge, it would have gone straight over Elgar's
Would.
head.
There's a little bit of pace in this pitch. I think it's
Straightened on Lammonby. And
there's something in it for certainly for the quicker bowlers, and judging by the way that Josh Thomas has been playing, there's plenty in it for stroke playing batsmen as well. A little bit of pace, balls coming on nicely.
it's normally a decent wicket to bat on at Chelmsford, I always think that.
Bennett this time through to Pepper, no shot from Lammonby. You played a lot of cricket here, obviously.
I have, well, I made my debut here actually
Hmm.
for Western Storm, and then yeah, obviously this season now I've been at Essex now,
Yep.
so yeah,
You had a good win over the Somerset women in the T20 that I saw here back in June.
yeah,
Bennett in and bowls, driven nicely and very well half stopped at extra cover, saved his side 4 runs there. Did Matt Critchley.
God, yeah, that feels a long time ago now, but it was probably, unfortunately, one of the only games we won in the T20, maybe 2.
Well, you won
We
more
won
than
2.
Somerset did.
Yeah, I think us
Wasn't
and
Somerset, I think Somerset only won 1 game in their.
Yeah, I think we were just above
T20.
Somerset, but
Yeah.
they definitely were higher than us in 50 over cricket.
Bennett in and bowls, and that's a much better delivery, but it's a no ball, first no ball of the innings. 2 runs go on the score, 78 for 1. Charlie Bennett just overstepping. He's got the makings of a fast bowler, as Charlie Bennett. He's only young. 19, born in Welling Garden City. He's in now and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside, and well, there's a misfield there, but from Tom Westley, the Essex skipper, but they decide not to run on the misfield. End of the over, 78 for 1, with Lammonby on 12 and Josh Thomas on 56. So reasonable crowd here. I should think 1,000, 1,500 people maybe, something like that.
Yeah, they do tend to get quite a good crowd in for the county championship here at Chelmsford.
You played much down at Taunton?
We played quite a few home games for Storm there.
First, yes, you would have done, yeah, obviously with
Yes.
Sophie Luff and co.
Yes.
This is driven, nicely driven by Josh Thomas, but he won't get a run as mid-off is quite deep.
Yeah, obviously it was split between the 3 main clubs then, so yeah, played my fair share at Taunton, and I think we played there this year once. I think we played 50 over at Taunton Vale actually.
Oh right, yeah, yeah. Here's Noah Thane to Josh Thomas. Oh, and getting that one to go away from the left-hander. He's bowling some brisk medium pace, Noah Thane.
I reckon that's the second one he's got just to beat the outside edge.
Should really have had Josh Thomas's wicket. He had him put down at first slip by Dean Elgar. Difficult chance in the sense that it went really quickly, but it went straight to him and hit him in the midriff before he could get his hands together. Thane in bowls to Thomas. Oh, gets a full-length delivery outside off stump. Goes for a full-blooded drive, misses it, through to Michael Pepper, and there is no run.
Almost like Yorker length that. It's gone right under the bat of Thomas, but he's not holding back here. He's got his eye in here, and he's going to put his hand through it if it's there.
Yeah. Noah Thane, 16 wickets in the county championship. Just under 47 runs apiece. He's in bowls, takes him on the pad, and going down the leg side.
The sound didn't
Russell
sound
Warren.
convincing, and it's definitely going down leg. It's front pad.
Yeah.
I always find you can tell from the thud. I always think. I feel like I don't know why I think this,
What,
but sometimes I can hear it, and I think that doesn't sound convincing.
No. Well, I suppose it will
But as a bowler, you
it'll
always
make a
have to go
different
up.
noise if it hits the middle of the pad, won't it? As opposed to the edge of the pad. As Thane is in and bowls another half volley, which isn't driven at full power by Josh Thomas. He'll pick up a single into the offside, moves on to 57-79 for one. Who would you have taken as the second spinner? Assuming England has sold on Shoaib Bashir, who would you take as the second spinner?
I do think it is between Leach and Dawson. I wouldn't have picked Ahmed.
This is defensive shot from Lammerby. End of the over, 79 for one.
Yeah, I would have gone one of those left arm spinners that I think have just dominated now county championship for a while. Very experienced.
Yep, Jack Leach.
They're taking the ball away from the bat as well, and
well, it's a good combination as well. And if they get a turning pitch, which I suppose isn't very likely in Australia, although
it's
never know,
so much more effective though having someone that can take the ball away from the bat than off spin. It's a big call having your main spinner as an off spinner, and that's why I could see the point for Rehan Ahmed. But yeah, they've obviously gone with Jack's being a hard-hitting batter, I suppose.
Charlie Bennett in and bowls to Thomas, who plays a little bit around his front pad there to a good ball. Charlie Bennett in his fifth over, 0 for 18. Started off rather ragged first over, slashed away through the offside by Josh Thomas and 3 down the leg side, but he's settled down now.
Gets hot in here when that sun's off.
Yeah.
Sun blares through the window.
I'm not complaining, it was a bit chilly just now.
Sorry, I'm 4 down now. 44 for 4.
There's Bennett in and bowls, half volley driven by Thomas, but won't get a run as it goes up to mid-off. Well, it looks like Surrey's reign as
All
county
top
championships
4 are out.
is finally coming to an end.
Yeah, looks it. All top 4 are out now. Lawrence and Sykes in. Fuller's got 2 wickets and Abbott 2 wickets. Gosh, there are some.
Kevin James will be happy because he was very, very worried that Hampshire were going to lose at Taunton last week, and then they really would have been in relegation trouble. But going well against Surrey. Bennett in and bowls, good ball, which is played defensively by Josh Thomas.
Worcestershire are recovering, 69 for 4.
Worcestershire doomed to the second division. I'm sure they voted for a change in the format.
And there's rain at Notts.
Oh, crikey. Forecast that I saw last night suggested, well, there wasn't really going to be any rain at all anywhere in the country in this last round of county championship matches. As Bennett is in and bowls, this is punched into the offside, not really timed by Josh Thomas, but he will pick up 2 runs, move on to 59, 81 for 1. What I don't quite understand about this round of county championship matches, I'm sure Nick knows the answer, is why they're starting on a Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Why are they starting on a Wednesday this round? Come on, he'll tell me. He'll explain. All will be explained when he comes on in a few minutes' time. As Bennett is in and bowls, and there's a big slash again from Josh Thomas to a ball
that
outside
line
his
and
off
length
stump.
again. As I said to Nick earlier, he hits that heavier length, that harder length. It's more back of the length than most bowlers. And it's just about getting his line right. And it's that line 4/5 stump just outside off. It's just troubling Thomas.
Josh Thomas, he bats as if he likes a bit of pace on the ball. Bennett in, bowls, and he reaches this one. It's a long way outside the off stump, but gets right across and drives it away through extra cover for 4 handsome runs. He moves on to 63 from 71 deliveries, 85 for 1. Somerset, the one being Archie Vaughan, who was very well caught in the slips by Paul Walter, left-handed to his left. But other than that, Somerset going along very nicely, 85 for 1, and we've had 21 overs.
He's done very, very well, Josh Thomas, this morning at just punishing bowlers from missing their lines and lengths. That's exactly what you've got to do in red ball cricket.
Yes, and it is a weakened Essex bowling attack in the absence of Sam Cook and Shane Snater not in the side either, both of them carrying injuries at the moment. So we've got Noah Thane bowling from this Sir Alistair Cook end to Tom Lammonby, plays this calmly into the offside. Lammonby's having a decent season, 763 runs before this game at just under 35, with 2 centuries and 3 50s.
Not too bad.
Very, very handsome cricketer in both senses.
It's great to watch.
Yes.
I do always enjoy watching Lammonby bat.
He's very stylish, classy.
I always find watching the lefties bat.
This is
so
driven
good.
beautifully. There's a classic Tom Lammonby shot. It went straight to the fielder at extra cover, but beautifully fluent off drive.
Bracewell looking like he's going to warm up and probably bowl the other end. Might see Bennett come off. Looks like he's just going through his bowling action.
Simon Harmer was given a couple of exploratory overs. Didn't seem to get anything very much out of this pitch. Thane in the bowls, and this is driven by Lammonby up here.
Well.
It's another no ball. Signal this time by Russell Warren. 2 more runs, 87 for 1. In the 22nd over, Lewis Gregory winning the toss this morning, and I don't think he hesitated very long before opting to bat. It looks a pretty good batting pitch, this, the ball coming nicely onto the bat. A little bit in it for the quicker bowlers. Thane in bowls half volley, which is this time driven to Paul Walter in the covers, missing out there Tom Lammonby.
It's another stylish shot, that one, wasn't it?
Yes, he burst onto the scene in 2020, did Tom Lammonby, with 3 centuries in the Bob Willis Trophy, as it was, which Somerset weren't beaten in the final by Essex. This is driven up to mid-off, but Essex won by virtue of having the higher first innings at Lord's. 5 freezing days at Lord's. The last day was October the 1st.
Oh, gosh.
And because it was COVID, we had to commentate in one of the boxes in the tavern stand with all the doors open, so it was absolutely freezing cold. Cold wind blowing in. As Thane is in and bowls, and Lammonby gets a good ball, which he plays respectfully back up the pitch. And that was 2 years in succession that Somerset were done by Essex at the last gasp, 2019. at Taunton when the draw that Essex secured was enough to give them the county championship, and then the draw in 2020 was enough to give them the Populace. But it's 3-0 so far this season, Somerset v Essex, as Thane is in and bowls. And apart from the no ball, that was a pretty good over from Noah Thane. And at the end of it, 22nd over of the innings, Somerset on 87 for 1, 12 to Lamb beat 63 to Josh Thomas. Sophia Smale is going to make way for Nick Gledhill, and we'll be back with us after lunch. Lunch at 12:30. This game starting 10:30 this morning, as county championship games do in September.
Changing ends, the bowl at the Graham Gooch end, Doug Bracewell.
Doug Bracewell's going to come back from the Graham Gooch end, having bowled 3 overs. 3 overs? 4 overs. 4 relatively expensive overs from the Alistair Cook end. First up, gone for 26 runs.
Yeah, we're very pleased, weren't they, Somerset, with this the start, particularly innings from Thomas. Obviously, the drop catch may be significant, but yeah, I mean, it really has been a tremendous taking advantage of an opportunity. This from Thomas. He's just got to make sure he sees it through now to lunch at least on 63 as he goes on the drive, sends it to mid-off, and there is no run. But Somerset looking to exploit the, if you like, the lack of the usual relentless nature of the Essex seam attack when you've got a Cook, a Porter, a Snater. Obviously Bennett is new to the side and bowled some good stuff in his stint so far. Bracewell, a bit of a mix, can be expensive, can bowl the odd wicket taking ball as well. 2 slips waiting, and this is just steered away into the offside. Just gone half forward and then just checked his shot and played it out to Allison, and there's no run. But I think part of the Somerset thinking was that they looked at the Essex side and thought, well, if we can get a good start here, we might be on for a decent score.
Well, indeed, and I think both of these sides would be quite happy with a high-scoring draw.
Yeah, certainly Essex will. There's no doubt about that. As this is played defensively by
Somerset,
Thomas, and there's no run.
Somerset third in Division 1 with 175 points from 13 games. 7 points clear of Warwickshire in 4th, so one would imagine that Warwickshire, of course, playing the prospective champions.
Well, they've just had a rain delay. There was showers going from east to west there, but they're back on. And Warwickshire are 44 for 1. The big news really, though, is in Southampton at the moment. 2 slips waiting. Yes, that's a bouncer, which is very well taken by Pepper. That was very well taken indeed, because he actually had an advance notice that ball was coming. It was some way to his right.
Why isn't that of wide?
But it was quite a long way wide. That's a fair call. I can't really answer that, and also can't really answer your earlier question about why this game's starting on the Wednesday. My initial thought it was to do with getting the players back from the Ireland squad.
But then none of them are playing.
Well, Dawson's playing for Hampshire, isn't he?
Is he?
But but no, it was a bit odd. I thought the games might have started yesterday, Anthony. I could see why he'd have a couple of days after a 50-over final. Here's a pulled shot and hit away down towards deep square leg. There was a fielder back there, and more defensive field now from Essex with Somerset going well as Thane completes the fielding, and there's 1 run. Just a correction to what I was saying earlier about that second 11 game earlier in the season where Bennett really came to light. I think he got 8 wickets in the match. He got Kimber out in the first innings, not the second. But he was part of the collapse that saw Essex get a very good win there in that game. And yeah, he took 5 for 74 and 3 for 29 in that game, Bennett. And that was the one that sort of really brought him to attention after he got a rookie contract back at the end of June. This is outside the off stump and left alone, and there's no run. So Bracewell's over comes to an end. 5 overs for 26. 7 so far, 88 for 1.
4 not out that he made in the Metrobank One Day Cup. And it's been a very, very impressive first start in first-class cricket for Josh Thomas.
He has, and very much looked the part.
Noah Thane to bowl another over. It'll be his 5th, number 16. He's bowling to Josh Thomas, who is beaten by a good ball that pitched on off stump, had to play at it and left him off the pitch. And for my money, Jamie Porter bowled well in his opening burst, but Noah Thane bowling equally well from this Alistair Cook end.
Yep, and Noah Thane still looking to really take his chart or stamp his impression really, and with a big performance, but he's bowled pretty well today.
He's in and bowls, and this is a mixture of bat and pad down to long leg, and there was indeed bat as well as pad. And it's another run to Josh Thomas, who moves on to 66, 90 for 1.
The Essex batting has been good this season, but the thing that really makes a difference, Anthony, looking at Essex as a side that potential championship winners and comparing them to a Surrey, a Notts, a Somerset, the lack of bowling all-rounders. That is the number one thing. They've never really replaced Graham Napier, and they keep trying.
Thane in and bowls to Lammonby, won't get a run. Yeah, I mean, and that curiously is Somerset's greatest strength,
yep.
Arguably, you know, with the likes of Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, and it was Archie Vaughan, Casey Aldridge.
And it was a bowling all-rounders that did the job for Notts at the Oval last week, with crucial runs, the likes of Patterson, White and Hutton.
Thane bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby, drives nicely but won't get a run as it goes straight up to mid-on.
They know that's the issue. They've been trying to plug the gap. They tried to sign Will Sutherland, they tried to sign Shadul Thacker, but various things, injuries and India necessities intervened, and but they know that's the issue. Someone who could bat at number 7 and make 50s.
Thane to Lammonby, it's a long way outside the off stump, and there's an appeal for a catch behind. But didn't seem to me that Lammonby's bat was anywhere near that. It was rather a loose shot to a very wide ball, without moving his feet, sort of shot that he tends to get out to, Tom Lammonby.
So Noah Thane has been sort of charged with trying to fulfil that role, and he's got 379 runs, so that's a reasonable return at 24, with 350s. It's not too bad. And but of course with the ball, 16 wickets, average of 48.
He's bowling now to Lammonby, turns this for a single down past the square leg umpire. Trots through, will keep the strike, and score moves on to 90 for 1, 13 to Lammonby and 65 to Josh Thomas.
And he's very highly rated by Chris Silverwood, so you can see with those figures, certainly on the batting side, you know, being able to score those 350s, and you know, 16 wickets, maybe the average a little bit high, but he's the one that's trying to fulfil that role at the moment, the person who can bat at 7, be the 4th seamer. Essex sometimes can get away with 3 seamers at Chelmsford if you've got Cook, Porter and Snater, and then you've got Harmer and Critchley to bowl spin. But away from home, more often than not, you need 4, and that's where they've often sort of struggled a little bit in recent years. But Lammonby on 13 has the strike. It's going to be Bracewell to bowl to him, sun behind cloud at the moment. That's just clipped away off the pad down towards Mackenzie Jones, the subfielder at fine leg. We've got a little bit of blue sky way over the pavilion, but it's a little bit of a disappointing morning weather-wise, and the forecast is for it to get better as the day goes on. So the Essex batting has been pretty good in the second half of the season, but I think it's the ever-changing sort of nature of the bowling lineup, very unsettled seam bowling attack for reasons generally outside the club's control this year, which is has perhaps been the biggest issue. As here comes Bracewell bowls again, and was coming forward, is played up towards mid wicket, and there's no run. So 91 for 1. A very good morning for Somerset. Just the early wicket. That of Archie Vaughan, who didn't really take advantage of his opportunity. I think he got to 8, didn't he? And then they drove at one from Porter, which was quite well pitched up. Wasn't quite there for the shot, and a very fast catch to Paul Walter at third slip. Thomas has been dropped by Elgar at first slip, and here he gets one on his pads, which he can hit away very comfortably for a single. They think of a second, it's not there, goes out towards a deep square leg, and there is just the 1 run. But you feel the greatest threat, certainly on the seam bowling front, is likely to come from Porter, and when he's not in the attack, Somerset will not relax, but they'll feel as though the level of threat is somewhat less. And that's the difference between this sort of situation and a situation where Porter has Cook and Snater for company. As I say, unfortunately for Essex, it's the way things have panned out, particularly with injuries and various other reasons that have affected them this season. As he comes around the wicket here, Bracewell, and that's played away round the corner down towards fine leg. They've got one, and they'll settle for that. So 92 for 1 here. Surrey 64 for 4 at the utilitaire bowl. 2 wickets each for Fuller and Abbott.
How are the mighty fallen?
Well, of course it means that at the moment, not to be keeping an eye on that Surrey innings, because if they're bowled out for less than 250, they're only going to need 5 points from their game against Warwickshire. Interesting comments from Gareth Batty after that Notts game, as Bracewell bowls, and this is just steered square into the offside. There's no run, making it clear how much it hurt losing the match, but also I think admitting that Surrey haven't quite been themselves. Have you just played them once, Surrey, this
Yes,
year? Yeah.
and they beat us quite comfortably at the Oval. It was the worst performance of the season.
Well, it didn't help, didn't it, reserving that for the Oval. Yes, there was a batting collapse, wasn't there, if my memory serves me right.
Dismal batting collapse in the second innings, although arguably the performance down at Hove against Sussex in the game before that was equally bad.
Goes round the wicket here and bowls a slow one. Attempted pull shot here from Thomas, but because of the pace of the delivery, or the lack of pace, he sort of threw with it too early, and just slightly discomforted by that. But he goes to have a chat to his partner. It's the end of the over. The sun has come streaming through. 93 for 1, 25 overs. Lammonby 15 and Thomas 66. And as we mentioned, the only man to go, Archie Vaughan, on 8, caught by Walter at third slip off Porter when the score was 20.
And Scott George Curtis on Twitter says, how come Mark Davis is not on commentary, Anthony? Well, Mark does T20 commentaries mostly, but I saw him, he was at the Hampshire game last week on very good form. Very good performance that for Somerset, almost forcing a win inside 3 days, the first day having been lost somewhat bizarrely to adverse weather conditions, which was the wind. Is Thane in and bowls to Lammonby, who waits for that and just strokes it away off the back foot into the offside, and will pick up 2 runs. As fielded by Doug Bracewell.
Well, you can only imagine if there'd been a test match going on, the same rules would have applied, even with television there.
Well,
you would think so. You'd like to think so.
I suspect that other considerations would have prevailed. If,
well, we have seen cricket in very wet conditions, haven't we, in a couple of recent weeks? Perhaps too wet.
There's Thane in bowls to Lammonby, and this is turned away down to deep backward square leg for another comfortable single. 96 for 1.
Talking of tweets, I did see your tweet congratulating Northants on their victory against Surrey, which is one of those things that various things conspired. A great innings from obviously Ravi Bopara. From an Essex point of view, it was very nostalgic to see that. But also the fact that what looked a good toss to win for Surrey was actually not, because all the advantage of bowling first was taken away by the fact that he was soaking wet in the outfield.
Absolutely.
So it was a bizarre game, but well done to Northants to getting to finals day.
Yes, removing Surrey.
A big obstacle, yeah.
This is bowled by Fane to Josh Thomas, who plays that defensively.
Well, I'll tell you what, Andy, if you'd been told before finals day, before you got there, that Somerset would be chasing 195 in the final, you would have probably been a bit worried, given the nature of Edgbaston pitches in recent years, because it was a much better pitch.
It was completely uncharacteristic.
A good, decent pitch.
Of finals day pitches at Edgbaston. It was a good pitch, and I think it actually got better as the day wore on.
Which is good.
This is turned away through the onside for a single by Thomas, who goes on to 67. Scoring rate just slowed in recent overs. He hasn't had quite so much of the strike, and Noah Thane in particular has bowled pretty accurately at him. Profited from some loose stuff earlier on from Doug Bracewell and the earlier part of Charlie Bennett's spell.
Yes, the fact that Noah Thane's playing a lot of games this season, the experience of being out there is gradually helping him over time to develop his role.
He's in and bowls to Lammonby, who plays not a very typical Tom Lammonby shot, rather crooked.
What would do him the world of good is if he could somehow get 100, something like that. That would really sort of launch things for him. But he's done a solid job, but I say, trying to fill that role which has been elusive for Essex in recent years. They've had the genuine all-rounder in Ronnie Irani at one time, and of course Ravi Bopara was a bit of an all-rounder, wasn't he?
Very much so, particularly in white ball cricket.
Yeah.
This is defended by Tom Lammonby. Yes, it was extraordinary that I watched that game on the television, and I had no confidence in Ravi Bopara's ability to win the game for Northants or make a significant contribution. Having seen him in the Metrobank One Day Cup against Somerset just a few days previously, and he looked in no form whatsoever. He should have been run out early on in his innings, and then he got out playing a sort of limp half drive caught at mid-off, and he just wasn't timing it at all. And even at the start of that innings, he was scratching around, but then suddenly something seemed to click, and it was a remarkable innings for.
Yeah, he had a bit of luck, but I'm sure Somerset fans weren't too worried about that.
No.
Here's the first ball of a new over. It's a pull shot by Thomas. It's going out towards deep square leg. I was probably trying to hit that a bit straighter, but it went square out towards Thane, and there's a single to the total. So it's 98 for one. The sun's shining very brightly just at the moment, so we're having to, yes, it's coming straight into our commentary box as it does at this time of year. So we've got Thomas on his 68 from 85 and Lammonby there on 18. Very good partnership for these two. Have so far added 78 for the second wicket after Somerset won the toss and chose to bat. And this is a push forward into the offside, and there is no run. Bracewell continuing. He's in his seventh over, none for 31. Certainly pick of the bowlers, as you might have predicted, has been Jamie Porter, who bowled a very good opening spell, and we probably won't see him again before lunch. Now we might see perhaps a bit more of Simon Harmer or even Matt Critchley, but Porter 6 overs, 1 for 12. Very good indeed. Bennett 5 overs for 24, Harmer 3 overs for 9, Bracewell, say in his 7th over, 31 conceded, and Thane 6 overs for 22. Here is Bracewell bowling, and that is driven, a sliced drive, but it's gone to ground and it's gone wide and backward of the fielder on the offside, saving 1, and goes away for 4. So that'll take Lammonby on to 22. He was, I think, probably trying to hit that through the covers. It's sliced away a little bit, but it's gone safely along the ground and away for 4, and Somerset have 100.
Yes. loose shot from Tom Lamb. He does like going after a ball outside his off stump if it's pitched up, but he's one of those that doesn't really bother to get his left-hander, get his right foot across towards the pitch of the ball.
As this next delivery driven firmly, nice looking shot actually from Lammonby, who's just getting into his stride a little bit now. 22 from 57, it goes up to Matt Critchley at cover, but it was quite well timed. Worcestershire 81 for 6, so Sussex have got 2 bowling points, and Ollie Robinson has 5 for 41. One of the forgotten men of the circuit, not quite the forgotten men of the circuit, but you know what I mean. He sort of faded from the sort of frontline view that he was in at one time.
Fitness issues as well.
Yeah.
Although he has lost, I saw him earlier on in the season. He lost a lot of weight.
Here is Bracewell again. Goes around the wicket, and it's tucked away off the pads. Nice looking shot up towards deep square leg for a single. So, yeah, feeling about Essex. I mean, I say they had a rough period after, the second half of that Somerset game, and they went through a rough few weeks. Had a good performance at the Oval in the Championship before the T20 when they had the better of a draw. But at one point when they lost to Yorkshire at York, they looked as though they were really struggling. But I say the key thing has been first innings runs since then, and they've been racking up the totals. And of course, batting points do help you in the table. As Bracewell bowls, and this just comes forward and just plays up into the offside, and there is no run. So obviously a disappointing tally of just the 2 wins for the season. One early on against Worcestershire with quite a dramatic finish, and one in completely unarguably the performance of the season, which was the win at Hove, which certainly had Sussex very worried about what was going to happen to them for the rest of the season, because they were completely outplayed. 103 for 1, Lammonby 23 and Thomas 68.
Yeah, Sussex have done well really to be in the position that they are, with not the strongest squad in the first division by any means. Simon Harmer is going to come back into the attack. Bowled 3 overs for 9 runs earlier on. We're just coming up to about 22 minutes past 12, so probably another 3 overs before lunch. Harmer bowling to Lammonby. Is forward defensively. We've got a slip and a forward short leg. Charlie Allison there under the helmet at short leg, and I presume that's Dean Elgar at slip. Harmer bowls, and this is on leg stump turned around the corner for a single.
Looks like him there.
And our video screen has just...
Let's come back on again.
Let's come back on. What's the score? 104 for 1. Harmer to Josh Thomas, who plays that late and shaped to play an aggressive shot, but held it back in the end, just played it up the offside of the pitch. Paul Walter, tall figure there at short extra cover. This is turned just past Charlie Allison. It was in the air, it was off the middle of the bat, but almost a chance. Thomas takes the single, moves on to 70. Or 69. Scoreboard very quick here at Chelmsford, as Harmer holds this one back a little bit, and Lammonby plays it defensively. Simon Harmer in his shades. He's in and bowls. It gives it a good tweak. It's turned into the onside by Tom Lammonby. Is Simon Harmer quite the force that he used to be? I seem to remember asking you this at Taunton when everyone was expecting him to bowl Somerset out in the second innings, especially after they were 5 down, and he didn't.
I suppose if you would, I mean, this season has been slightly disrupted this year, but you think about that 2017 season when both he and Porter got over 70 wickets to win Essex the championship, and of course he's had stellar performances since then. You would say that generally, and this is a very general feature, that the fear factor has gone a little bit and that he's sort of been played a little bit more comfortably than on some previous occasions. There was a game, thinking back at the end of last season, where I think it was the end of last season, where Hampshire, I think it was through Vincent Dawson, the pitch suddenly seemed to go flat. Everyone was expecting him to bowl Hampshire out, and the pitch suddenly did nothing, and they were able to win that particular match. But yeah, I mean, as I say, he's done a fantastic job, and I'm sure he's still going. He might well, get a haul later on in the game, but still had a pretty good return this season. But it has been a slightly disrupted year for him. I tell you what, he did bowl and bat very well in the 50-over competition after missing the first 3 games. He was actually instrumental in Essex, winning those last 5, as that's a loose delivery from Bracewell, which is outside the leg stump and left alone by Thomas, who has been outstanding for his 69. He had perhaps just reined himself in a little bit of late, but obviously the key thing here for him is to get to lunch, get out there again, and there is potentially 100 there for the taking for him, which would be a tremendous achievement if he can get it. At Headingley, Durham 63 for 3, so Yorkshire extend their lead over Durham to 7 points. So Yorkshire and Hampshire have both got a bonus point this morning. Durham 63 for 3, having chosen to bat on what we presume is a fairly flat wicket at Headingley as Bracewell bowls, and that's a hook shot down towards fine leg. There is Thane, and they collect a single, 106 for 1. But a very good partnership this, 86 unbroken for the second wicket after that early wicket taken by Porter. Interesting, I think Porter's only bowled 6 overs, hasn't he? So Somerset will be quite pleased about that, assuming all is well with him, but he'll bowl after lunch, I would have thought.
Strange that he
Yeah.
hasn't come back for a second
Yeah, I
spell.
thought he might. He's on the field, which is a relief from an Essex point of view. Just the 2 slips, point cover mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, another bouncer, but comfortably left alone without too much concern by Tom Lammonby. I read your sort of piece of it online, maybe on social media as well, after that Hampshire match. And you also referred back to the very start of the season, very similar game against Worcestershire for Somerset, where
absolutely.
and it's those fine margins, isn't it? So those couple of wins that eluded Somerset there.
Could have been a different story.
Yeah. Here is a very useful delivery, and it's popped up and played awkwardly by Lammonby, and I think. Has that gone back to the ball and then be parried away into the offside? I'd like to see a replay of that. Because Bracewell lost it in the sun, I have to say, but it's a ball that Lammonby suddenly got completely tied up with.
I think it just popped up into the offside.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that, but it was just basically one that was short of a length, and Lammonby just was in 2 minds about what to do with it, and it popped up, but there wasn't any fielder there. 106 for 1. Don't think we're going to see it again, but Lammonby played much more securely and watchfully. But it was odd that, because he suddenly had the ball on him, and he just sort of wasn't in any position to play the shot.
Critchley was. Had Critchley been in the Paul Walter position, that would have been a straightforward catch.
Yep, yeah, it popped up and he looked away into the covers. And the reason I mentioned Bracewell is he was diving as if he was going to take a caught and bowled, which is what threw me. But it has just popped up into the offside. But nice to see the replay of that. 106 for 1. It's just a ball that suddenly bounced on him, as that's all a loose stroke on the stroke of lunch. Oh, not what Somerset would have wanted if that had been a dismissal. It was a bit of a loose drive from Lammonby, but he didn't get an edge.
That's what his batting coach calls, well, he doesn't quite call it this, but we'll say a brain fade from Tom Lammonby.
106 for 1.
It's when he chases after balls pitched up at him outside the off stump. And if he makes contact, if he gets the middle of the bat, everybody says what a glorious off drive, but he does get out to it. Right, I suspect this is going to be the last over before lunch, with clocks on 12:29. It is Simon Harmer to Josh Thomas. Yeah, just looking at Simon Harmer's figures for this season, he has taken 36 wickets at 30. His career average, as this is turned round the corner for a single, and Josh Thomas will move on to 71, is around about 26, and his average against Somerset is 50 wickets at 25.4. He's in and bowls to Lammonby, who drives this back to him on the bounce. So, I don't know. Interestingly, you say he's back in the South African squad, but he's fallen well behind Maharaj in the sort of pecking order. This is driven nicely by Lammonby for 4 runs. Over pitch from Harmer, and Paul Walter diving at short extra cover, trying to make the stop. Couldn't do so. 4 handsome runs to Tom Lammonby, and 111 for 1.
Washington Sundar has struck in his second over for Hampshire, so Surrey 78 for 5, a long way away from any batting points.
Yeah.
They chose to bat there. Not surprising, I guess, from a spinning pitch, but 4 wickets to the seamers and 1 to the spinner in a game that Hampshire certainly at least need to draw, but may need to win.
Harmer to Lammonby, who's back on his stumps, playing this to Paul Walter at short extra. And there's no run. So, which over are we in?
The 30th.
30th. Two overs short of the official ration, as that's turned into the onside by Tom Lammonby. And a very good morning that has been for Somerset. 111 for 1 in 30 overs. The wicket to fall, that of Archie Vaughan, who was caught in the slips by Paul Walter for just 8 off the bowling of Jamie Porter. But the outstanding performance of the morning, unquestionably, Josh Thomas making his first start in first-class cricket with 71 handsome runs to his name. He did have 1 lucky break when he was put down at first slip by Dean Elgar. Other than that, he played and missed a couple of times, but been batting beautifully with some lovely clean hitting on both sides of the pitch. So, good morning for Somerset, 111 for 1.
Thanks very much, Anthony. So there we are, 111 for 1. Somerset, we'll be back with you for the afternoon session just before 1:10.
Because he's got new series starts on he remembered Robert Cotton's come up
Yeah.
and it's phone picture scandal.
Oh, right.
It's supposed to be it's been I think it's about 6 episodes, I'm not sure, but if I'll watch the first again, if it's that good, I'll stream it.
Funny this, because we get a very hot day here.
There's another couple of
That's what. It's because the sun never shines in. And you feel that you're away from the heat. Even a warm day in September. Very difficult because you sometimes sweat in.
Please welcome back your on-field umpires, Nigel Long and Russell Warren.
The Welsh singers, you know, like it's still good. Pushing his transfer.
If he doesn't come back,
He's not been. If you saw him, you go, oh, I know.
And welcome back on BBC Essex, BBC Somerset, online via the BBC Sport website and app via your smart speaker. Nick Gledhill, Sophia Smale and Anthony Gibson with you here at Chelmsford, where the weather has improved as forecast. We've got predominantly blue sky and bright and fairly warm sunshine, certainly in the commentary box here. It's probably a bit cooler around the ground, but the sun is shining directly into our commentary box, so it feels quite warm in here. Somerset have had a very good morning. He's not a debutant as such, but it's his first championship innings, and my word, he's played extremely well. Josh Thomas, 71 from 92 balls, dropped on 55 by Elgar at slip. Sharp chance. But he'll be looking to make Essex pay for that this afternoon. Looks another flat wicket here, and Somerset absolutely justified in their decision to bat first after winning the toss, because it's looked to say a wicket much in line with the ones we've seen here this season. Good for batting, and obviously realising the Essex attack is not at its most experienced, choosing to bat, and it's so far worked out well for them. Good to see Jamie Porter with the ball in hand, because we were slightly surprised that he didn't bowl a second spell before lunch, but just being saved for this post-lunch burst. Bowled 6 impressive overs earlier, 1 for 12, and he's going to bowl to Josh Thomas on 71, and Thomas gets a delivery first straight away, which causes him more problems perhaps than most that he faced in the last hour. It's actually leg byes. He tries to work it away into the onside, and it's come off the top of the pad and flown through the slips, and that one took everyone by surprise. First delivery after lunch, trying to hit it away through mid-wicket, not too much foot movement, bounced just off the pad, went down, bounced in front of slip and went through the slip cordon and went away for 4. So 115 for 1, and 4 go to the extras. But again, just a bit of movement from Porter causing the problem. 2 slips waiting, as Thomas again plays a slightly involuntary shot. Does get bat on that one, but it's come away off a thickish outside edge, but it's got another very good result for Somerset because it's 4 more. It's come off, definitely looking to try and hit that in front of square. Come off the outside edge, through where a gully would have been, and away for 4 more. So looking at the situation around the country, obviously Division 1 is key attention today. So leaders not going into the game needing 10 points for the title. They may need rather less than that. Warwickshire 70 for 1 on what we presume is a flat wicket at Trent Bridge, as that's played defensively up towards cover by Thomas, and there's no run. The big story is at the Utility Bowl, where Surrey are 83 for 5, so a long way from their first batting point there. And clearly, if they're bowled out and don't get batting points or any batting points, that's going to make a difference to the number of points overall that Notts require. So Notts really even more firmly in the box seat than they were at the start of the day, as this is defensive shot just played up towards mid-on by Thomas, and it remains 119 for 1. Now down at the bottom of the table, Yorkshire have got a bonus point because Durham are 63 for 3 at Headingley. And Sussex have managed to grab 2 in the morning because Worcestershire are 91 for 6 in that game. That's played defensively up into the offside by Thomas. And what that means is that the gap between Essex and the second bottom side, Durham, remains the same. But Yorkshire, Hampshire and Sussex with 2 points have got some points on the board already in this round of games. 119 for 1, and this takes the pad. It's going down the leg side of Thomas, and Porter picks up rather ruefully. I don't think Anthony's coming back, so I might invite you to come down, Sophia. I know that Anthony had an engagement with, I think it was the going to go to the museum during the lunch break, but we'll get you to come in for a few minutes. And 119 for 1. We had the leg by 4, and then the 4 sliced away back of the square on the offside. And Noah Thane is going to continue. So Somerset in a very good position. Welcome back, Sophia. And yeah, it's been very good morning for Somerset, hasn't it? And looks a flat wicket, and Essex's bowling attack obviously not at its strength in the absence of Cook and Snater. Yeah, it's definitely showing, and obviously that drop catch is hurting Essex a bit here. They would have liked to have got Thomas earlier on 55. Thane bowls to Lammonby, and Lammonby leaves one alone outside the off stump and doesn't offer a shot. So these two just one away from the 100 partnership, and happens to be said that they've batted very well. Thomas the aggressor initially, Lammonby just playing very conservatively and giving him support, but Lammonby's become a little bit more expansive in recent times. But it is Thomas who has taken the honours with his batting today. As this next delivery, it's a loose shot, well bowled by Thane. It's bowled pretty well today, and that one was just the right sort of length. It was tempting the left-hander into the drive. Didn't probably have to play at it, but would have been annoyed if he'd edged that through to the keeper or one of the slips. But it was a good ball from Thane, just in that corridor. Yeah, might have felt that he needed to play a shot at that, but it was a good testing line, wasn't it? Yeah, I think that's the line and length from Noah Thane, and he's actually beaten the outside edge a few times now. Here's Thane again outside the off stump and left alone. 119 for 1, and sorry, 83 for 6 in Southampton, and dear. 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 3 for 19. He's struck just after lunch. Dan Lawrence is 23 not out, but 3 for Abbott, 2 for Fuller, 1 for Washington. And it's reminiscent so far of the game between the two sides a couple of years ago, where Hampshire won by an innings and plenty after bowling Surrey out cheaply. Not many sides beat Surrey, but Somerset and Hampshire have in recent times, and that's played defensively up into the onside. I have to say Essex did pretty well against Surrey this year, Sophia, in the championship. The better of 2 draws, which was pretty good. So they'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, they were planning to have a spinning wicket down there, and seamers have actually got the wickets, which is probably not what Surrey want to see. Losing early wickets.
Goes around the wicket and bowls, and that's driven away for 2 probably. Nice little punchy shot by Larambe away into the covers. They come back for the second run, and Charlie Allison drags the ball in. Thinking about the Essex player of the season, as that's a 100 partnership coming up. And actually, for me, it's probably the man with the ball in his hand at the moment. That's the Essex captain.
Yep.
He obviously didn't play in the T20, but has had a very good championship and 50 overs campaign. Thane bowls a full toss, and that's whipped away out towards deep square leg. There's a fielder down there, so that saves 3 runs, but it's a loose delivery to end the over. And Essex, with the look of a side who are on a flat pitch, not offering much. 1 catch has gone down, and 122 for 1, stand of 102. It's looking like a long day in the field. Yes, I mean, Tom Wesley, have a look at the stats later on, but basically very, very good. Paul Walter initially I thought was a good call, but possibly he'd been overtaken by 1 or 2 in recent times. But Charlie Allison's had a great breakthrough season.
Yep.
But I think Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley worthy of a mention.
Yeah,
After a very lean start in the
we'll
T20.
We'll soon find out on the awards evening in October.
Yeah.
But
Porter bowls, and that's a defensive shot into the onside.
Like it kept a bit low, that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think Tom Wesley is definitely in the running for it. There's been some good performances. I mean, I know Jordan Cox had some very good performances in the T20s.
Yes, to be honest, when he has been available,
when he's playing,
he's done extremely well. But
whether
he's played enough to be considered as a player of the season, I would probably argue against that.
Yeah, I think so.
But for me, Tom Wesley probably leads the list at the moment. Porter, of course, has been very consistent and has had a lot of work to do because of other non-availabilities. That's played up towards cover. And there is Critchley, and Larambe stays on 31 with Thomas on 75. Yeah, I mean, Porter's got a very good return, 43 wickets, an average of 21. But Critchley, as I say, in the championship, has had a splendid season, over 800 runs at 42 and 28 wickets as well as Porter bowls, and that's just played defensively up into the offside.
I feel as if he struggled in the T20s, did he? He struggled with the ball.
Who's that?
Critchley.
Yes, I mean, basically, probably the T20 wasn't his high point of the season because he played very well in his opener's role, a new opener role in the 50 over competition.
Yep.
But Tom Wesley in the championship averaging 43, 821 runs. He's leading Critchley by 10 and leading Pepper by 22 in terms of runs for the season, as that's just played defensively by Larambe. Stoic defensive shot, keeping Porter out, realising that Porter perhaps presents the most danger and you don't want to take too many risks against him. 122 for 1, but it has to be said, Charlie Allison's figures 37.5 the average, 676 runs, very good. But
it's not
I think
too bad in your first season.
Yeah, when you add in Wesley's performance in the 50 overs, which was exceptional, he got wickets as well.
Yeah, I'm with you.
For me, he's the leader at the moment. But this is just tucked away into the onside, up towards square leg by Larambe. So 122 for 1, and. Yeah, Jordan Cox, when he has been available, averaging 59 and 650 runs. So
his average is very good, isn't it?
Yeah, and got that 100 at. I mean, what he has played, I think of 2. Obviously, the innings at Taunton, which was terminated early, and you could say was the turning point for Essex in that game because, of course, they had a collapse and went on to lose it. As Porter bowls and just driven away down the ground up towards mid-off. But I think he played in that Hove game that I saw and got a big partnership with Matt Critchley. And Essex, their best performance of the season, batted past Sussex, and by the end of that game, Sussex were very worried about their security of their first division status, but they shall probably be okay because they're very much on top today. Lammonby 31, Thomas 75, and Somerset are 122 for 1. Sun's gone back in briefly.
Yeah, Worcestershire 7 down.
Yeah, and
Robinson's got 5 for now. Goodness.
maybe a little bit of over-celebrating, you never know, because they're already relegated in the Championship. Sane goes around the wicket and bowls, and that's played away into the onside, probably just for 1, because it's straight out to deep backwards square leg, running around in front of the boundary as the sun comes out again. So 123 for 1. Yes, 96 for 7, Worcestershire. And
There's some pretty poor scores actually out and about.
well, I'll tell you what, Sussex would have been, I think, thinking to get Worcestershire after they've just won a trophy when they've already been relegated. That's not the worst option
Yeah.
available to them. So they've probably taken that with both hands. 123 for 1. Ollie Robinson certainly has, as that's just tucked away nicely by Lammonby, playing in a fairly conservative fashion, but he has accelerated in the course of the innings and is playing very nicely. He's played a supporting role to Thomas. Thomas possibly just been a bit more becalmed since getting to his 50, but he can see a really big prize in front of him now. To get 100 in his first Championship innings is, that's not an everyday feat, and he's not that far away from it. 76 from 99.
Yeah, they've definitely slowed him down a bit. He was bobbing along at a run of ball at one point. Done well to just starve.
Sane goes around the wicket, and that's played defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
But I think there's just been a few less hit-me balls, as we said earlier. Bracewell bowled quite a few, and it just got Thomas in, but I feel like Thane at this end has bowled pretty well, good line and length, and Thomas hasn't cashed in as much.
Anthony will be back with us in just over 15 minutes. We'll have a quick chat about the blast, actually, as Thane goes around the wicket and bowls. That's an appeal for LBW, which is going across his crease, trying to work it away into the onside, but he was some way down.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you'd like to get in touch with us, essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk, and what's now a very nice sunny afternoon here at Chelmsford. So the blast, I went to the... I was quite a lucky omen, Sophia, because the games I did, I think Essex only lost 1.
He should have come to everyone.
Oh, sorry, they lost 2, but there were a variety of results. I think 2 wins, 2 defeats, and a tie. The ones I did, I think, off the top of my head. Sane goes round the wicket and bowls, and that's just played up into the onside. Southampton on that opening day, which was a Friday of half-term week, when I arrived there, I was struck by the size of the crowd.
Yeah, they always get a good crowd in. They love cricket down at the Ageas Bowl, and they always support the women really well down there, to be fair.
Of course, it's a new side, a new professional side.
Yeah,
isn't
but
it? Yeah.
I found they were always sort of very much affiliated with Hampshire Vipers.
Yeah, that's an interesting
side.
point. It's Sane bowls, and that's well pitched up and driven away up towards mid-on, perhaps in a way that there was less of a strong connection between the Sunrisers and Essex.
Yeah, I think Sunrisers and Western Storm were probably the ones that didn't really have that home as much. I think most counties kind of did have that. But yeah, I think, as I said, when they played at the Ageas Bowl as Vipers, I still felt they had some of the best following around. That was quite the day.
Well, I'll tell you what, you were on the receiving end. I think it was a first or second wicket partnership, but it was a lot of runs.
Yeah, I think it's Bouchier and McCracken.
And they were very formidable throughout, but the response with the bat was superb, and of course you denied them a bonus point with a bonus point system in that competition. 124 for 1. Lammonby on 32 facing Porter, and that will hit uppishly, but safe enough up towards mid-off, top half of the bat, and rolls up to mid-off, and there's no run. So that, I thought that was, particularly given what happened in the men's game a bit later, that was actually it was the best part of the day for Essex, actually, that Essex women's batting performance at Southampton, because it was resilient, and it made sure they didn't get that extra bonus point, and probably gave you a bit of confidence going into the next game as well.
Yeah, I definitely think it did. I mean, we didn't execute very well with the ball that day, but it also was a very, very good wicket.
Yeah, 124 for one. They tend to be there. That's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. So your first meeting with Somerset, Anthony would have been with me on that day because it was a double header from memory.
Yes, it was at Chelmsford,
and that was you bowled them out, didn't you? Basically, there.
Yeah. I think we set a score and bowled them out, I think, pretty easily in the end, actually. That was a good win for us at home.
Yeah. As here comes Porter again, bowls, and that's just steered away off an open face. That's a controlled shot, I think we can say. It's being chased down towards the unoccupied third-man boundary. They've got a couple of runs. The fielder's out of our sight now, but it looks like it's a good bit of work to save a run right down there. I think it's Charlie Allison. You can just see him coming now back into view. So he saved a run there. 127 for one. Thomas 76 and Lammonby 35 with those runs. Thomas back on strike.
If I remember rightly, I don't think the men won after us. I'm pretty sure Somerset smashed the men. I'm
afraid so. Yes, it wasn't a very good start for Essex in the T20.
Yeah.
The thing about the Essex one-day season is Porter bowls, and it's almost trapped him LBW. It's well pitched up. Certainly didn't bounce much after that, and it was just trapped in the crease by Thomas, but another very good bit of bowling by Porter. Yes, the Essex one-day season, if you look at the T20 and the 50 overs, it could hardly have started worse and it hardly have ended better. But unfortunately, even winning the last 5 games, you have to win 6 in that competition to have a decent chance of getting through. But no, that was a good performance. And then I think the next game after that, you played Warwickshire. The Bears
night game
down here, and that was one of the best Essex batting performances, I thought.
Slightly rain affected. There was a short boundary to the Felsted stand,
and that's just played up towards mid-off, and there's no run for Thomas there. He's just been a bit becalmed, but I say he just needs to concentrate and look at the prize in front of him and realise that the key thing here to keep Porter out. 76 to him, 127 for one.
Yeah, that was definitely probably our best complete performance, to be fair. I think we batted and bowled superbly in a rain-affected game, and we put a very, very high total on the balls.
I thought that you batted them out of the game at the halfway point. 127 for one, and this is just played defensively up into the offside. And the thing about that group, obviously there were some pretty strong sides in that, and the Bears did become one of those stronger sides. And I think if Hampshire had, after that first game, had thought, well, we're being told you're not actually going to qualify, they would have probably been a bit shocked. But it was quite a high standard, wasn't it, at the top, that it was, that the other teams had to match.
Yeah, I think so. I thought the competition, as in between the teams, was outstanding. I think the quality of cricket on display was excellent, and I think we've seen that throughout the 50 over competition as well. The competition is getting better and better as the years go on.
Sane goes around the wicket and bowls, and that's a delivery outside the leg stump. Would have been a one-day wide, but not today. 127 for one, unbroken partnership of 107 between Lammonby 35 and Thomas 76. He was edging now towards this great landmark, having been galloping at one point in his first 50, but just looking to play himself in again after the lunch break. So I remember I can't remember which order they were, but a couple of other games that I can remember particularly as Thane comes into bowl. That's driven away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Was the game the game when Essex you played the reverse fixture against Hampshire came quite quickly, didn't it? I think it was in June.
Yep.
And
Ella McCucken got 100.
Yeah.
She was in probably some of the best form of her life in that T20 competition. And it's a bit unfortunate. She got an injury actually, I think, during that match or just before it. She was carrying the niggle, and it got worse after that 100.
127 for one, and that's steered away out towards fine leg for a single for Lammonby, who goes to 36.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure after that match she didn't appear for Hampshire ever since.
No.
And it was a shame because I think she got her maiden England Day call-ups following. She had a really good start to the 50 overs, and she actually just batted superbly. I don't think we bowled too badly. I just think she was on fire.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
As here comes Thane bowling, and that's all just played with a little adjustment there by Thomas, just square into the offside, and there's no run. Sophia Smell from the Essex women's side with us at the moment. And the other game, actually that game, because the significant thing there, you and your brother became the first brother and sister combination ever to play at Chelmsford, and you may hold that record for some time.
Yeah, it was a special day, I think. Yeah, as I said, it's probably the first time brother and sister have played in a double header, so that was nice.
Because Will was playing for Glamorgan, and I think
he did pretty well.
They won as well.
Yeah, he won player of the match, actually.
That's driven away and gathered by Thane in his follow through, and it bounces out towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's still 128 for 1.
Yeah, yeah, it was a good day, actually.
It was a warm day, that one, I remember. And I also remember our friends from television occupying the press box, and it was very difficult to try and find water anywhere.
Yes, they were that day.
It was warm. It was quite a busy day from a commentary point of view. But here's Thane again. 128 for 1, and that's just played off the back foot straight up to Critchley at cover, and there is no run. The other game that I saw, which I wanted to highlight, is Lammonby 36 and Thomas 76, 128 for 1. Surrey at the Oval, which was an odd day because it hadn't rained for weeks, and we had this enormous deluge. In fact, it was a very long day. I got there at 10:30, and I think I left the ground about 8:30 at night.
Yeah.
And it was very, very odd. But there was a huge deluge at one point. I think we interrupted, which delayed the start of the men's game. But it was yours was a 40, was it? I can't remember if it was a 40. No, it was a tie though, wasn't it? And it looked like Lauren was playing the winning innings, Lauren Winfield Hill.
Yeah, that was a game he should have won, actually.
That's what she said in the interview. It's driven up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Surrey looked as though they'd sort of won the whole thing. They were delighted with their tie. Porter at the moment, as I say, still bowling.
Yeah, I was actually in batting at the time, and it was almost, unfortunately Joe dived, and it was a very good throw. Very good fielder, Phoebe Franklin, I think, threw it in, and there's not really a lot you can do. She tucked it into the leg side and came back, and she's probably one of our quickest runners. So if you wanted anyone running, that would probably be Joe, but just couldn't quite get over the line.
128 for 1. That one's just played, I think, down into the pad by Lammonby, and it rolls out into the offside. So Porter threatening, but not yet able to make that second breakthrough, and he's the only one to strike for Essex today after they lost the toss. Somerset chose to bat on what looks another flat wicket. Totally the right decision. Not too much moisture around. 128 for 1, and in a strong position. Yes, and good atmosphere there again. Always is at the Oval,
Always
isn't it?
At the Oval,
Double header.
It's a great ground to play cricket.
This is driven up towards mid-off. Do you have a favourite ground of the ones that you've been to or played at?
I mean, I do love playing here. I like the size of it. But, I mean, I would say the Oval, obviously being with the Oval Invincibles now for 4 seasons. And
yes, of course.
Yeah,
that's the other side. That's the other side of the coin.
Favourite days of playing cricket, and I do think it's the best atmosphere in the country. I don't think anywhere beats it. It's tough to say it's better than Lord's.
128 for 1. That's outside the off stump and left alone. Well, I'll tell you what. Until I think this year, the pitches had been, because Lord's has had 1 or 2 fairly ordinary pitches for finals day of the 100, doesn't it? But I think it was better this year. But
it was definitely better this year. Normally the average score in the 100 for the women is around 120. It's not very high compared to the Oval. We're talking 140 plus. It was definitely higher this year. The first game of the season for Oval. I mean, Grace Harris did take people to the cleaners.
Yes.
But I think they managed to get 180 or something.
128 for 1. And this is just played defensively up into the offside. Just before we go on to the 100 and talk about the 50 overs as well, but the last match, the televised game at Taunton, where I felt very sorry for the team, because you'd had to go Old Trafford, the Oval, Taunton in the space of 4 days. And if that had been a men's itinerary, they would have thrown it right back at the ECB, because it was outrageous.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, and didn't we go all the way to Old Trafford not to bowl a ball?
Yes.
Oh no,
It
we
was
did.
delayed.
We had
delays. You had
match.
to hang around, didn't you?
No, we had a 5-over match.
Yeah. Porter bowls, that's defensively played up into the onside.
And a 5-over match is just, you're barely ever going to win when you're batting first in a 5-over match.
No.
But they get
tough,
11 wickets.
Oh, yes.
To swing.
I think only England contrived to lose one of those against South Africa the other day, didn't they? But maiden over for Porter, 128 for 1. Yes, so yeah, I felt really sorry because I think one or two of you were carrying niggles or.
There was quite a lot of people. Yeah, it was sort of towards the back end of the comp then, wasn't it? And there was quite.
I'm sure Anthony was being very kind to you on commentary, but it probably was quite a big ask to have that sort of itinerary.
Yeah, again, but we didn't bat very well in that game. We were way too slow and.
Same bowls, and that's played away defensively up into the onside. Of course, you've got those hypercritical TV commentators as well, which they can be at times, can't they?
We did have them on. We managed to pull ourselves sort of back into the game at one point with the ball, but I think realistically we just didn't get enough runs. And Somerset, obviously, Taunton's quite a high scoring ground in T20 cricket. It's small. If you put a good total on the board, I remember it was a good wicket, and it's tiny at Taunton. So
presumably you're down to 12 games in this next year as well, alongside the men, I would imagine.
It's in line
Thane
with
bowls, and that's
the men's.
driven. Oh, it's on just about as short of Thane. It's a little bit too close to Thane for Lammonby's liking as he drove that uppishly, but Thane stopped after the bounce once.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in line with the men's competition.
So it's going to be interesting because, of course, you'd imagine there'd be double headers against Surrey, but Essex will be back into the old South group, which is Essex, Middlesex, Hampshire, Kent, Sussex. So I'm trying to think of it. Will be Hampshire and Surrey, won't it? Would be the two obvious double headers there. But this is driven away off the back foot down into the covers.
Fielding.
A good stop by Allison. That was possibly had enough weight in it to go all the way for 4. Certainly had a very long chase if he hadn't stopped it. But there's just the one run. So T20 overall, enjoyed it? You think it worked nicely?
Oh yeah, I think the Blast is a great competition, and it's about time that we had it joint with the men. It was great.
Now, would you like the finals day? This is the odd thing, because our colleague from BBC Radio London, Mark Church, is strong on this. He thinks it should emulate the 100. As the same bowls, and this is the appeal for LBW. That's a good shout. As bowling well here, Thane, as he was just coming half forward, Thomas. But certainly was
going down again.
But I know our colleague, he thinks, and it'd be interesting at Anthony's, because Anthony's just been to another finals day very recently, but he thinks the finals day is possibly a bit outmoded now. It's served its purpose, and that a double header with a women's final and the men's final along the lines of the 100 might be the way forward. You think that's a good idea? Yeah, definitely. And you played the two semi-finals, of course. We played with home advantage. Which would actually be quite exciting. This is run down off the pad, and I think it's just off the pad. He's actually got it. He's actually glanced that. So well done to Thomas. He was shaping on a leg glance, but he's got the bat on it. And when you're coming into the 80s in your first championship innings, if you get the bit of bat on it and it goes for 4, it's much more valuable to you. He's on 81, 134 for 1. Yeah, my opinion on it is it should definitely be men and women on the same day. I think. Yeah. Next year we're on a Friday. Yes. And the men are on a Saturday. Well, people are in work on a Friday, so good chance we won't get a decent crowd in. Kids are in school on a Friday. Well, we'll have a chat about we'll talk about the format of the 100 actually, because there's a few questions I'm going to ask you next time we're next on commentary. You stay on, and we'll bring, if you're happy to do that, and we'll bring Anthony back, and he'll tell you about this year's finals day. 135 for 1. Essex searching for a wicket here. Need to break this partnership. It's upwards of 100 now between Lammonby and Thomas. As Jamie Porter looks to continue his spell.
be getting enmeshed with all sorts of wires going everywhere. We've got Jamie Porter in to bowl another over to Josh Thomas in bowls and goes past Thomas's outside edge. He's looked a lot more nervous since lunch, Josh Thomas, than he did before lunch. I put something on the BBC Live text about how confident and assured he'd been looking this morning. He isn't looking quite so confident and assured this afternoon.
Yeah, there's definitely been some better bowling on offer from Porter and Thane.
Yeah.
They've worked well together as a partnership, and there's not been as many freebies, hit me balls as we call it. But
here's Porter in bowls and takes Thomas on the pad as he came across his stumps, but I think that was going down. But he's got to be careful, Josh Thomas, not to come too far across his stumps to Jamie Porter. Not with 2 slips in there. Simon Harmer at first slip, Dean Elgar at second. We've got cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, shortish, mid-wicket, forward square leg, and I guess there's probably a long leg down to our right as Porter, all arms and legs as usual, comes in from the Graham Gooch end, and that's played up to mid-on. Yeah, I think playing the women's T20 final on the same day as the men's makes a lot of sense.
yeah, I'm not disputing. I love finals day, watching the men's. It's a great day, and obviously the 2 semi-finals. But I think, it's tough 2 days. 2 different days to get people in, I guess.
It's Porter in bowls, and this is just played firmly, but not for runs out into the
And we've
offside.
obviously got the 2 different venues as well, which doesn't really help the situation either. Obviously the women's one's at the Oval, the men's is at Edgbaston the following day. Then people that are going to Edgbaston are probably not going to want to travel the day before all the way to the Oval on a work day. Kids are at school.
Doesn't make much sense.
It doesn't
really,
really make much sense, and
You'd have thought
unfortunately this year's final was on the same day as the Euro Women's Football final, which is not great either.
Porter in and bowls to Thomas, who won't get a run here as he plays that to Noah Thane by the square leg umpire. You'd have thought if they're not going to play them on the same day, then they ought to leave a reasonable interval so that, let's say Essex women are in the women's final and Essex men are in the men's final. And,
Or it's at least got to be the same venue, hasn't it, if it's going to be back-to-back days. But it'll be interesting to see. I do think the 100 finals works really well.
Here's Porter in and bowls to Thomas, who gets another good ball from Jamie Porter. Can't take any liberties with Jamie Porter at the moment. He's bowling very good tight lines. He's bowled 11 overs for just 19 runs, and the 1 wicket to have fallen, that of Archie Vaughan, and it's 135 for 1, and Somerset innings just rather stalled since lunchtime. What did they go in at? 111 for 1, I think it was at lunch. So only 24 runs have been added since then in the best part of 40 minutes.
I think we're still at the stage in women's cricket where our highest number of people we get in the crowds do come on those double headers with the men, so I still don't think we're quite there in terms of.
This Thane in and bowls, and this comes off a thick edge, and it will bring Tom Lammonby a single. He didn't know much about that. There was a bit of a leading edge as he played too soon at that, looking to turn it into the onside, and gets a single down to third man. 136 for 1.
But yeah, there's a lot going on in cricket at the minute. Obviously county championship stuff going on, and obviously the new owners in the 100. No idea how that will work out. There's a lot of change going on at the minute.
This is driven by Thomas, but not timed into the offside. But no change in the format of the county championship for next season, which Not sure it's an entirely satisfactory outcome. And those who want no reduction in the number of county championship matches will be very, very pleased. Those who think that the present setup doesn't make much sense with 10 teams in the first division not playing each other twice, rather devalues the competition. Thane bowls a full toss, which almost turns into a Yorker outside Josh Thomas's off stump. It's less than satisfactory, and I think everybody would agree that it's less than satisfactory. The trouble is nobody can come up with a more satisfactory solution.
Yeah, it's trying to pile it all into such a small
I know.
window, isn't it, unfortunately?
Well, if Don Topley was here, I'd mention the 100, but as he's not, I'll refrain. As Thane is in and bowls and turned into the onside by Josh Thomas, who's Essex are bowling well at him, but he might want to reassert himself. Started off really fluently this morning. Admittedly, Essex didn't bowl very well at him in the first hour or so, and they've tightened up lines and lengths since then, but he's looked less assured since lunch. But this is takes him on the pad as he comes across his stumps. That's going down the leg side.
There's been quite a few of those now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Not quite convincing enough for us.
He's just rather lost his way. We've got a leg slip in now as well. So we've got a slip and a leg slip. For the one that...
No. He thought about
Dean
it.
Elgar's moved from leg slip back to first.
I think that might have been his decision.
Yeah. Tom Wesley countermanding. Yes. Thane is in and bowls, and this is mistimed by Josh Thomas as he goes to play a back foot drive. It's the end of another good over from Noah Thane, who has, his figures have just disappeared off the screen, so I'll look round the corner. 11 overs, none for 36. Jamie Porter 1 for 19 in his 11 overs with 4 maidens. The two left-handed Somerset batsmen confer in mid-pitch.
Yeah, that shot of Thomas there just looked like, I feel like before lunch he probably would have creamed that through extra cover, and it just seemed like it just mistimed it, didn't he, and just maybe just lost his rhythm a bit post-lunch.
Yep.
Just needs to find, I think, just get one away, isn't it?
Well, it's his highest score at the highest level for Somerset. It's the first innings he's played in first-class cricket. Came in as a concussion substitute for Tom Abel last week, as Porter is in and bowls to Lamby, who drives that smoothly but straight back to the bowler. And it's best in List A cricket in the 50 over one day cup, 54, so it's by some margin his highest score for Somerset, and he must be thinking about 3 figures. He wouldn't be human if he wasn't.
Yeah, you definitely, I think once you get past 50 you're thinking, I've got myself in here, I should kick on.
Porter in and bowls. This is turned nicely into the onside by Tom Lammonby, but should just be a single as Noah Thane fields from deep mid-wicket. 137 for 1. Might even be 136 for 1, it is. But yes, he'll doubtless say, "Oh, I'll just play every ball on its merits, to take it one ball at a time."
Yeah.
But he's bound to be. He wouldn't be, as I say, wouldn't be human if he didn't see that on the horizon. Porter in bowls, and this is mistimed drive from Josh Thomas. This morning he would have smacked that between extra cover and mid-off for 4. This time he picks out mid-off, and it came a little bit off the bottom of the bat, pitched right up by Jamie
Yeah, almost
Porter.
just looked like he pushed at that a little bit more. I feel like this morning he played so late, played it right under his eyes.
Probably
Just
just needs
climbed into it.
one well-timed shot to get him going again.
I think so.
Porter bowls, and this is nicked down to
probably
fine
4.
leg for 4 runs.
He's had 2 of those post-lunch, actually.
Well, if you bowl down the leg side, you must expect that sort
It's
of
very
thing
well
to happen.
played.
It was well played. It was a leg glance that he played quite deliberately, because long leg, even though we can't see him, we can deduce from the fact that that went for 4 that he's quite wide.
He's into the 80s.
Lovely sunshine here at the Ambassador Cruise Line County Ground in Chelmsford. Porter, bowl! It's the end of Josh Thomas. Oh, what a shame. It was pitched right up. He went for that off drive and missed it. And he's gone for 82 from 124 deliveries. A fine, fine innings from Josh Thomas. Just a shame he couldn't go on to register 3 figures, but tremendous debut as a Somerset opener in first-class cricket. His first innings in first-class cricket, and he makes 86. Terrific knock from Josh Thomas. But well bowled Jamie Porter, keeping the ball right up to the bat, inviting him to go for that off drive.
Yeah,
he did so and missed
definitely
it.
deserved that wicket. He's been prodding away for 12 overs now, is it?
But good applause around the ground for Josh Thomas as he wanders slightly disconsolately back towards the
And there's one
dressing
left-hander
room.
goes out, another one comes in.
Another King's boy.
Another one.
How come you didn't go to King's then?
I did think about it, to be fair, and I looked at it, 6th form. I
Didn't think it was good enough.
No, it was just more how I was going to. I was obviously in Western Storm Academy, and it was working out how I was going to continue to do all that training whilst being away from home, and obviously until I passed my driving test, how I was going to go to all those training sessions. And I actually had some really good support at I had some very, very good coaches at my school back home in Monmouth, so I was quite lucky in that regard that I got some good quality coaching there. But my brother definitely needed to do it. I think it gave him so many opportunities.
Well, King's has produced any number of wonderful cricketers in recent years.
He probably wouldn't
Joss
be
Butler
playing
onwards.
professional cricket if he hadn't have had that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I feel like for me, I wasn't a massive fan of the boarding idea either.
Right.
I like my own space, so I did think about it, but yeah.
At least it wasn't favouritism on the part
It wasn't,
of your
no.
parents for your brother. But, well, another King's boy is out there now, James Rue, batting at number 4 this season.
They needed that wicket, Essex, didn't they?
They did. 141 for 2. And James Rue having a very good season. Jamie Porter in and bowls to him, and got a good ball playing around his front pad, keeps it out into the onside. End of a successful over for Jamie Porter, who has figures of 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets now for 24, continuing his long run of success against Somerset.
As we're going to see Noah Thane continue again. He's into this will be his 12th over now.
Yeah, they've been bowling very tightly since lunch, have Essex. In this lovely sunshine, most of the clouds have melted away, or drifted away from east to west, as Noah Thane is in and bowls to Tom Lammonby outside the off stump. Lammonby plays no shot.
Yeah, he's been impressive so far, Noah Thane. He's really been the pick of the bowlers behind Porter.
He's been very steady, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's hit a good line in length. He's been fairly consistent. He's not given away too many poor balls. I can think of, I think it was Josh Thomas who flicked him for 4 first ball of his spell, but apart from that, he's been on the money.
James Rue on 960 runs at 45.7 this season. As this is turned away by Lammonby down to long leg for a single. 142 for 2, and it was James Rew who played the match-winning innings really when Somerset played Essex down at Taunton back in May, and he made 116 in the second innings with good support from Lewis Gregory, who made 57, and Craig Overton 53 not out. Somerset chased down 325 to win after being 90 odd for 5. James Rew, who's on strike now, steadied the ship. Thane bowls to him, and this is driven. It was pitched right up again by Noah Thane, not timed by James Rew. He goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. What have you made of the pitch so far, Sophia?
Yeah, it's looked pretty good in terms of batting, hasn't it? Obviously, Essex have got a weakened bowling attack without Sam Cook and Shane Snater. We know that, and probably haven't asked as many questions as they'd like, but yeah, it's looked pretty good. It's looked pretty pure, decent bounce, decent carry through to the keeper.
Just the 2 slips for Thane to Rew, who plays that firmly back to the bowler. There won't be a run.
I've just been informed that Michael Pepper isn't keeping at the minute. I didn't actually notice that, but it's Simon Fernandez with the gloves on.
Oh, right.
I don't know if you remember, but it was one down the leg side. I don't know if it was off Bracewell or Bennett, but he caught it sort of, looked like on the thumb or something, and he looked like he was in a bit of discomfort, so I think he's just getting some treatment on that since lunch.
So Mr. Fernandez, who's, I have to say, is a new name to me, as Thane is in and bowls outside the off-stump.
Yeah, features a lot in the second 11.
I was going to say he's second 11 keeper, is he?
Yeah, yeah, behind Pepper, but yeah, actually very good players. He's had some very good innings in the second 11 this year, so hopefully Pepper will be okay for later. It's a key batter for Essex,
absolutely.
and they will not want him.
Essex can ill afford to miss him from their batting lineup.
Yeah.
Thane then to Rew, and this is driven and is half stopped.
I didn't think he was getting to that, Bennett. It's Charlie Bennett at minute.
It's Charlie Bennett, yeah, who he has got a number on his shirt, which is 85, but he hasn't got a number on his top. But they take the single, so that's 143 for 2, and it means that James Rew will keep the strike, and he's off the mark as well.
Yeah, I did not think he was going to get that at one point, but sprung himself to the floor.
The outfield's still showing signs of the very dry summer that we've had.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you now, it's looking much greener than it was
still
before that sort of
suffering.
terrible rain period we had. But yeah, it's been suffering here. At some points, it's been brown.
Yeah. Yeah, it would look pretty.
It's always pretty
rough
dry here,
when I
to
was
be
here
fair.
for the 2 T20 games.
Yeah.
Here's Porter in and bowls to Rew, who drives a full toss, but without timing it particularly well. It's going to bring him 2 runs probably, as Charlie Allison fields out on the cover boundary.
Got away with that bit, Jamie Porter, hasn't he?
145 for 2. Yes, the outfield looks as if it's suffering from acne. It's sort of pockmarked.
Yeah,
places.
parts are just dry as a bone.
Yeah. But it really was rough for those T20 games back in
the rain
first week in June,
it a bit, but yeah, it's definitely been pretty bare at points this year.
Porter bowls and
that's
goes past James Rew's outside edge, bowling that one from wide of the crease, angling it in at the left-hander and then getting it to hold its own off the pitch. A really good ball from Jamie Porter, in contrast to the previous one, which was a full bunger. But in a sense, if you bowl a couple of bad balls and then a really good one, it's more likely to take the batsman by surprise.
Yeah, it's hard to concentrate if you're going to bowl liquorice all sorts.
Porter bowls, and this is turned to forward square leg. Noah Thane fields it there. Lovely sunshine, just a few cotton wool clouds drifting from east to west.
I think that ball shows there is a little bit in it still. when you're hitting those right areas, which Porter has done for the past 13 it's into his 13th over now, but there is a bit in it for the seamers. We haven't seen much from Simon Harmer yet, but on that good line and length.
It's Porter to Roux, who plays that with soft hands and it takes a thick edge down towards the third man boundary with a fielder in hot pursuit, and they're coming back for a third run. Good piece of fielding.
Been busy, Charlie Allison today.
Charlie Allison, was it? Yeah.
He's a very good fielder. Chases everything down, but he's been very busy today, actually.
3 runs are taken, 148 for 2. James Roux on to 6. Tom Lammonby on 40. It's been a restrained Tom Lammonby innings.
Yeah, I feel like it's gone a bit under the radar with Josh Thomas's 86, but he's looked very compact as always, to be honest.
Porter bowls, and Lammonby again just playing around his front pad, maybe just getting a little bit ahead of himself there. Yeah, this is a rather different, more straight batted shot than the one he actually played. But Essex not over attacking, just the 2 slips, which again I think is a sign that this is a pretty good batting surface. Not expecting much in the way of seam movement. Porter bowls to Roux, who won't get a run here as that's played to Thane by the square leg umpire. End of that over, 148 for 2, 40 to Lammonby and 6 to James Roux.
Are you in? Okay. And we're going to see Charlie Bennett come on from Sir Alistair Cook end.
Oh, good. We'll get a closer look at him.
We'll see how long that run-up really is.
Well, I think it is. I mean, it's one of the longest ones I've seen. It's it's up there with Jamie Overton's run-up as it used to be before he went to Surrey, and his run-up amended, truncated, and he's been a much better bowler as a result. But he's walking back a good,
it's interesting,
35 yards.
Yeah, you wonder where that mid-off is probably
Tom
a
Wesley,
bit
his
deeper
skipper,
than
just
25
having a chat.
yards.
Tossing the ball from hand to hand. Here he comes, he's a big unit. This Charlie Bennett, he's in and bowls on leg stump, turned away down to backward square leg for a single.
There's not real pace in that run-up, is there? It's almost a steady saunter in.
Yeah, he sort of lopes in, doesn't he? It's quite an old-fashioned run-up. It reminds me of one or two of the quick bowlers in the old days. People like John, you won't remember these, John Price and Butch White of Hampshire, who were all great big strong fast bowlers and had long runs. As he comes in, long strides, he's up to the wicket and bowls, and this is turned away through straight mid-wicket by Lammonby.
It's good fielding
Yeah, it was Lammonby. Yeah.
Who is that down there?
Who's that? That is.
It's not Cook.
It's Bracewell, isn't it?
It is Bracewell, yeah.
And there's a ripple of applause, which suggests to me that it must be 150 on the board for Somerset. There are a few Somerset supporters here. I know Tractor is here. Mike Sallis.
It is quite the trip from Taunton, to be fair.
It is.
It's a long old way.
Featuring the M25.
Yeah,
long stretch
never
thereof.
good.
This again is on leg stump. He's just not got his line right in this over, has Charlie Bennett. That's another easy single for James Roux this time.
Yeah, M25 is never good. Although I have had many times I've been stuck on the M5. Especially in the holidays.
Yeah, well, we always in the T20, Somerset always need to play Glamorgan on a Friday evening.
Oh.
And it takes about 3 hours to do
the
80
M4 into Wales is bad enough on a
Exactly,
Friday than the Severn Bridge.
The Bringlass tunnels.
Oh yeah, the Bringlass
This is
tunnel.
a full toss, which is driven back to the bowler who fields
Luckily I live just before there, so I always miss them.
Yeah, and the all of those grand plans to build a sort of new stretch of the M4 and to avoid the Bringlass tunnels, that's all gone by the board, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. They was planning for it and it didn't get passed, did it? I don't know.
Poor old Wales. It's Bennett then in bowls to Lammonby, who plays that up to mid-on. So you count yourself as Welsh, do you?
I do count myself as Welsh,
Well,
definitely.
I'm half Welsh. I'm 50% Welsh. All my mother's family were Welsh from North Wales.
Oh, lovely.
So we're 1.5 Welsh commentators.
I'm also a bit part Irish as well, so.
Oh, right. Here's Bennett in a bowls, another, that's almost a half volley. It's sort of between a half volley and a Yorker, and Lammonby can't take advantage of it. Doesn't bring him a run out into the offside. End of over 151 for 2. Lammonby on 41. James Rue on 8. And the highlight of the day's play so far, 86 from Josh Thomas in his first innings in first class cricket. Technically it's his second game because he did play as a concussion sub against Hampshire last week for Tom Abel, and had Somerset needed to bat in the second innings, he would have batted, or he would have been able to bat. But this was actually the first time that he's batted for Somerset, and he opened the innings with Archie Vaughan in what we think is probably the youngest opening partnership in Somerset's 150-year cricket history. Somerset celebrating their sesquicentennial this year, and they celebrated it with a victory in the T20 Vitality Blast, which is not the sort of competition they would have thought of playing back in 1875 when the Calcutta Club was founded. When the gentlemen of Somerset played the gentlemen of Devon at Sidmouth and decided
Lovely ground, Sidmouth.
Yeah, it is lovely ground. Right, we've got
Bracewell on
Doug
now.
Bracewell coming back from the Graham Gooch end, and that's tucked away down to long leg for a single.
I think just here Essex need to make sure that they don't just let Lammonby and Rue get away here. Obviously Rue getting himself in, but obviously Bennett so far hasn't been that consistent. Obviously his first over at the Sir Alistair Cook end was quite a few sort of hit-me balls.
Yeah, too much down the leg side, wasn't it?
On leg stump, and we've seen Bracewell obviously this morning over pitch quite a few, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get on the money here for Essex.
It's bowling to Lammonby, and Lammonby just strokes this into the offside, but it's fielded at cover point by Charlie Allison, and there won't be a run. Decent crowd here at Chelmsford. Plenty of people sitting in the stand immediately outside our commentary
They
box
like
and
to
away
sit
to
in
the
the
right.
sun.
It is beautifully warm. It's going to get
It's
quite hot in
it's
this
hot.
our commentary box.
Oh, it gets hot in here, but it's always hot in the sun. If you're in the shade, you'll be cold.
Bracewell
Okay.
bowls, and Lammonby is up on his toes to play that defensive shot.
I
Keeping
commentated on a game earlier this season, and it was just scorching.
Yeah, I
through
bet it
this.
was. I bet it was.
Game was it? Trying to remember. Might have been Yorkshire, actually. Yorkshire game. Oh.
Bracewell, New Zealand Test player. He's almost an all-rounder bowler who can bat, as this is played nicely up to mid-off by Tom Lammonby, but straight to the fielder, so he won't get a run.
Surrey at 118 for 8 against Hampshire.
Dear, I think. Well, you never know with Surrey. I was going to say they can
And there's
kiss
been
goodbye.
6 wickets to Seam, which is
Well, that is
quite interesting when it was a turning pitch. Dawson and Sundar 1 wicket apiece.
That's outside the off stump. No shot from Tom Lammonby. Well, you would.
Must have been bowled out for 123.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I wonder how many wickets Robinson ended up getting. Just the 6.
6. Yeah.
And a cat 4. No one else was really needed to bowl.
And well, Warwickshire going pretty well against Notts. But this is outside the off stump, and there won't be a run. 72 for 1. They've had some rain at Trent Bridge, so they're only in the 28th over there. But I would imagine that's going to be a pretty flat pitch, because Notts really only need a draw. Oh, there's Paul. Nice to see you, Paul. As Sophia Smale takes a break, and Nick Gledhill will come in alongside on this lovely sunny afternoon. What else is going on here? Warwickshire 72 for 1, Sussex 17 for no wicket replies, Worcestershire's 123 all out. And as Sophia said, that here comes Charlie Bennett from the Sir Alistair Cook end, as this is played into the offside and there's no run. Cooks, a very well-known farming family from North Devon, South Molton area. It's where Sir Alistair can trace his farming roots to. I knew his great uncle very well. One of the best farmers in North Devon. As Bennett is in, bowls a half volley, which is clipped away through the onside, just for a single by James Rue, who moves into double figures, 153 for 2.
Disappointment for Thomas, wasn't it? But as we were sort of thinking, he'd gone down a few gears since lunch.
Yeah.
And,
I thought Essex bowled really well at him.
yes.
They didn't offer him anything loose, really, that he could rediscover his confidence with. As Bennett bowls and Lammonby plays a studious forward defensive push. And I guess the thought of 100 in his very first innings for Somerset must have been in his mind. But I think he's done enough to earn the privilege of being my interviewee of the day at the close of play.
I think so, unless something dramatic happens.
Well, I think. Well,
very
I can't think of it. I can't. I mean, if either of these two gets 100, or if Tom Kohler-Cadmore gets 100 in an hour and a half, then. But I don't think that would eclipse the significance of Josh Thomas's maiden innings in first-class cricket, as that's turned into the onside and there won't be a run. Tall Paul field at mid-wicket. The cricket has just lost some of its urgency.
Yeah. I think it was quite engaging cricket, certainly before lunch, wasn't it? A little bit less so.
But Essex, I think, are settling for containment. And Somerset batsmen are content to occupy the crease for the most part. Bennett bowls and Lammonby defends. I think that'll change when Tom Kohler-Cadmore comes to the crease, because he's never one who will settle for occupying the crease. Likes to play his shots. That's to come down the pitch to the fast bowlers, which on a pitch that's doing something is a more than useful tactic. The bowlers don't like it. This long run up from Charlie Bennett in bowls. Good ball. What sort of a pace does he bowl? High 70s? It's not much more than that, is it? I mean, he's bowling well within himself.
I think you hinted earlier, looking at his physique and run up, he could potentially get a bit quicker over time. And I mean, it's still early stages in his career. He came through the Essex Regional Emerging Players Programme at under 14 and under 15 level before progressing to the academy in 2023. Played club cricket at Frinton, made his second 11 debut A bit of a forgotten Essex venue, Garran Park. Did you ever go there for a 40-over game? It wasn't the most popular venue.
Where is it?
It's Southend.
Oh, right.
Not
No,
as popular as
I've never been to Southend.
South Church Park.
Regret to say.
Right. So, have you been to the other Essex outgrounds, Ilford and Colchester?
No.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, it takes me by surprise. 153 for 2. As Bracewell bowls, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch by James Root. He's gone very quickly to 10, actually, almost unnoticed. 153 for 2.
My father lived, his father was Baptist minister in Leighton, and they lived just opposite what was then the Essex County Ground.
Yes, indeed it was. And well, of course, these festival venues, outgrounds, have gradually fallen away. In time, I think it was Ilford first, Southend second, and Colchester third from memory, as this one's played defensively up into the offside, and sadly not likely to come back, because I think for the non-100 counties like Essex, obviously the cost of going out to an outground, even for a couple of 50-over games, is something that can be worn by Yorkshire, perhaps better than a county like Essex at the moment.
But
We actually found that one of those counties, Hampshire, haven't even got an outground if they make a quarter-final.
Somerset haven't either. But
yeah, it's
Essex is going to be rolling in it shortly. There's money from the 100 coming in.
153 for 2. Steered away down towards fine leg, setting off for 1. Got there pretty quickly. Charlie Bennett completes the fielding.
What's Essex going to spend all the money on? A new pavilion? That would be a good start.
Well, we'd have visitors like you coming up with a list of 20 suggestions.
New changing
You're
rooms.
not allowed to have more
players?
than 20 suggestions. No, I mean, I think you mentioned the changing rooms. That's something that I think probably ask the Somerset team after the game if they put that near the top of the list. But no, there are obviously developments that can be made, and useful money to have, as Bracewell bowled a loose delivery going down the leg side, but almost one that gets a feathered catch down the leg side. It doesn't. Delivery didn't particularly deserve a wicket, but it's funny how those sort of deliveries can sometimes.
Yeah, he can get out like that, Tom Lammonby. He can
almost
get out.
feather it down the leg side, but no touch.
It was interesting earlier on that Dean Elgar actually moved himself to leg slip. He was moved back again by Tom Westley, but it's not a bad place to field to Tom Lammonby. I have seen him get out, either caught down the leg side by the wicketkeeper or caught at leg slip.
Here is Bracewell bowls a ball that seems to keep low a little bit, and it's pulled away down towards fine leg. And there's Bennett, and there's one more to the total, but these two progressing along quite nicely since that wicket to break the partnership. And
that was well played by Lammonby, because he can hit that shot up in the air and get caught down at long leg, but he very consciously rolled his wrists on that.
Got a single,
and made sure he kept it down.
So that single took him to 42. It means Rue on strike with 11 on 155 for 2. Somerset batting on a pretty flat wicket, as that's played defensively back down the pit. Little late adjustment from Rue and back to Bracewell. So a good start for Essex. They got rid of Vaughan for 8 when the score was 20, but then a very big partnership of 121 for the second wicket before Thomas on his first innings in Championship cricket, bowled by Porter, 14 runs short of 100, and Lammonby 42 and Rue 11.
Yep, and we're going to have another over from Charlie Bennett, who has bowled 7 overs for 28 runs. He's been a little bit both sides.
Certainly early on he wasn't he? He corrected it to some extent, but can he get a wicket, I wonder?
Great long strides in bowls, and this is a loose shot from Lammonby, and it comes off thick inside edge down to long leg. I'm not entirely sure he was trying to hit that. He rehearses an on drive, but it was just rather a casual waft, and he's lucky to get away with it. Takes him on to 43, 156 for 2. He's prone to sudden lapses of concentration, Tom Lammonby. Bennett in, bowls to Rue. That's a good length ball, which is just worked out to cover point, and there won't be a run.
If you'd like to get in touch with us, essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk, and it remains a very nice afternoon here. We had a bit of cloud cover this morning, but that's gone. We're actually sort of almost back where we started, really, with just a bit of high cotton wool cloud over most of the horizon, but the sun is forcing its way through.
It's Bennett in, bowls to Rue down the leg side, and Rue lets it go through to Mr. Fernandez. What's his Christian name?
Simon.
Simon Fernandez. And he's the local boy, is he?
Yeah, he's basically played the 50 overs competition this season, and done a good job. He's come up through the seconds, and yes, at one point it was virtually impossible to get into the Essex side of the wicket-keeper because there were so many, but it's a bit more of a chance now.
Yes. Punched away through the offside by James Rue. That should bring him 4 runs. It will indeed. It's a longer boundary on the pavilion side of the ground, the western side of the ground, and didn't time that perfectly, James Rue, but it was short and wide and just punched away through extra cover. Colchester-based player, and he actually got his rookie contract quite early on in the season. So, and actually, when Michael Pepper was injured, he took the gloves in the home game against Worcestershire. It's Bennett in and bowls, and a Yorker, which is dug out by James Rue and fielded by Paul Walter. Another single is taken. Rue on to 15. 16, 161 for 2. There have been times for Essex when there's been a lot of competition for places for wicket keepers, and almost too many. I mean, for Folkes, Garnham, Foster, and then sort of. I always think James more Foster recently, was very unlucky not to have played more for England. He was a superb wicket keeper and a very good bat as well. Full toss, whipped away through the onside for just the single, as it goes down to deep backward square leg. So 162 for 2 at the end of not a particularly good over that from Charlie Bennett. Well, you get the feeling that some players these days almost get their chance for England a little bit too early. I mean, Sonny Baker's an obvious example at the moment, but Foster was already a very accomplished wicketkeeper when he went on that 2002-03 tour to Australia, whereas he reached his peak as a batter a few years after that. Yeah, that's true. And was a very accomplished batsman, and if he'd actually been able to get a greater weight of runs, his ability with the gloves would have, probably given him a decent England career. Does Jordan Cox ever keep wicket? Yes, but he was actually not allowed to for a while because of one of his injuries. Of course, he's had a bit of an injury-plagued season. This is driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run. First ball of a new over from Bracewell. Lammonby on strike on 44. Yes, so he's also someone who could keep wicket, but I guess it's almost the last thing Essex want to do, to encumber their best batter with having to take the gloves, but he can do. But he and James Rue are sort of rivals for one of the sort of spare batsman, spare wicketkeeper slot. Yes, there's no official second keeper on the Ashes party, is there? But there will be. They haven't announced the Lions teams yet, have they? So no. This is run down towards deep square leg for a single for Lammonby. Goes to 45, 163 for 2. But yes, those two certainly vying for. Well, I should imagine they'll both be in the Lions. Yeah. Side, because James Rue captained them. Yes, and Foster, you imagine that Cox is going to be. And they do say that the Lions side that's going, I think they're going out to play. Are they playing in New Zealand before the Australian tour? Yes. And then it's almost like shadowing the England side. Yeah, that's right. But that it's going to be a strong Lions side, rather than a development. Yeah. That was Lizzie Hammond in the Times this morning. That's interesting. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, I was quite pleased to see Matthew Potts in the England side, having seen him a couple of weeks ago playing for Durham here. It's run down again, just off the hip.
ball on middle and leg, fairly comfortable for a left-hander just to flick it away around the corner for a single, which is duly done. And Roux goes along to 17. Lammonby 45, Roux 17. 164 for 2. Story of the day so far, really. Josh Thomas, in his first championship innings, 14 runs short of 100, 86 when he was bowled by Porter. Just lost his way a little bit, particularly after lunch. Bracewell bowls is driven up towards long mid-off for no runs. Just having a look at the Essex figures actually, because I'm almost surprised that Hartman's only bowled 5 overs, given there's so little in it for the seamers, and that Critchley hasn't bowled at all.
There was obviously even less in it for the spinners.
Yes, that might well be it. 164 for 2. Not surprised this is a flat wicket, because the one thing Essex did not want to do would risk being skittled for 200 or less and see flat wickets and high scoring draws elsewhere in those important games. This is driven away just wide of mid-off by Lammonby. Collects another single. He's dealing mainly in singles at the moment, and it's 165 for 2.
Just a tweet from Annie Chave saying, if Lammonby gets 50, then he can thank me for it, as I purposely dropped him from my fantasy team. Oh, Annie, how could you? Him and his floppy hair. God, dear.
And here's a silager, is that the right phrase?
Yeah.
In West Dorset, Andrew Frampton. That's outside the off stump.
Making maize silage or grass silage?
I didn't say. Might send us a picture a bit later on. 165
grass
for 2. But
silage,
he's saying, while he's doing that, how do we think the respective counties voted in the ECB?
Well, I know how Somerset voted.
Well, we know how Essex voted.
How did Essex vote?
With Somerset, I suspect.
Oh, right.
Unless what they were saying was totally different to what they actually did.
Both counties voted against any reduction.
Well, Surrey would have been in that in that group. And I think there were 1 or 2 others who've certainly voiced their support for 14 games. But Durham, I believe, were not in that group. Martin Emerson was telling me he very much is a 14-game person, but not the county.
No. I shouldn't think Worcestershire voted for
I'd be
no
surprised.
reduction. Is down the leg side, and again a poor delivery from Charlie Bennett, who has got, I would say, great potential as a fast bowler. He's got all the attributes. He's big, tall, strong, tremendous pair of shoulders on him, strong in the arm as well, and he's only young. He's just 20 years old. So it's important, I think, actually, that he doesn't try to bowl too fast at this stage in his career. He's in bowls a half volley, which is clipped away out to deep mid-wicket just for a single. 166 for 2, 167 for 2.
Maximum bowling points for Hampshire. Surrey 140 for 9, and Washington Sundar has 2 for 3 in 15 balls. Sounds like a useful short-term signing, particularly as he's fairly useful with a bat. He got a few runs, didn't he, at Taunton?
He did, yep. This is cut away, but fiercely by James Roux, but straight to backward point, so we won't get a run.
It's a great. It's a good rivalry that's built up between Hampshire and Somerset. It reminds me, Anthony, that next year I think Somerset, if any side is more effective than Somerset in terms of the reshaping of a T20, I'm not sure, because you lose, I would say, possibly Essex could be the 3rd biggest rival, but I would say probably Surrey, Hampshire, Essex in that order. Is that fair? I mean,
yeah, I would think so. Yeah, certainly Surrey.
Yeah,
we won't be sorry to see them in a different group. As Bennett is in and bowls another half volley, which is driven this time straight to short extra cover by James Roux.
So, well, I think Derbyshire were a 14 game county as well, but yeah, I mean, it's funny enough. It was Jeff Boycott was a big fan. You talk about, would a 3-day county championship be the way to go, but play more overs in a day? I just think, Andrew, that would connect really well if we ever had 4-day Test cricket played Thursday to Sunday. There'd be a lot more logic to play 3-day championship cricket. But I'd say this summer has probably ruined that.
Is Bennett in and bowls, and yet again this loose delivery down the leg side, and taken for, milked really for a single down to long leg by James Rue. 167 for 2, Rue on 218.
There was a lot of celebrating those who like 5-day tests were sort of saying, oh, what a great summer it was. But when you actually looked at, particularly not the last game, but the ones before it, there were an awful lot of spare overs left out there each day. And actually, if you bowled all the overs as you do in Championship cricket, you might not have needed much more than 4 days.
This is, appeal for LBW and given. And that is the end of Tom Lammonby. LBW to Charlie Bennett, to give Charlie Bennett his first-class wicket. Tom Lammonby gone for 47, just playing across the line of one, trying to work it away through mid-wicket, missing it. And after giving the matter some thought, Russell Warren raised his finger, and Tom Lammonby is gone. So Annie Chave didn't put the, well, perhaps between us we put the mockers on him by talking about 50, but he hasn't got to 50, but he's made 47. And a restrained innings from Tom Lammonby, a responsible innings, but not really at his best.
It looks a fair decision. He's certainly not outside the line. The only issue would have been whether it was missing leg stump, but I think it was probably hitting. And well done to Charlie Bennett. What a lovely moment for him. And having seen him play in the 50 overs and look very impressive, say he's 19 and a half. So he's got, hopefully from his point of view, a long career ahead of him. And that first wicket is just going to be a great moment for him. I think he has settled down a little bit after quite a loose start where he's bowling a lot of deliveries down the leg side. But that's a lovely moment for him, and a good wicket to take. And Essex have a bonus point, and every one of those is important in this game. They go to 151 points, and normally such little fine niceties wouldn't be worthy of consideration, but of course in the current situation they certainly are. Durham latest 151 for 3 at Headingley. That's a big improvement for them. David Bellingham, who didn't play in this game 2 weeks ago, 61. They'll be pleased to have him back. Will Rhodes, who also didn't play 2 weeks ago, 49. So they've got a couple of their big guns back. 151 for 3, Durham. So it looks like they are going to accrue some batting points. But say the big headline is Surrey 9 down in Southampton, which not particularly what the other relegation threatened sides want to hear.
Paul Walter just having a long chat with Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I guess they've played a lot of franchise cricket together. Who does Paul Walter play for in the 100?
Well, it used to be, that keeps changing, doesn't it? It used to be the Manchester Originals. I'd have to check on whether, because I have to be honest, I didn't follow an awful lot of the 100 in detail this year.
No, me neither, but I did follow the progress of the Somerset players who were playing in it.
He didn't actually do an awful lot, which I was sort of keeping an eye out on the Essex players, but they were fairly quiet, I would say. Fairly
TKC
quiet,
had a very quiet competition for Welsh Fire, as they're misleadingly called, being neither Welsh nor having much fire.
167 for 3, as this is just played away by Rue for a couple of runs down towards third man. It's going to be gathered in, I think, by Allison there, and they get back for 2. Yes, I'm supposed to keep an eye on how the Essex players got on, but it's one of those things. It seems such a different, world to the 50 over competition everybody else is playing in, that you're sort of waiting for the sort of headline grabbing innings or whatever but it didn't really come, I don't really think, with the exception of Jordan Cox. Now, I was aware of what he was doing. He was ripping things up, wasn't he? He was playing absolutely brilliantly. I think he got something like an 80 odd at a strike rate of 300, didn't he, at one point? So Rue's still on strike, playing up into the offside. He's been joined by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's had a very good time of it for Somerset in recent times.
He certainly has. Match-winning innings in the semi-final and in the Blast, and prior to that, he's been batting really well.
I hear he got a bit carried away at the start last week. He was trying to hit Keith Barker out of the attack, wasn't he? And
well, yeah, but it was the pitch was doing quite a lot.
I thought he just
and he was coming down the pitch to put the quick bowlers off their
pressure.
length. Yeah.
As this is played with an angled bat and nicely away for at least 2. It's going chased back towards a third man boundary. It will be cut off, I think, out of our sight, and they are going to come back for a 3rd run. Good bit of fielding down there. In fact, it's a slight misfield in the end. They haven't set off for another run. Charlie Allison did very well to stop that initially, and I think he's kept them down to 3. So Rue 23. It means that Tom Kohler-Cadmore has got a little bit of a strike as we head halfway through this over. This is actually the 51st over, and it's going to be Tom Kohler-Cadmore to face his first ball.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore has dark curls protruding from the back of his helmet. He obviously hasn't had a haircut since his last innings.
2 slips waiting, and Bracewell in his 12th over, none for 48.
This could go one of 2 ways.
This comes into ball, and actually a delivery that Tom Kohler-Cadmore gets a no ball, which he in the end just adjusts and plays up into the offside. Won't get a free hit, which of course he's been used to, and he's had that signal in recent times.
I don't quite understand why you get a free hit in white ball cricket, and you don't in red ball cricket.
Yeah,
I don't know
quite a good innovation. Why not? Yeah.
I don't understand the logic.
Did you agree with Sophia's idea about?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
The real bonus of that, Anthony, with 2 slips waiting, is that's played defensively up into the offside. Is you get a really, home semi-final. Now, how they do that, whether it be a draw or whatever, but my word, that would be a big occasion, wouldn't it? A home T20 blast.
Well, if you go back to the days, you will remember that, days of Gillette Cup, and Nat West,
we miss those knockout rounds.
Yeah.
We miss those knockout rounds, don't we?
Taunton would be absolutely rocking for a 20 over.
174 for 3. And here is a drive, which is a good-looking shot. That's gone for 4th. One of the shots of the day. That's not a bad start from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Slightly over pitch. He's driven it away between the bowler and mid-off 4. Nothing that Porter could do to stop that. He goes to 4 from 3 balls. And yes, if he does get in, I think it could be quite entertaining. And of course, Bracewell does have the propensity to probably offer up, on average, maybe a 4 ball and over. So that was that one. It's 178 for 3.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see Tom Kohler-Cadmore bat even for an hour or so. He is a very, very fine striker of a cricket ball. He landed one on the roof of our commentary box in the game against Notts.
Yes, this is driven back down the pitch, and there's no run. So I'm talking of this particular commentary box. The most vivid memory of a ball coming into it was actually Australia against Essex, and it's Mr. Pat Murphy, who I think was the closest fielder in the commentary box at the time. 178 for 3, Tom Kohler-Cadmore 4, and James Rue 23.
Well, we will be in the firing line with Tom Kohler-Cadmore when he's batting at the Graham Gooch end.
Well, that's why they had to replace all his glass I was telling you about. People like him around. Sorry, 147 all out. So that means Notts need 5 points.
Yep. Well, obviously, all Notts have got to do is not lose.
Yeah.
And the wickets at Trent Bridge are pretty flat at the best of times. So, what have we got going on now? We've got the umpire. We've got a problem with the ball.
This was reflecting on those the old days of the Gillette Cup and the Benson Hedges, and of course the Gillette Cup then became the NatWest Trophy, didn't it? I think the last Gillette Cup final was around about 1980. And it's wonderful what you can find online. We mentioned John Arlott earlier. The last Test match commentary of John Arlott is sort of fairly well known, but he then after that did the final of the last Gillette Cup, which was Surrey Middlesex, and that was the year, if you remember, that Middlesex were virtually unplayable.
Yeah.
Just had that very brief period where the side that had developed with the Gattings and Radleys and Brearleys were joined by Vincent van der Bijl, wasn't it, and the West Indian quick bowler whose name I will remember in a minute. But they beat Surrey in the final.
Wayne Daniel.
Yes, yeah. And they actually replaced Essex as champions in 1980. And right at the end, basically, there's John Arlett's final commentary, and then there's Brian Johnston saying goodbye to the audience for the winter, and Fred Truman saying it was a great season. Well, actually, it was quite wet, and the Test series was a bit of a damp squib, but it was certainly for Middlesex fans it was a memorable year. And Essex's hold on the championship was relinquished briefly because it would return quite soon, but it was very much taken away from them by that brilliant Middlesex side. But that was a nice little tribute to John Arlett online. I mentioned also that reflections on the 1975 summer, which interestingly at the start of it John Arlett says it's one of the hottest summers that he could remember. Ironically, a hotter one would be the following year, and he said there was one exception, that was the famous snow on June the 2nd, and they show a shot, and I'm certain it's Colchester, because there were two venues that had snow, Buxton famously, the Lancashire-Derbyshire game, but also I think it snowed at Colchester, and I'm pretty certain that's the picture they say. So if you see that online, you can confirm to me, is that Colchester? I think it is. But John Arlett showed the picture and said, well, less said about that, the better. But it's wonderful what you can find on online. And of course, Dickie Bird, there'll be a few people looking up some of his most famous appearances. And we talked earlier about the 1975 World Cup. Finally, he was umpiring the first three of those, all in England.
Right, we've got a new ball, or rather a different ball. And we'll see what Charlie Bennett can do with it. He's bowling to the left-handed James Rue. He's in and bowls, and it's a good ball on middle and off stump. Just played defensively out into the offside. It's 178 for 3. Somerset winning a pretty good toss this morning, I think. Lewis Gregory calling correctly, and having no hesitation in choosing to bat on what looks like a pretty good batting wicket. There certainly hasn't been anything in it for Simon Harmer's off spin that we've seen so far. A little bit in it for the quicker bowlers. It's quite well grassed, but it's coming on quite nicely to the bat as well, as Bennett bowls down the leg side, and well taken by Simon Fernandez, diving away down the leg side. Fernandez on for Michael Pepper, who's gone off with, we think, a damaged finger. And Essex will be hoping that
batting points are going to be important
badly damaged that he can't bat. Just got the one slip now, 3 saving 1 on either side. As Bennett is in and bowls, that's half volley, which isn't timed by James Rue, fielded by Jamie Porter.
It became a bit of a fashion during the Test series, wasn't it, for India to have playing 12 men with a keeper that batted and a keeper that kept.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was quite an oddity.
Can you think of a longer run-up than in county cricket than this one of Charlie Bennett's? I don't think I can.
Not no moment.
He's in and bowls, and this is a tempted slash by James Rue to a ball short and wide. He went hard at that, did James Rue, without moving his feet a great deal.
I think he has settled down, hasn't he, after a slightly nervous start. There's been a better spell from him, and of course the more experience he gets. I think it's nice also the fact he's getting his first bowl at Chelmsford rather than at Edgbaston, where there wouldn't have been a lot of support from the crowd for him.
Did it just rain for all of last week, or was the problem with an outfield?
Well, yes, the issue of... I'll come back after this ball.
Is Bennett in and bowls down the leg side. Again, James Rue misses out.
Because actually, Taunton led a fairly charmed life because there was quite a lot of rain around elsewhere, and it basically rained heavily on the Wednesday at Edgbaston, and unfortunately, as can happen in September, without the sun, there wasn't enough wind and sun combined to really dry the outfield out.
Strange for a test ground.
Odd, you're right. That's the thing that struck me as odd.
Yeah.
And talking to Paul Newton, who's been here today, he thought there might have been some play on the last day. It did rain again, I think, on the 4th morning.
This is a half volley which is clipped away through the onside for 4 runs. That will be half volley on leg stump, nicely dealt with by James Rue. Dive to try and make the stop by Critchley, but to no avail. 182 for 3. Rue on to 27, and Charlie Bennett 1 for 41 in 10 overs.
Yeah, very disappointing, because Essex had sort of been denied 8 points by a late Durham rearguard. I have to say, Rain batted, left-hander Ben Rain batted very well against Simon Harmer and Matthew Potts and their partnership, and then we had a torrential thunderstorm of the likes I haven't seen too often here, which basically ended the game. It wasn't really forecast, so Essex sort of didn't get a chance to get many batting or any bowling points, and only I think I got a couple of batting points and had to make do with their 8 for the draw. So it was I think in September they probably haven't got as many points as they feel they might have done for various reasons, and that's why they've still got this outside threat of relegation.
Right. But it happened to Somerset 3 years ago, I think it was, and the last day was completely wiped out in sunshine like this.
Yeah.
Because there'd been some sort of a leak in the outfield. And
Where was that? Is it?
That was at Edgbaston.
Right. Oh, that's odd.
It was very odd.
So, yeah, it's Tom Curler-Cadmore on strike, and it's Bracewell to bowl to him, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 2 slips in for the new batter, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then we've got mid-wicket. I think got a shortish mid-wicket, and then looks like we're going to have a sort of wider, more conventional mid-wicket, or maybe he's going to go to square leg. Just keep an eye on that. Probably halfway between the two, but I would say just in front of square, saving 1 on the offside, and a short mid-wicket. Here Curler-Cadmore comes down the pitch and looks to try and drive that, and checks his shot and hits it up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Tom Curler-Cadmore, this is only his 6th game in the county championship. He went on to a white ball contract at the start of the season so he could play in the Pakistan Super League. Came into the side for the Kookaburra games at the end of June and has scored 430 runs in 8 innings at an average of 61.4, including 2 centuries.
This next delivery, Curler-Cadmore punches away for at least 2 past that short mid-wicket. It's being chased back by Thane towards the mid-wicket boundary. They've got the 2, collected in about 10 yards short of the rope, and they'll settle for that. Lovely afternoon now. So we've got this high wispy cloud, the sun forcing its way through it. Not much areas of clear blue sky, most of what there is over the pavilion, and Somerset are 184 for 3, and we have about 11 overs to go before tea. We'll bring Sophia back in a couple of overs. Let's give you a break before tea, Anthony, and slightly delayed tea. Here is Bracewell up to the wicket, bowls. Oh, it's a good piece of bowling. Now Curler-Cadmore went down the pitch and actually almost created problems for himself there, and has actually got a fairly straightforward edge through to Fernandez. But a disappointing dismissal for him. He goes for 6, it's 184 for 4.
Well, I did say it could go one of 2 ways, and it's gone the wrong way, which is a great shame from the entertainment point of view, and indeed from the Somerset point of view, because he's been in great form, Tom Curler-Cadmore, but advancing on the bowler once too often there. If he just hung back and let it go through outside the off stump, he'd still be out there, but that's not the way he plays, as he would be the first to say.
Yeah, he just created the problem for himself there, didn't he? He wasn't in a position to hit the ball over the top. It bounced on him slightly, and he ended up playing an indeterminate shot and got a very straightforward edge, and nicely taken. So, yeah, disappointment for Curler-Cadmore, but I say he's really played his part in recent weeks, and having seen some articles on his family, I wish him and his family all the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
Child.
Absolutely.
184 for 4, and Goldsworthy about to join James Rue.
Yep, Lewis Goldsworthy playing only his third county championship. He's played in the last 3, but hadn't played county championship cricket for Somerset, or indeed this season for Leicestershire, where he's played some first-class cricket in the past. So he's come in. He was a great stalwart of the Vitality Blast winning side, with his mostly with his slow left arm. Although he did hit an absolutely crucial 6 against Hampshire down at the Utility Bowl, when Somerset beat Hampshire down there in a game that for a long time they looked as if they were going to lose. But he's a very, very good little cricketer, is Lewis Goldsworthy, and it's good to see him being given his chance in the championship.
184 for 4 then, and a wicket for Doug Bracewell. 1 for 56 in the 13th over. So 1 for Bennett, his debut first-class wicket. 1 for Bracewell, the first 2 for Jamie Porter. So Goldsworthy on strike. Bracewell comes in to bowl to him, and that's just played into the offside fairly comfortably by Lewis Goldsworthy, and there's no run. And Stuart Thorne in touch with us, saying Anthony mentioned that some Somerset fans have made the long trip. Worth a mention of Dave Kelly, who has tracked over from Kingsbridge in South Devon. Dave opened the bowling for King's Taunton in 1971 and 72 with some notable nippy in-swingers, and these days that would have merited a first-class career. So thank you very much, Stuart, for that. A long journey to get. It's always is. As this is just tucked away off the pads down towards fine leg for a single. So of course next year in the Blast you're going to have some old journeys returning. Northampton, Edgbaston, Worcester actually comes back, which is you went there for a knockout game, didn't you, a couple of weeks ago?
Well,
so.
Northampton are in the same group, but it's only 140 miles away.
Yeah, it's a bit like you might as well come here. 185 for 4.
I will. I'll make way for Sophia, and just with a note to say that James Rue needs another 13 runs for his 1,000 runs for the season.
When he gets to 40,
yep.
Right? Okay, we'll write that one down. Thank you very much. Funny enough, we're hoping to speak to Nick Brown sometime over the next few days, and I was looking back over Nick's career highlights, and one of the hundreds he got in the same game, James Rue made his first 100 for Somerset, which will get Nick up into the box, if you're hoping to, in the next couple of days. Then we'll doubtless talk to him about that. So the big headline of the day, well, a couple of headlines. You've got we're going to have 14 games next season, that's for sure now. And Surrey 147 all out, that's the other headline. 185 for 4. And Harmer is going to bowl to Goldsworthy. Let's play defensively up into the onside, and there's no run. And it does look as though that the title is heading to the East Midlands, I think for the first time since 2010. When they last won it. That's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
It must be a seamer's wicket at Worcester. Sussex
yeah, I know,
is
Sussex,
67 now.
Well, one thing Sussex don't want to do is get bowled out cheaply themselves, because they might end up under a bit of pressure, because they have the same number of points as Essex at the start. This is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Harmer back on from the Alistair Cook end, and Goldsworthy on strike on 1. Rue has 27.
Durham are now 5 down.
Yes, that's played defensively up into the onside, so they must have lost a couple of wickets fairly quickly in that one.
George Hill, yeah, Robinson got 1. Yeah, George Hill's got Robinson out bowled.
That's cut away off the back foot. That's a nice looking stroke actually for a couple of runs. And it's going to be gathered in just short of the backward point boundary, the covered part of the public seats, and Goldsworthy goes along to 3, and Rue has 27. 187 for 4. As mentioned, that 1975 season, Leicestershire indeed were county championship champs, and they also won the Benson Hedges Cup that year. So That was a good time for them. Played defensively back up towards mid-on. Their next little spell of glory was in the late 90s when they were very strong. They won the championship twice in 3 years, Leicester, but they've had to wait a long time to get back into Division 1. And Glamorgan ditto, so it's going to be a sort of refreshing new look to Division 1 next year with those two sides there. 187 for 4, Goldsworthy 3 and Rue 27. They both had very long waits to get back.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long time coming for Glamorgan, I know that.
Yes, Essex, I remember them playing at Cardiff in Division 2 games about a decade ago. But sadly, there won't be any games at Swansea, which is no longer staged as first-class cricket. One of the most memorable venues you could ever go to in terms of its history. Here's the start of a new over, and Rue just traps his first ball away from Bracewell into the onside, and there's no run. The ground where Sobers hit his 6 sixes, and literally you just leave the ground, you walk across the road and you wanted to get up an inch.
Yeah, I have.
Just wondered,
Yeah,
you've been there,
been there a lot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately now though,
It
would need so much work
day.
done.
And the old terraces.
I think it was
genuine,
a risk
genuine
assessment.
rugby terraces.
Not sure whether it would pass a risk assessment nowadays.
No. In a way, you say who worries about that, but I suppose people have to these days, as that's a delivery outside the leg stump, which Rue plays, well, a slightly odd shot because it might have caused him a bit of risk. He could easily got a top edge to that. He was going for a sort of like a
help around the
corner.
corner.
Sort of helping it around. It wasn't a sweep really. It was like a flat batted shot, but he didn't make any contact. It might have been for the best because he could easily have got a top edge to that, because Bracewell has been surprising on the occasions with his bounce. 187 for 4. So here is Bracewell again with just a slip and a short cover. It's played along the ground up towards Walter at mid wicket, and there's no run. I was meaning to look at Paul Walter's performance in the 100, having mentioned that there hadn't been, other than Jordan Cox, an awful lot that had really caught the eye. And as I say, as someone who doesn't watch a lot of the 100, it has to be something that you sort of read about. And
I can't remember any standout performances from Paul Walter, to be fair.
I do remember Michael Pepper batting ahead of Harry Brook.
Yeah, I think Pepper was at 3, was he?
That's right. 187 for 4. Played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Sort of 4,
yeah, even in a 100, the danger, you might not get out there batting at 4 in a 100 match. 187 for 4. Now that gives us a chance, because we've talked about the T20. Let's talk about the 100. You got, I remember you got, was it 3 for 13 against the Welsh Fires?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, at the Oval, yes.
Yeah. And
did sort of mop up the tail at the end.
Yeah, well,
so.
you don't have to worry about fine details. 3 for 13 in a 100 game, not bad at all.
But I did get
that's off the pad and goes down. I think it's entirely off the pad. We'll see. It goes down towards fine leg. It's going to be carried in by Mackenzie Jones. It is off the pad, and there's just one to the total, so 188 for 4. But yeah. So how did you enjoy the 100 this year?
Yeah, it's honestly a month you look forward to every year. It's just so much fun, and it just goes by so quickly. It's just so good for women's cricket, I think.
Even the detractors and the men's side, I think, most of them will admit that the one thing that is unarguable is how it's benefited the women's game.
It has, but I think
Bracewell bowls, and this is played away down towards deep square leg for a single. If you still, I'm sort of not particularly committed one way or the other, but I met an old recalcitrant who was, my colleague from Durham, Martin Emerson. As soon as we got onto the 100, he was very, very clear in what his thoughts were. I didn't even want to discuss it, but that shows you there's still some people who have very strong opinions about it. And I think some people have changed, but Don Topley from our team has been the one that's always been sort of the leading voice on it. 189 for 4, Goldsworthy 4, and Rude 27.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, but I have a grandpa that loves his cricket, and
Yeah.
I can tell you he loves
And he
watching
likes
the
that,
100.
yeah.
Because I think he knows of the opportunities it gives players, and
Obviously, it's going to evolve a
I
bit over
think
the
a
next
lot
couple
of
of years.
I actually think a lot of the men love playing in it. The
Yeah.
ones that obviously do, and I know my brother, being a short format cricketer, would just love to be in it. And it's very tough to get in it in the men's
So
sort of thing.
what's the name next year?
Competition.
You're going to be
Well,
London.
I know
MI
that
London or
MI
something?
London.
Yes.
So obviously they've got Mumbai Indians.
Yes.
Mrs. Ambani has taken over.
Who have Indian players in the women's game, but not in the men's game at the moment. That's right.
No Indians this year for the women's,
Oh,
actually.
right.
Deepti Sharma pulled out,
Yeah, right.
and
So
Smriti Mandana decided not to.
come. Yeah,
be
so
in
that's
it this
played
year.
away for a single. First ball of Harmer's new over, played away for a single by Goldsworthy, goes to 5.
But
Rue has
obviously,
27.
it's MI Cape Town in the SA
Yes,
T20, so I
yeah.
think it's going to be MI London.
And the other London franchise will probably change its name as well.
I've heard they are going to stay. They're owned by the Tech Titans, which is Microsoft and all that. They want to stay the same. They want to stay in blue kit, and obviously Mumbai tend to play in a similar colour.
Yes, 190 for 4. Stretching forward, Rue against Harmer here just smothers that, plays defensively.
So I don't know how well that'll go down, but yeah, there's obviously a lot going on with the 100 stuff, and I have no idea if I'll be affiliated with Mumbai next year, to be honest.
Yes, it's going to be changing, isn't it? Slip and a short leg as that goes on the bounce to short leg. And
there could be
no
quite
run.
the draft. I could be anywhere next year.
Yes, that's one thing that has been noted. The fact there's a lot more transition between sides.
Yeah.
Certainly in the men's game.
Yeah.
Nasser Hussain was complaining he didn't know who was playing for one year and one the next. That's played off the back foot and
I think
back for a square, and there's no run. 190 for 4.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that I don't think there should be a massive draft. I think we should be able to retain. I think this year it was maybe up to 10 retentions, and I think 10 might be too many. But
This is off the back foot and nicely played. That's a good looking shot from Rue. It's going to get him 4 of those 13 runs that Anthony was talking about to get to his 1,000 for the season. He'll go to 31 with that, and it's 194 for 4.
yeah, there's a lot of talk about having a bigger draft and potentially not being able to retain many people. I don't know. There's loads of numbers going around. Whether
If it goes up to 10 teams,
Well,
of course,
I'm
that will slightly mitigate that.
Yeah, well, we're not sure if that's going to happen next year.
I'm rather hoping. I think leaving it as it is might not be the worst thing. That one pops from Harmer, taken on the pad.
I'm not sure that will
by,
happen in
Rue.
the next year. I reckon that might happen in a couple of years' time. But it will be interesting to see what they do with the retentions. And I'd be with Nasser if they shorten the make the retention smaller. I think it's up to 10 at the minute, or something like that, 8 to 10 maybe. If they make it smaller, then again, there's not that affiliation with players from that side. You know, you look at the Oval. Obviously, Oval is the most, as Critchley's coming on to bowl, but Oval is obviously the most. What's the word I'm looking for? Successful team in the 100, and
194 for 4 here.
They've obviously got the Currans and Cox and Jacks and all these big
Surrey,
players. And if they have to lose all those players, then I feel like that
it reduces the Surrey identity.
Mrs. Ambani paid a lot of money to buy Oval because of how successful they've been.
There is a very strong connection with the Oval Invincibles to Surrey
so
identification.
I think I'd be a bit annoyed if I was her and they turn around and say, you can't retain more than 4 players, and one of those has to be an overseas, because you're like, well, she paid probably, I think she paid the most for the Oval. It's the most expensive one, and actually most of those players are going to be somewhere else.
But it's fascinating to get your insight, because you're very much the coalface, for want of a better expression. You're very much involved in it, and able to give us that sort of extra information. This is played away nicely, just steered back of the square on the offside out towards Noah Thane for a single. So Critchley's first ball produces 1, and it's 195 for 4. He had a very good season, as we mentioned, with bat and ball, Matt Critchley. The wickets, he's got really been a bonus. 195 for 4. He's now going to bowl to James Rue on 31.
But yeah, as I said, I'm pretty in the dark with all of it. We have no idea what's going on.
This is steered away out towards Mackenzie Jones, subfielder at backward square leg. Yes, it's. I think that the big headline innings, wasn't it? Was that Perrin innings in the eliminator?
Yes, yeah,
Fantastic.
She's
That's played on the bounce back to Critchley.
I think she might be my PCA Young Player of the Year this year. I think she's had a great season. She's a very, very talented
I think
player.
Michael Atherton picked that as the outstanding innings he'd seen by anyone this season, as that steered down towards backward square leg for a single. Now I'm going to throw something out there that I've thought for a couple of years, because I know that these new franchise owners like their double headers.
Yep.
But I'll come back. I'll probably have to come on to this at the end of the over. 196 for 4. We have had a couple of rain-interrupted finals weekends, including the one that's just gone. Critchley bowls. This is played up towards mid-wicket. We know the women's game is being well supported, so why not have the women's eliminator on the Friday evening played at the home ground of the team that finishes second, and then the men can do the same on Saturday afternoon. That's played on the up towards cover, and there's no run. It's just, I just think that the women's game deserves that extra profile of being in the evening. That's the one problem I've got, that all the games are still shoved into the afternoons and Saturday and Sunday mornings. 196 for 4.
My first year, my debut match, I'm pretty sure, was a night game. So,
I think that was in the first year, wasn't it?
It was the second year, but my first year. But
Yeah.
it was Superchargers, and it was one of the first night games that the women played, and I loved it. And I do think that we should still have a couple of matches that are night games for women and the men in the afternoon. People still come to
But I said
watch.
the eliminator. I think it was suggested by, I think it was Dinesh Kartik, as that's played up into the off. So it goes through Walter, and it'll be a bit of a bonus run there for Rue. So it goes along to 33, and Goldsworthy 6, 197 for 4. Yes, I mean you could either swap them around, but I say the obvious one to me is if you. That Friday evening is left alone, and you think Friday evenings normally gold dust for short form cricket.
I don't think they should be on different days. I think it should be a one team, one. It should all be on the same day.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a single out towards deep cover. Just
I understand the frustration of obviously the eliminator being rained off by the men, but let me assure you, the amount of times the women's game has not gone on in the afternoon,
particularly
and the men get a couple of overs in the evening. We had one last year at
bowls,
Lords,
and that's again just played defensively up into the onside. 198 for 4.
Or the year before, can't remember. We had one at Lords, and it rained and rained and rained, but don't worry, the men got on for 5 overs.
It happened a couple of years before that when the women missed out. And I think I was making the same argument there.
Well, Welsh Fire had it as well, so it's
played defensively up into the offside by
it's 50-50, I think. I don't think they can.
But you'd still
really
like the double headers.
You
You wouldn't want the side that finishes second to have the home advantage. You still but favour, say, playing both at the Oval as we do at the moment. Harmer bowls, and that's driven away nicely. That's going to be a single out towards deep cover. It's going to be picked up by Thane.
Yeah, I would still have the eliminator back-to-back at the Oval, and then I would have the final at Lords.
Yeah, as we do now.
There was talk, obviously, with the WPL is just a women's competition. It's run a different time to the IPL, and there was talks about that. And if that happens, I do not think that would be a good decision at all.
No.
And I think there's a lot of people that would say the same. It's great to have that men's and women's double headers going on. So
I can see the argument in terms of promoting the women's game as Harmer bowls, and that's just played away into the onside up towards mid wicket. I mean, because the Big Bash, of course, was a unified competition and then got split. But the one thing I thought you could do is stagger the start of the 100, so the women's competition starts a week earlier and has all the evening slots after a test match day, a men's test match day, and then the men's competition starts. So you'd end up with like a 5-week tournament, but the finals will be on different weekends. That's one way you could do it, but I think you'd probably be opposed to that from what you're saying.
I think they need to keep the schedule the same. I understand in India it works because everyone, like majority of people, love cricket in India. They will always go and watch whatever game is on. They don't care who's playing, they're watching. And we don't quite have that in the UK at the minute, so.
Well, that's very interesting thoughts. As Critchley bowls a full length delivery, and it surprises Rue a little bit. He comes forward and drives it and straight up to cover. He's on 34. A little bit of a partnership taking shape here. 199 for 4 between Rue and Goldsworthy, as this is again just steered away nicely, playing well here. Runs the ball away for another single.
And I'll come on to the big
200
bash.
for Somerset.
I'll come on to the big bash, but if you speak to a lot of the Aussie girls, they absolutely love the 100 because
Yeah.
of the double headers, and it's that integration with the men.
Critchley bowls and driven away firmly up towards cover, and there's no run, and Goldsworthy stays on 7. Somerset 200 up. It's come up in the 57th over. Looking at it through the sun there. So good progress as that's played head over the ball just defensively up towards Walter, who's at a short cover, and there's no run. So just recap what's happened here. We've been having a chat about the 100 in the last few minutes. So that's almost played on to stumps, I thought. And look, initially, Rue was thinking there might be a run. Goldsworthy wasn't sure where it was, but in the end it went square into the onside and there was no harm done. 200 for 4.
It was almost as if he'd just played on.
Yeah, that's my initial thought, was that he might be in a spot of bother. As that's played defensively by Goldsworthy, settling in well here. Quickly completes his over. So all spin at the moment, which is going to sort of hurry us through towards tea. We've got 5 overs left, 200 for 4. And Somerset won the toss here and chose to bat. They lost an early wicket of Archie Vaughan. We had a very good partnership, which has been the main feature really so far of the innings. It was worth 121 between Thomas and Lammonby. Thomas 86 in his first championship innings, Lammonby 47, and 2 wickets for Porter, 1 for Bennett and 1 for Bracewell, and these two have so far added 16 for the 5th wicket. Been a couple of mini partnerships for Somerset since that big one of 20, one of 26, one of 17, and now one of 16 unbroken. There's was a best delivery so far from Harmer, which beats Rue outside the off stump. That's a classic Harmer delivery to the left-hander. First real danger ball, I think, that he's bowled to Rue. That was a good one. On the bowls, and this is driven away just backward square on the offside. It's going to be gathered in by Thane. They'll come back for the second run. Thane slightly misfields, but in the end picks it up. It doesn't go over the rope, that's the crucial thing, and it's kept down to 2. 202 for 4.
I do also have a couple of other points about the big bash. Obviously, again, it's separate from the men's, which is they actually don't get massive crowds.
Yeah, we'll give you the entire time between overs, I think, because of course we've got the 2 spinners on at the moment.
I know Harmer fires through his overs.
Yeah, that one's come off the pad and run through the short fire. There were 2 spinners at the moment, but no, I'm really interested to hear your views, because I say you are someone who's involved in it, and others will have their own views about how it would work. But the 100 we know is here to stay, and it's going to be interesting to see how it. Oh, is it going to go 20 overs for the women as well? It's surely going to go 20 overs T20 for the men, isn't it? This is played defensively back down the pitch. I think it will. It's almost certain, surely.
I would be very surprised if that happens.
Really?
It's the only competition that is.
That's fascinating, Sophia, because I've heard that's the one thing that was almost certain with the franchise that it would go to 20. It would go to T20. That's played up into the offside, and there's no run. It's picked up by Walter.
I didn't hear that was a thing. No.
There's been a bit of discussion about it, but we'll see. We'll see.
I'd be surprised. I think it's been very successful as being a 100
particularly
balls.
for the women. Yeah.
And I think the men love that it's a kind of a different format.
Harmer bowls, and that's played up into the offside, and there's no. Well, we'll see. We'll be on it hopefully in a couple of years' time. We can see whether it's actually happened or not, because I know it has been discussed that one of the things that might well happen with, particularly the end of the current TV contract and with the franchises coming in, is that it might go T20. But it does make it a longer day, which of course is quite significant. 202 for 4, Goldsworthy 7, and Rue 37. I'll give you a bit of time on the back.
Well,
the bash.
The big bash, as I said, it's not integrated with the men's one. It's at different times. It's also very long, the big bash. Actually, it's a competition I would absolutely love to play in, but the crowds they actually get for the women are nowhere near the 100 ones. The 100 ones are bar the IPL, the WPL.
Here's Critchley bowling. Just 4 overs to go before tea now, and that's going to be a single out into the onside. And Goldsworthy with that run
Yeah, the
Moves
100
along to
ones
8.
absolutely smash the Big Bash. They don't actually get that many in for a Big Bash because, as I said, it's just the women's one, and it's probably could do with being integrated.
203 for 4, and on the drive this goes just past cover, an attempt to try and stop that, but it was very well timed by Rue. I don't know if it was
1,000.
That is the 1,000 runs for James Rue, so well done to him, because he's gone to 41 with that, and that gives him his 1,000. That's a good landmark, isn't it? And it was a splendid stroke to get there. Just past cover, might have been aerial, a little bit aerial to start with, but it was so well timed, it was past the fielder in no time at all. So 207 for 4, Rue 41, Goldsworthy 8. This partnership developing, and that one played up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So yeah, it's so interesting to hear much bigger crowds for the men's game. They have had problems sorting out the length of the Big Bash, haven't they? They've sort of been, I think they now think it's too long.
Yeah, it definitely is too long.
Yeah, as Critchley bowls, and just play defensively up into the offside. Do you know Australia well? I mean, have you got a favourite city you'd like to play?
I've never been to Australia actually. I've wintered at home every year so far on my professional career.
Right. Well, there's something to look forward to, hopefully. That's played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run because there's some very nice cities to choose from.
I think I'd like them all.
Yeah, you'd need to like the humidity to be in Brisbane.
I'd like Australia and New Zealand, I think.
As this is driven up towards cover, and there is no run. Just slightly mistimed that one, but the end of Critchley's over. It's 207 for 4. We've got 3 overs to go before tea. Goldsworthy 8 and Rue 41. So Sophia telling us there that she reckons that like to keep the 100 as it is, and keep it as a 100 ball competition. And as I say, that the bash, do you think the women's bash has lost something by being sort of taken away from being like a joint competition?
Yeah, I do think that. Yeah, I think they just play at a lot of outgrounds, and it's quite a long competition. And yeah, I mean, I love watching it, and I'd love to be a part of it, but it's not quite the big stage compared to the 100. And I know I've spoken to some of the Aussies, and they absolutely love the 100.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see.
As Harmer comes into bowl, and this is steered away just backwards square on the onside. They got through for 1, and they come back for the second run. It's 209 for 4. It's important, I guess, that you get a sort of like a variety of winners of the competition. Obviously, the Oval Invincibles men's side have been very strong in recent times, but the Southern Brave women, of course, were very strong. Had an off year last year. Sort of came back a lot stronger this year. They didn't win the final, did they?
That's
played up towards
mid-wicket.
mid-wicket.
Twice now?
Yeah.
We've also won twice. So we won the first 2 years back to back. So yes, I've said Oval have won it 5 times. Is it now?
That's played defensively
across
up into
the 5
offside.
years. So yeah, they're definitely the most successful. But yeah, I think as Brave and Oval have definitely been the top 2 for women.
Harmer goes round the wicket. There's a short mid on in, or silly mid on, as that's played away up towards deep square leg. So just a little bit of variety in the field placing there. And that single takes Goldsworthy along to 11. He's progressed mainly in singles, but Rue is there on 41. It's going to be Harmer to bowl to him, but a slip and a short leg, and it's just played up into the offside, and there's no run. Does the women's bash, but that sort of start in November time?
It's not too far away, I think.
This is played away into the onside up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the end of the over, 210 for 4. Goldsworthy 11 and Rue 41, but it's actually a shorter competition than the men's, is it?
I'm not sure. No. It's quite long.
Yeah, it's still quite long, right.
It's definitely November time, and it might go into December.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that evolves, the 100. whether it continues to sort of shift around the school holidays. It's going to be a lot earlier next year. It's going to start around about July the 19th, I think, and go through to the middle of August. You might say it might get sort of better summer weather there. Although actually it did pretty well actually, apart from right towards the end when we had a bit of rain around, didn't we? But it does help when you're playing in nice weather. Although I think on occasions it was, for some of the women's games, it was pretty hot, wasn't it? On some of the afternoons, as that's played off the back foot and goes up into the covers, and Harmer fields. Critchley starting his new over to Goldsworthy, who's on 11, and there's no run.
Yeah, it starts on the 9th of November and it ends on the 13th of December, so it is quite a long competition.
Yeah, and it's played defensively back down the pitch.
There's obviously a lot of travelling around
there is.
Australia,
Yeah.
a lot of flights.
That's right. I mean, goodness me. It's not like just going from Birmingham to Trent
Hopping on the
Bridge.
bus is always long, but
gosh, here's a delivery which is played off the back foot and goes up into the covers. Not a lot in it for the spinners. One or two from Harmer that have just gripped and turned a little bit, but Critchley and Harmer just holding the fort up until the break. As this is played, have to reach for that one a little bit, Goldsworthy. Again, just played it up towards Harmer, who's at cover. The short third, a cover and mid off, a short extra Walter, a shortish mid wicket and mid on, and a deep square leg on the boundary, and also a deep cover sweeper on the boundary. As this one is played away, and again just more or less the same place from Goldsworthy, but again does not get a run.
yeah, it definitely looks like there's more in it for the seamers.
Yeah. And
So
not
far
a
this
lot for the seamers.
morning and the afternoon, and there's, yeah, as I said, there's not been a lot for them, but
It's just played defensively up into the offside. Tidy stuff from Critchley, and I say he has had a good season all round with bat and ball. Maybe not quite at his best in the blast, but certainly in the other competitions he has been very good. And that's a maiden over from him. It's 210 for 4. Goldsworthy 11, and Rue is there on 41. So yeah, well, we shall wait and see what happens with the blast. I think there is this new TV deal which could be quite significant, and if any sort of significant changes are going to happen, that will be when it does happen, whether it gets longer, whether it goes T20 or any other changes that might be made. But as I say, one thing we have noticed from the county's point of view is that with more better known players from overseas coming in on the men's side, Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively towards backward point, it has meant that the 50 over competition actually looked a bit stronger this year for the men, because more players were available.
A player like Critchley,
Absolutely, it's a classic example.
I always think about being in the 100, but
that's right. Steered away off the
this
back
year.
foot. Yeah, steered away off the back foot, and there's a single down towards deep backward point. He's almost a perfect example. I wouldn't say he's an ex-100 player, because he'd want to play it again, I'm sure, but he's an example of someone who's strengthened the Essex side.
Yeah, definitely, and
Almost surprised that Harmer hasn't been more involved in that actually, but because he's actually had a pretty useful season in white ball cricket with the ball. 211 for 4. He just brought a flatter one here, and it's just played away out towards deep backward square leg, and
I
there's
guess
no run.
it's pretty tough for an overseas. You sort of need to be picked in the draft unless there's sort of an injury replacement, and spinners, it's not as common, is it, for a spinner to be
It's Harmer
injured.
bowls, and like I said, appeal for
That's
LBW.
looked
That looks a
out.
good shout, because it's beaten the forward push, and see that again. But an initial thought, I was along the lines of what you were saying there, because Goldsworthy was pushing forward and basically missed it. And let's have a look at the replay of that. It's pitched outside off stump and turned. I wonder if it's going over.
Might be
Yeah, it did bounce a lot, as that's played defensively.
And it
back
sort of
down
hit
the
the
pitch.
knee roll of Goldsworthy, although
Well,
it's
tell you
not
what,
exactly
he's causing a few problems here,
it's not
Simon
the
Harmer.
tallest of guys.
Just every now and again, that one definitely bounced, and that's probably what saved Goldsworthy. And he bowls again. Oh, that one.
Nearly snuck through the quicker one.
Again, a quicker
from
one that's
Harmer.
played defensively, but he's getting some nice variations here, Simon Harmer, and fascinating to see. So we're up to the tea interval. That came quite quickly. 211 for 4. Thank you very much for that input on the short form game, and we'll see you after tea. 2:11 for 4, Goldsworthy 11 and Rue 42. Pretty even session that. Somerset, I think, still pretty happy with their overall position. We're back with you for the final session of the day in 20 minutes. Welcome back on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset, and online by the BBC Sport website and app. This is Nick Gledhill with Anthony Gibson and Sophia Smell. We're here at Chelmsford. Still cloudy, clouded over a little bit in the last hour, but the sun occasionally making appearances. It's a very pleasant afternoon, and we've had one very good session for Somerset, and then a second one that we think we'd probably score about even, because 211 for 4. I made that about 100 runs in my session, actually.
Exactly
Anthony,
100 runs,
and
100 for 3.
3 wickets, so I think we call that a fairly even second session.
No, I think that's probably Essex's session given the conditions, which are pretty batter friendly. And it was disappointment to see Tom Kohler-Cadmore go so early, because he's always good value. But James Rew going very solidly about his business and reaching 1,000 runs in the county championship for Somerset this season, when he scored 40.
Always a good achievement, that, isn't it?
Second Somerset batsman to achieve 1,000 runs in the county championship, after Tom Abel, who isn't playing in this game because he got a nasty blow on the helmet fielding at forward short leg in the game against Hampshire. Full-blooded pull shot smacked him right in the middle of the helmet, and although he's okay, the concussion protocols dictate that he can't play again for a week.
Yes, Nick Brown, of course, whose retirement was announced yesterday. He was had a prolific spell in terms of reaching 1,000 runs about a decade or so back. I hope to be speaking to him at some point during the game. But it's going to be, I think, Porter, who bowled the first over. I think started after lunch, and it's going to start after tea. So I'll leave this first over with you, Anthony. He's going to bowl to James Rew.
He's bowling from the Graham Gooch end, formerly the Hayes Close end. Here he comes, all arms and legs, as per usual. He's in bowls, and this is turned to forward square leg, where it's fielded by Noah Thane. We've got forward square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, short extra cover, just the one slip, Simon Harmer. Short extra cover, I think, is Dean Elgar. Backward point, and I'm guessing a long leg. Porter into Rew, stands tall and plays that up to mid on and won't get a run. Not sure whether it's James Rew's 1,000 first class runs. It certainly is for 1,000 first championship runs. Whether he played another couple of games for England Lions in first class cricket, I'm not entirely sure.
Of course, there were those 2 games, weren't there?
So it may be that he'd reached 1,000 first class runs in the season, but it's certainly 1,000 county championship runs.
Yeah.
Porter bowls to him, and he turns this into the onside, and again there won't be a run as Noah Thane fields. It's a very pleasant late afternoon here at Chelmsford.
At least they feel like proper runs for the England day, rather than the hundreds that someone would make in April against the universities, which would boost the boost the first class figures for the entire season.
Jolly glad they've scrapped all of that.
Yeah, certainly didn't.
It was just so random.
Yeah.
As to which university matches had first class status and which didn't. Porter in bowls to Rew, comes solidly forward, and plays it up to mid-on.
Looked good, James Rew, hasn't he? I mentioned when he got to 10, you'd barely sort of noticed that he'd been out there, and just sort of settled in very nicely, and hasn't looked in too much trouble.
He's abjured his more flamboyant strokes. He's a great aficionado of the reverse sweep, is James Rew, but he hasn't tried one yet. As Porter is in and bowls to him. Oh, and that's a good ball, Yorker, which is well dug out by James Rew. He's obviously setting himself to play a long innings. Haven't really seen any of his trademark cover drives either.
Yes, you'd be surprised if he plays a reverse sweep against Porter, but I know what you mean. He's going to be.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if he plays one against either Critchley or Harmer.
Yeah.
But, and if you can get the pad outside the off stump and make sure you don't get a top edge.
Colin Cadmore might have tried that, sure.
This is played nicely into the offside by Rue. Colin Cadmore isn't so much of a. He's not really a reverse sweep. He's just a big hitter. Is Colin Cadmore? He cleared the Hollies stand during the semi-final against Lancashire. So something I hadn't seen done previously.
So just an update on where we are in terms of the championship. So there has been a bit of rain around in the Notts Warwickshire game, but Warwickshire are 5 down there, so Notts have got 1 bowling point and Warwickshire are 129 for 5, so that's good news for Notts. Even better news for Notts, Surrey 147 all out down in Southampton, Hampshire 44 for 1 trailing by 103. Obviously Hampshire, for them, important that they get a sizable lead and set themselves up for what would be a pretty critical victory, given the fact that we know now that 2 teams are actually going to go down after all the talk about it, the endless talk about it we've had. So it's going to be Noah Thane from the Alistair Cook end. And he's bowled 12 overs for 38. Comes into bowl with 2 slips, and that's played defensively up towards mid-on. There's Mackenzie Jones, and there's no run. So good day for Hampshire so far. Surrey, well, it looks to be pretty much all over for them, because surely Notts are going to get these points that they need anyway. Effectively, they need a couple of bonus points and then a draw at least. Here's next delivery from Thane, which is played defensively back into the offside. At the moment, in effect, they need 4 points for the title because they've already got 2 more wins than Surrey. So very much on course Notts to do that. And I say it would just break up the little run of Surrey's success in recent years. As this next delivery played defensively, head over the ball by Goldsworthy, who's been mainly progressing in singles, but has certainly got his head down. Plays that one up into the onside.
Well, he too, I dare say, is setting himself to play a long innings against this weakened Essex bowling attack, minus Sam Cook and Shane Snater, both injured. Is that right?
Yes, I say it has been a very difficult season for Essex in terms of managing their seam attack. This is going down the leg side, and it's going to go all the way for 4 byes in actual fact. Attempted leg glance, that didn't make contact, and it couldn't be gathered in by Fernandez, who's subbing for Michael Pepper.
Well, a bit hard on Fernandez, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The umpire might have given it as wide. Yeah,
I think so. It was pretty difficult to reach.
I'm not sure that even James Foster would have reached that.
It would be Nottinghamshire's first title since 2010, and Peter Moore's with 3 different counties, which is quite an achievement, isn't it, if you think about it. As Thane coming into bowl, and it's just squeezed away out towards square leg, with the possible exception of Somerset and Essex. You wouldn't want one county winning the thing too many years in a row. It could become a bit dull.
Yeah, but I'm not one of the Surrey bashers.
No,
I've got great admiration for what they've done at the Oval over the last 12 years, really. And
I think they've led the way in terms of defending the county game quite well.
They have, and most of their players have been brought up through their own academy.
Thane bowls, and this is driven nicely up to the covers, nicely fielded there at the end of Thane's over, and it is a maiden. 215 for 4, 42 to Rue and 11 to Goldsworthy. Yes, of course they're associated with obviously their big financial resources, but I think Notts have become a sort of a bit of a version of them in the Midlands as well. When you think about
No, well,
not quite to the same extent.
Notts have bought success.
Yes.
They're mostly from Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Although I'm glad to be able to say that the Notts pathway has been revitalised in the last few years. So they are now producing some of their own players, as well as bringing them in from outside. Here comes Porter, bowling to Rue.
I mean, mainly Worcestershire, but you think about how successful that signing of Hamid has been when his career was drifting with Lancashire.
Absolutely. Yeah,
absolutely tremendous signing.
Yeah. That. No, I think Surrey don't do themselves any favours though when they bring in an Indian spin bowler for one game. They did it last season as well.
Essex once signed West Indian for finals day alone.
Well, I honestly think the ECB ought to put a stop to that sort of nonsense. That's turned down to long leg for a single, 215 for 4. One of the nice things about this Somerset side that's in the field here today is that most of them are homegrown. Archie Vaughan went to school at Langport, Tom Lammonby from Exeter, James Rue from Taunton, Goldsworthy, Cornishman, Gregory, Devonian, Aldridge, Somerset, Craig Overton, Devon. And so this is played up to mid-off, and Jack Leach from Taunton. So the only imports, if you like, are Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Jake Ball. And Somerset have not invested in an overseas player for the last 3 games of the season, despite the fact that they were they had Miguel Pretorius, although sadly he was injured. He picked up an ankle injury and now he's gone back to South Africa. But it's good to see a really strong core of home-produced players. This is Goldsworthy coming half forward, playing that into the offside. And I'm very grateful, as always, to Steve Pittard for the information that Josh Thomas and Archie Vaughan were not Somerset's youngest ever opening partnership. That honour is bestowed on Marcus Trescothick, who was 17 years and 139 days old, and Mark Lathwell, who was 21 years and 138 days old when they first opened the innings for Somerset. So this is another defensive shot. So Thomas and Vaughan had a combined age of 39. Trescothick and Mark Lathwell, combined age of 38. Thanks very much indeed.
How long did Trescothick and Lathwell open together? Because obviously Lathwell sort of disappeared from view.
Yeah, he did, yeah. And he was very badly treated by England. Mark Lathwell destroyed his confidence,
that
really.
happens sometimes, doesn't it?
He was put into the England side too early and wasn't well looked after.
Another example of somebody coming in too early.
Yes, Porter is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays that defensively into the offside end of the over, 216 for 4. And Marcus Trescothick came into the Somerset side, obviously very young at 17 in 1993, but his form wasn't consistent, so he didn't command a regular place really for the next 5 or 6 years, and before he really blossomed. But he and Mark Lathwell were not only were they a very young opening partnership, they were a very attractive opening partnership as well. They scored their runs very handsomely.
Once Trescothick came in, did he sort of keep his place almost from the start of his career? Coming in very young.
No, I mean, Brian Rose, when he was chairman of the cricket committee, I think it was before the days of directors of cricket, and he insisted that Marcus Trescothick played a game in which he scored a century. Right. And that was in about 1995-96, and that really started Trescothick's career as a Somerset regular.
Here's Thane coming into bowl, and that's just clipped away for a single by Rue, closing in on his 50 here. He's gone to 44, and been a useful little partnership. This, we mentioned that since that big second wicket stand, there've been some mini partnerships, but I'm sure Somerset are looking at another sizable one here to consolidate their position. As we were saying, that they didn't have the best of the afternoon session. It was anything from equalish to Essex just edging it with the 3 wickets. And they want to make the most of these reasonably benign batting conditions that they've got. Stain bowls, it's driven away up into the offside, and there's no run. We've mentioned Durham and Yorkshire for a while. David Bedingham is 80 not out, and they need him because Durham are 197 for 5. So it's going to be fascinating to see what happens when Yorkshire bat there. Will they bat past Durham, or will it be quite a close game on first innings? We shall wait and see.
We'll see.
Yorkshire only need a draw. Durham may need to win, depending on what happens in Southampton, as this is a attempted pull shot. Well, he just pulls out of it at the last minute there, actually, Goldsworthy, because he was looking to go on the pull, and just the way he sort of dropped his shoulders there, maybe he was just pulling out of a shot later on there.
He plays the pull shot well, does Lewis Goldsworthy. Plays the hook shot well as well, with the more horizontal bat.
So Thane again. Comes up to the wicket, bowls, and it's just played defensively into the offside by Goldsworthy. And a little bit of a fight back here by Essex in the afternoon session. It's now 217 for 4. Somerset, who scored exactly 100 runs in the session between lunch and tea, and they lost 3 wickets. Joshua Thomas, who was excellent in his first championship innings, made 86 before being bowled by Porter. And then a big moment for Charlie Bennett, who got his first championship wicket, that of Tom Lammonby, a good one to get. LBW looked a good shout. He was out for 47. And then Tom Kohler-Cadmore came and went before he was caught off Bracewell for 6. James Rew is 44, and Somerset, having won the toss and chosen to bat, still going along pretty well at 217 for 4. No run from that last delivery from Thane, who's certainly keeping it pretty tight and has bowled pretty well today. 14th over, number 43. 1 ball left in this over, and he's kept it pretty quiet. So in terms of keeping an end quiet, he performs that well, pretty well as a 4-seamer. And up to the wicket again, he bowls, and again another accurate delivery, which is just played by Goldsworthy back down the pitch.
He doesn't look the sort of bowler who's going to run through
no.
a batting side, though, does he?
No, and that's, it's what you need a 4-seamer for, isn't it? Some of the top sides, they'll have 4 out-and-out wicket-taking bowlers. You'll get other sides who've got 3, and then the 4th bowler is there just to keep an end tight before it might come into the game for the spinners. At the moment, Thane is sort of trying to get into that former category, but he's probably still in the latter. But as we mentioned his figures earlier, his wicket-taking average is still a little bit high, although he has, I think, benefited from playing a lot of games this season. 221 for 4.
And it's Jamie Porter to bowl another over from the Graham Gooch end. He's bowling to the left-handed James Rew, pulls this, and it'll bring him just a single out to deep backward square leg where Noah Thane is waiting for it. Rew on to 45, 2-2-2 for 4. Somerset, double Nelson.
Give you an example of how perhaps he's not viewed as a sort of natural wicket taker at the moment. When Sussex are on the ropes and the first session of the game at Hove, on a pitch that was doing quite a lot, Tom Westley actually gave a bowl in the morning session to Simon Harmer ahead of Noah Thane, even though it appeared to be an absolute seamer's track at that point.
Porter in and bowls, and Goldsworthy watchfully forward in defence. The sunshine just becoming a little milky, but clouds are high, and it's a very pleasant late afternoon, as warm as it's been all day, just a breeze from the east.
And that was possibly because he was thinking that at that stage Harmer was, even on the first morning of the match, possibly more likely as a wicket-taking option.
Porter bowls, and this is played up to deepish mid-on by Lewis Goldsworthy. Somerset looking to bat big, and hopefully from their point of view to bat once. They've got Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan to bowl spin, and Simon Harmer has been getting the odd one to bounce and turn, not extravagantly. This is still a pretty good batting wicket as Porter bowls. This comes off the inside edge of Goldsworthy's defensive bat out to Matt Critchley, who is just in front of where the square leg umpire would be if the square leg umpire wasn't at point. And the reason that Russell Warren is at point is that he would have the sun in his eyes if he was at square leg.
Sympathy for Jack Leach after that very good performance, of course, in the last match against Hampshire. Not to at least be the second spinner.
Porter in and bowls, and there'll be a run here as that's fielded by Charlie Bennett at backward point.
They are obsessed with their, you want your spin bowlers, but if they can bat, that's more important, even if they're not as good a spin bowler. And of course, Leach gives that variation.
Jacks hardly qualifies as a spin bowler, in all honesty. I mean, he hardly ever gets to bowl for Surrey. I don't know how many wickets he's taken this season, but it's in single figures.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I don't quite see that selection.
It's Porter in and bowls and goes through James Rue with one that cuts back and doesn't bounce very much either. So a little bit of inconsistent bounce out there, but Rue just late on the shot there as much as anything. Just a slightly quicker delivery from Jamie Porter. James Rue survives. He's on 45. Goldsworthy on 16. Somerset 2-2-3 for 4.
Yes, I mean, I can see the thinking, pack the side with batting if you're not going to play a spinner. And the fact
but if you're going to, if something happens to Shoaib Bashir, England are going to need a spin bowler,
particularly in the second half of the Ashes.
And Jacob Bethell and Will Jacks are not, they're nowhere. They're not even county spinners, let alone international ones.
No. I think Sain's going to bowl here with 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg. Comes into bowl, and this is played up towards mid-wicket by Goldsworthy, just moving across his crease.
I suppose if something does happen to Shoaib Bashir, an injury I'm talking about, then they would bring somebody in from outside completely.
But Leach is still the best spinner in the country.
Yeah. I mean, you just look at his figures. Yeah. He's the only one who's got 50 wickets.
Yeah.
50 wickets at 22.76. You can't argue with that.
No.
And not all of them have been taken at Taunton either.
Yes, I wonder what the thinking is there. It does seem an odd selection, as that's a delivery which is hopping down the leg side and just getting inside the line of it. It's left alone by Goldsworthy, who's still on 16, and Rue going along nicely on 45. Yeah, I think the folly of such selections where you pack the side with batting was brutally exposed at the Oval, where a seam bowler went down, and poor old Jamie Overton decided he didn't fancy red ball cricket too much soon after that. And I've got some sympathy with him because he was obviously bowled into the ground with the other 2 seamers who were left. You can't afford that to happen in Perth, as this is played defensively back down the pitch and there's no run.
The other curious thing about the Will Jacks selection is that Shoaib Bashir is an off spinner.
Yes.
Who turns the ball into the right-handers and away from the left-handers. If you were looking for a second spinner, the obvious thing to do would be to look for a spinner who turned it the other way. A slow left armer or a leg spinner. And Jack Leach is a slow left armer, and Rian Ahmed is, instead of which, going for either of those, they go for another off spinner, and not a very good one at that.
I'd have a bit more sympathy if they picked Ahmed. This is driven away nice. That's a good shot. Slightly over pitch ball, and Goldsworthy, who's been sort of waiting for his moment really in this innings, gets one, but he puts away nicely through mid wicket for 4 to go into the 20s, and it's 227 for 4. Fine shot that, and this partnership continues to build.
Yes, I feel very sorry for Jack Leach, but he obviously doesn't feature in England's thinking any longer.
It's a shame that certain players seem to be ignored or just not taken account of. As this is a nice drive. It's a short ball from Thane. We were saying how well he'd been bowling, but he's bowled an over pitch ball, and he's followed it up with a bit of a half tracker.
That was a pie.
Yeah, which has been put away very nicely. And we mentioned that Goldsworthy has had to wait his moment in this innings, hasn't he? He's been very patient, but he's got 2 there, but almost doubled his score. Well, increased it by 30%. 24.
That was pretty dreadful.
And again,
yes, I mean, Hasib Hamid would be another one. He's had a fantastic season, and is averaging, I don't know, his first class average is well over 40.
I can't remember when I said it.
You've got Zach Crawley.
I said to somebody that if
comes
Hamid,
off about once in every 6 innings.
Yeah. I did think at one point if Hamid doesn't get picked for England, Notts might win the championship. And it was obvious to think that, though. That's a delivery which is nice. A much better ball from Thane. A good comeback delivery which beats Goldsworthy outside the off stump. So well done to Noah Thane after a couple of indifferent ones. He's put one right in the right place there. 231 for 4. Goldsworthy is there on 24 and Rue on 45. And this partnership, starting to build nicely for Somerset, who are looking for another significant stand to match the one they have for the second wicket.
I did suggest mischievously on Facebook that perhaps Will Jacks had got the call because he's a particularly good golfer. But golfing prowess seems to be quite a qualification for England selection.
You're right. They shouldn't really be thinking about. If we put Bethel in the side, that's a half a spinning option. It's not really going to work in Australia, is
not.
it? Yeah.
He's never going to play as the only spinner in an England Test side. Well, if he did, it'd be completely bonkers to do that.
But I think what they might do in Perth in particular, and possibly in Brisbane, which I think is the day-night test of the pink balls, they might even look at 5 seamers, including Stokes.
Very likely. Here's Critchley to bowl his leg breaks, and that's driven nicely by Rue, but only as far as short extra cover. Nice to see a leg break bowler operating from the Graham Gooch end. Nice to see a leg breaker operating in red ball cricket as opposed to trying to keep the scores down in white ball cricket, as that's driven handsomely away between mid-off and extra cover by James Rue for 4 runs, which takes him on to 14. It's 50. I thought it probably was 50 to James Rue. 51 from, as he looks around, 106 balls and 59 minutes. And it is, I will reveal to you shortly, as Critchley bowls to him again, he turns this into the onside, and there won't be a run. It's his 5th 50 of the season to go with 3 centuries.
That's a pretty good return, isn't it?
And yes, he's staking a claim for England selection as he comes right forward defensively to that ball from Critchley. What he was averaging before this game, 45.7, so his average will be pushing up towards 50. As Critchley bowls, back on his stumps, turning this down to short fine leg on the 45, where it's fielded by Charlie Bennett. And there is no run. And scoring runs in County Championship is not easy, particularly in early season. That's turned to the Bennett again by the square leg umpire. April was pretty dry this year, but
we had
there's some quality seam attacks in the first division, and tough to cope with early season conditions.
Right, I'm going to make way for Sophia. I'll see you in about half an hour or so. And it's 2:35 for 4. This good partnership continues to build for Somerset.
Yep, with Goldsworthy on 24 and James Rue on. Well, the scoreboard had him on 51. They've now put him back to 49, which is not very helpful for commentator. So he hasn't actually scored his 5th 50 of the season, or is it his 4th, James Rue? But hopefully he will before too much longer. We're going to have another over from Noah Thane. It will be, yes, it will be his 5th if he gets there, but he's not on strike. It's Lewis Goldsworthy, and he clips this down, just gets the bottom inside edge of the bat onto that, and it flies away down to the fine leg boundary for 4 bonus runs. 239 for 4. Lewis Goldsworthy on 228.
Yeah, this is proving to be a good partnership for Somerset, isn't it?
It is. Essex.
Felt like with Cola Cadmore sort of going cheaply, they had an inroad Essex, and Rue and Goldsworthy have really stopped them in their tracks this afternoon.
It's Thane into Goldsworthy, who turns this into the onside, but Paul Walter is there at short mid-wicket to do the fielding. Yes, they batted. It's not been spectacular cricket recently, but very pragmatic batting from both Goldsworthy and Rue, keeping the good balls out and hitting the bad ones for 4. And there have been a few more bad balls since tea than there were in the afternoon session, when I thought Essex kept it pretty tight, restricting Somerset to 100 runs in 34 overs. That's pushed out into the offside, and there won't be a run. Just the 2 slips. Wander around the ground at tea times. Good crowd in here today. I saw one gentleman wearing a Somerset tie. Full marks for that.
Saw a Somerset bucket hat earlier.
Yep. It's Thane to Goldsworthy, who takes his bat away at the very last moment. He did actually manage to just lift it out of the path of that delivery from Noah Thane, which was quite well outside the off stump. Shadows just beginning to lengthen, the shadows of the floodlight pylons stretching out across the outfield. The outfield, which I can reveal to you, is 1.3 hectares in extent. The playing area, that is, as this is defended by Goldsworthy. The entire field of play, including the runoff areas, is, I think, 1.8 hectares. There's a very useful information sheet which has been posted on the window of our commentary box. I must confess, I never realised exactly. It's 1.3 hectares, which is about 3 acres. Just probably short of 3 acres. That's Thane bowls, and this is cut away for 4 runs. I was looking for a cover sweeper, but there isn't one. And that was short and wide from Noah Thane. That's what I was talking about. Just the odd bad ball creeping in from the Essex bowlers in recent overs. Score moves on to 243 for 4. Goldsworthy on to 40. No, how many has he got?
32.
He's 32.
Yeah.
That's that over from Noah Thane comes to a conclusion. Matt Critchley's going to bowl another over from the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Thane is probably getting a little bit tired now. He's bowled quite a lot of overs today than probably he normally bowls, considering obviously they normally do have Snater or Cook and sometimes both of them.
Well, prior to this, he bowled 154 overs in the season. This is driven by Rue without any timing. By comparison, Simon Harmer has bowled 469 overs before today's game. Critchley bowls and floats this one up above the eye line, and that is James Rue's 50. Apologies for the false alarm earlier on. Not my fault. It was the scoreboard which credited him with 51. He's now got 50 from 89 balls with 5 fours, and it's his 5th 50 of what's been a very good season for him. Critchley to Goldsworthy, it's shorter and quicker, played to the imposing figure of Paul Walter. All 6 foot 6 inches of him standing there at short extra cover. Critchley bowls, tosses this one up, turned up to mid-on, and there won't be a run.
Yeah, he's a fine player of his, James Rowe. It's very elegant again. Say that a
Goldsworthy
lot
forward.
about left-handers, but
Yeah, he's not so stylish as
not quite
Tom Lammonby.
No.
Doesn't flow in quite the way that Lammonby does. Oh, well, that's a good ball from Critchley. It had Goldsworthy in two minds as to whether to come forward or hang back. In the end, he did neither and was grateful just to keep it out of his stumps. End of that over, 244 for 4, 32 to Goldsworthy and 50 to James Rowe.
It's been a pretty conservative innings from him, though. He's not really played any of his lavishing shots that he's got on offer. Hasn't really sweat much.
All of those shots that he was taught at King's College, Taunton.
Yeah, there's quite a few good reverse sweepers that's come out of.
Absolutely. Well,
King's,
Josh Butler was
My-
one of the originators
Tom
of it.
Banton, my brother loves a reverse sweep.
Yeah, he
Rowe.
certainly does. Yeah, I've seen your brother play the reverse sweep for Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's
Against
definitely
Somerset.
one of his favourite shots,
Yeah.
and it's the same with Rowe, Banton, Butler. Yeah, they've all got it, and the scoop.
And the younger Rowe is an even more prolific
Yeah, I have seen
scooper
some
and
of his
reverse
shots.
sweeper
I've
than,
seen some
than
of
his
his
elder brother.
reels.
Yeah.
I saw him hit a lovely shot over, I think it's extra cover or cover in the 50 overs.
He's
6.
well, he's a terrific prospect. I guess he'll be playing county championship cricket after he's done his A levels next June, and I would confidently expect him to be a regular in all forms for Somerset.
Yeah, he looks very good.
He certainly does, and an interesting contrast with his elder brother as well. As we've got Simon Harmer coming back into the attack to bowl to James Rowe, who's forward defending, back up the offside
So
of the pitch.
interesting that they're both keepers as well.
Yeah,
Surely you'd think one's a keeper and one wouldn't be, but
I'm not sure who is the
the
better one, as James Rowe is forward defensively. I do think, though, if Thomas Rowe does come into the side, I'm sure he will, there's an opportunity for Somerset to give Thomas Rowe the gloves and allow James Rowe to concentrate on his batting, because it's as a specialist batsman as Harmer bowls, and this is turned into the onside, there won't be run. It's as a specialist batsman that James Rowe, if he's going to play for England, will play for England. I can't see anybody usurping Jamie Smith in the wicketkeeper batsman role for a good few years, as this is pushed into a gap on the offside for James Rowe's 51st.
Yeah, he's
run.
definitely in contention to be.
Well, we know he,
Yeah,
because I mean he was
stuff.
called up, wasn't he, as the spare batsman for the test against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, definitely.
So he and Jordan Cox really are sort of the next two cabs on the rank.
Yeah, Rowe is definitely probably a better keeper, to be honest. Cox is an
Yeah.
outstanding fielder, to be fair to him.
Brilliant fielder, yeah, but that's turned into the onside. There's no run.
Rowe does offer that left-handed batting, which is gold dust
Yeah.
in cricket.
Harmer in and bowls, and this goes past the outside edge of Lewis Goldsworthy's defensive push. That presumably was the arm ball, and just went on with the arm, and Goldsworthy maybe playing for a little bit of spin, and beat him on the outside edge, but he survives. 245 for 4. Rowe has 51 and Goldsworthy has 32. But yes, it's remarkable the number of cricketers that King's College Taunton has produced up, because we've been talking about the Somerset ones. There's Nathan Gilchrist as well as
Sonny Baker.
Sonny Baker.
But George Thomas, is he still?
No, he's
Is it
gone to
Sussex now?
Sussex, I think.
Played,
Yeah,
Did he play Metro Bank? I think he might have. Did he?
yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Critchley in the bowls to Rowe, who, with a turn of the wrists, plays this out to deep square leg by Noah Thane. Fields 246 for 4.
Yeah, They're very much all of a certain age, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sort of.
This is tossed up, and Goldsworthy plays that defensively. And it was really Joss Butler really was the first.
Yeah,
of
definitely the first. And
this sort of generation of King's College cricketers. Oh, and this is it. Oh, I thought that was a caught and bowled, but it was a bump ball. Crowd catch, hit hard into the ground by Goldsworthy. This is, again, that's almost a carbon copy of it, and this time the commentator was not deceived.
Seeing good arrows though here, Critchley.
Yeah, nice to see a
Giving
leg
away
spinner
too many
operating.
boundary balls.
Somerset women, of course, have got their leg spinner in Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yes, they have.
Batted against her.
I have, yes.
She a bit of a handful. This is driven nicely, but no run.
Yeah, she is, definitely.
She's quite a character, isn't she?
She is quite the character.
Yeah, she's had a really good season for the Somerset women, who rather struggled in without Heather Knight and Charlie Dean not being regularly available either. It's a young team, but developing.
Yeah.
Do you think it's been a good move away from the the regional teams to counties?
Yeah,
or
definitely.
do you miss Western Storm?
I mean, I miss some of the girls.
Well, Western
for sure.
Storm was, they're a very successful outfit. It's
They
a
were
shame
definitely
that
more successful before I came along.
No.
Yeah, they were definitely a bit more successful sort of years prior to sort of my era.
Yeah.
Towards the back end, I came in towards the back end.
Harbour Bowls. This is driven by Rue. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary for Simon Harmer, so it's just the one run, 247 for 4.
Yeah, I'd say I missed probably the girls the most out of it, but yeah, I think it is definitely the right move. I think it's nice for the girls to have that clarity in terms of where they're going to be training and playing.
This is shorter and quicker from Harmer, and Goldsworthy plays it defensively up the onside of the pitch.
And I guess it's the affiliation. I think a lot of people, when you'd speak to about I play for Western Storm, you'd have to explain what that meant.
Yeah.
Whereas if you say you're at Somerset or Essex, people understand.
This is driven back to Simon Harmer, who threatens to throw the stumps down and sends Goldsworthy scurrying back into his crease. Simon Harmer looking very cool in his shades. He's in again, gives this one a bit more air. He varies his flight nicely, Harmer, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Even on a pitch which
speaking
isn't
to
offering him very
he-
much.
He always is that one step ahead of the batter. I feel he's very, very smart in the way he sets batters up, and when you speak to him, he's so knowledgeable.
Goldsworthy coming right forward to a good length ball outside his off stump, spinning back into him, so he has to be watchful. Harmer with a forward short leg and a slip, his close fielders. And that, again, good ball, well played by Lewis Goldsworthy. End of an over, another good over from Simon Harmer. And at the end of it, Somerset 247 for 4. This partnership is now worth 1663 for the 5th wicket. So, good partnership, and they've not been taking the attack apart or anything like it, just been playing very pragmatically. That Critchley to bowl another over from the Graham Gooch end. This is driven away wristily through the covers for 4 runs by James Rue. That wasn't his trademark off drive. That was played with, it was more a Joss Butler style or
Very
Tom
sort of
Banton.
hockey-like,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
absolutely.
But almost like he was slapped it.
Yeah.
Hockey slap. It was very, very good wrists, and that's probably why he's so good at reverse sweeping. That shot shows just how strong wristed he is.
Critchley in and bowls again. This time Rue's turning this away through the onside. There'll be 2 runs here, as the throw comes in. And Roux goes on to 59. Yes, his trademark cover drive. He plays with a vertical bat, and it's almost a sort of punch through the offside. It's very stylish as that's defended into the offside, picked up by the wicket-keeper. But that one was sort of Banton-esque or Butler-esque. Modern shot as Roux stretches right forward, gets his right foot right out to the pitch of that ball from Matt Critchley. He's got all the shots as James Roux, even if he doesn't choose to play them in red ball cricket. There's a single here as he turns that into mid-wicket, and Harmer has to go round to his left to field. 254 for 4. Roux onto 60. He's developing though as a white ball cricketer as well, James Roux. He hasn't played very much T20 cricket yet. This is short and cut, but there's a fielder out. So it's just a single to Goldsworthy, who's on to 33, 255 for 4. But I think Somerset have looked after James Roux really well. They haven't thrown him into the cauldron of T20 cricket too early. They've allowed him to, develop his defensive technique. And if you've got a good, solid defensive technique, you can build any number of strokes onto that.
Definitely, I'm a big believer in that. I mean, I got taught the old-fashioned way from my grandpa, so yeah, I'm glad I was brought up that way and not the way I guess it's more modern.
Yeah.
I didn't learn the fancy shots until I was much older, and God, yeah, I got drilled the forward defence.
Well,
off the cone
it's the foundation
years.
of batsmanship. As this is pushed into a gap on the offside by Goldsworthy for a single. 256 for 4. Harmer wheeling away from this Sir Alistair Cook end. This is driven nicely by James Roux, but cut off by Tom Wesley at a deepish mid-off. Batting point for Somerset, so they go on to 176 points. Sighs of relief around the county ground in Taunton on Saturday when the news came through that the points penalty for the Durham pitch was only 4. Rather than the 20 that had been rumoured. Harmer in bowls to Roux, drives nicely away through the offside. There are runs here. It will be cut off by Noah Thane down just to the right of the pavilion. He comes through for 2 runs. 258 for 4. Roux on to 62. Harmer in bowls. This is driven again without much timing this time from James Roux.
Charlie Anderson is really in the firing line there. What is that? Short, silly cover or silly
yeah.
cover?
Yeah,
God
that's a
knows
very
what it is.
unusual.
But he's gone in there, and the first 2 balls have been drive balls.
He's a very forward short leg now to the right-hander. As Harmer bowls, and this is outside the off-stump quicker ball, but too wide for Goldsworthy to have to play a shot at it. Looks like Jamie Porter just doing some loosening exercises down at short fine leg as Goldsworthy comes forward as if to drive that through the covers, changes his mind, just turns it into the onside. Picked up by Paul Walter. End of that over. 259 for 4. 34 to Goldsworthy. 63 to James Roux. As Simon Harmer comes jogging down to take up his fielding position at long leg it will be, because James Roux will be on strike, the left-hander. Very pleasant late afternoon here at Chelmsford. Neither of these sides really either with ambition, well, no, The Championship is now beyond Somerset, and relegation is virtually beyond Essex, I think. And it's a sort of pitch on which both sides, I think, would be happy to go away from with a high-scoring draw. 8 points each, a few bonus points. Critchley to bowl. Reverse sweep! There it goes! James Rew showing how to execute the reverse sweep. First one of his innings, and he absolutely nails it for 4 runs.
Yeah, almost picked up on the half volley there, wasn't it? It was very full from Critchley, and we just had to place it behind square. He didn't really have to climb into it too much, just leant on it. It's flown down the boundary.
Moves on to 67, 263 for 4. Critchley to Rew. Tosses this one up. It's a full toss. Not timed by Rew. Should really have put that away to the boundary as well. Instead, it's just a single as Simon Harmer picks up from mid-off. 68 to Rew. 264 for 4.
First sign of, I guess, different shot. We've seen a couple of overs ago, Goldsworthy run down the wicket to Harmer, showing a little bit more aggression, although for Rew, the reverse sweep is...
Critchley bowls and Goldsworthy defends. Slip in the short leg, close catches.
Pretty safe for Rew, isn't it, the reverse sweep?
Yeah, he does play it very well. This is driven at, up to mid-off and hit too firmly for them to be able to steal a single. There's a murmur of conversation in the crowd in front of us. This is shorter and put away through the offside by Goldsworthy, but it's only going to be a single. Oh, it isn't. Oh, it should have been a single. It's gone for 4. Noah Thane, hang your head in shame. That was very, very poor. He must just have taken his eye off the ball to see if they were going to come back for a second run, and in so doing allowed it to slip through his fingers and over the boundary rope. So Goldsworthy on to 38, 268 for 4.
This is where Essex just need to settle in, get a wicket here. They need to get up and about a bit more.
As Critchley bowls, and this is driven uppish, well, on the bounce, I think that was. It's Charlie Bennett tries to make the stop at short extra cover, but it's backed up at mid-off by Tom Wesley, and that's the end of another over. 268 for 4. Yeah, it was lackadaisical, that from Noah Thane.
Yeah, it's, as I said, it's probably just drifted off a bit on the boundary. Been bowling
Can't afford to do that.
Overs, and exactly, you can't afford to do that, and especially when Essex are in real need of a wicket here. They need to get up and about. They need to try and break this partnership, and stuff like that is going to hurt you.
They do seem, though, to have sort of settled for containment, Essex. I mean, I know they've got a severely depleted bowling attack. They've got Simon Harmer, they've got Jamie Porter. But, you know, the aim does seem to be more to contain the batsman, hope for a batsman error, rather than trying to force the issue. Although Simon Harmer would probably differ from that, as he bowls to James Rew, plays that defensively into the offside, and there's no run. But they look like a side, Essex, at the moment, who haven't got a huge amount to play for. This is tossed up and driven away, but it'll only be a single, as this time Noah Thane makes the stop.
I was just about to say, don't speak too soon.
And there is no ironical cheering from behind him either, which suggests that there aren't too many Somerset fans in the pavilion area. 269 for 4. Harmer bowls, and Goldsworthy comes forward and then just turns the wrists on that to make sure it goes down into the pitch, picked up by Charlie Allison from that forward short leg position. Harmer, and this one, good ball, and again has Goldsworthy in two minds as to whether to come forward or hang back. He was plunging forward towards it and then realised he wasn't going to get there.
Yeah, there's just been one or two that's just bounced a bit more
Yeah.
on Goldsworthy.
This is quicker from Harmer, and Goldsworthy plays it into the onside. And there's no run.
And that's the one he'll be looking for, Harmer, is that one that just bounces, catches the edge and falls to Allison at short leg.
He's there, tosses this one up. Varying his flight nicely is Simon Harmer. A master of his craft. Even if he has been rather superseded in South African Test ranks. But very, very high quality off spinner. What's happening elsewhere? Hampshire 71 for 1, replying to Surrey's dismal 147 all out. Warwickshire 142 for 5 at Trent Bridge, so Nottinghamshire on top there. And Sussex 183 for 4, so they're already 60 ahead of Sussex's. Oh, the new ball! I've forgotten all about the new ball. That's why Jamie Porter was was doing some stretches. I've lost track of where we are in terms of who's on commentary as well, but I will rely on Nick Ledhill, who's producer as well as commentator, for telling me when my time is up.
My Porter and Bracewell were warming up.
Yep.
Both of them are probably going to come on.
Right, this could be interesting.
This is where
could be wickets.
Porter did the damage against Durham last time with the new ball late in the day.
He's in and bowls to James Rew, punches this away through the offside. Charlie Allison goes in hot pursuit, but the ball is going to win. It's quite quick, the outfield in that area, because the ball sort of gathers pace over the practice pitches out towards the...
It's a bit of a loosener, isn't it, from Porter? It's back of a length, it's wide, and it's easy pickings for James Rew, and he's got his iron.
There's a poster out there for a well-known Somerset cider maker. Didn't know that they were big in Essex, but they obviously are. It's Porter in and bowls to Rew, turns that into the onside. Rew on to 73 with that fall through the covers. I wonder, is there a county side that particular cider manufacturer does not sponsor? Next time I see the main man, who I know very well, I shall ask him. But they are great supporters of well, sports of all sorts, rugby and football as well as cricket. Porter in, bowls, and Rew comes forward. Can actually see that it's a new ball, can't we?
It's glistening.
Yeah.
The sun is glistening off that ball.
The shadow of the floodlight pylon way on the far side of the ground is now almost stretched as far as the opposite, diametrically opposite boundary. But the light is good, conditions are good. We should be finishing pretty much on time. This is driven on the bounce back to the bowler who doesn't take it cleanly, and there's no run. It's got a sense of autumn about it though, isn't it? Late afternoon. As Porter has bowled all his overs from that Graham Gooch end. This is driven nicely by Rew, but fielded at deepish mid-on. James Rew, I think, just looking to play a few more shots.
Yeah, Porter here just needs to settle himself in. It took him a couple of overs against Durham, as I said, last game here at home. He was on fire with the new ball. We'll be looking to get a couple of wickets before the end of day today.
He's in bowls to Rew, plays around his front pad. It comes off the thick inside edge down to long leg for a single, which means that James Rew will keep the strike. He moves on to 74 from 113 deliveries And just going through the gears at the moment is James Rew. Somerset on 274 for 4, have one batting point in the bag, and potential for 2, 3, 4 possibly.
It's a good job he got some bat on that, actually.
Yeah, there was some excitement from the bowler, wasn't there?
Yeah, if he had missed that, he would have been in trouble, but thankfully the big edges on these bats now. We're going to see Bracewell come on from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yep, Somerset batsman using a Somerset bat as well, I'm delighted to be able to say. Although the willow might very well have come from somewhere other than Somerset, but the bat maker is based at the county ground. So it's Mr. Bracewell, the New Zealand Test player, 35 years old, born in the Bay of Plenty. 28 tests for New Zealand. He's in to bowl to Rew, who plays a loose shot to a ball wide outside the off stump, and he just raises his left hand as if to apologise to his batting partner, because that was a loose shot, just momentary loss of concentration. Could have cost him his wicket, and he'd have been kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion if he'd got out to that. 2 slips with second slip Simon Harmer, quite well advanced from Dean Elgar at first slip. There's Bracewell's in and bowls, and that is the end of James Rew, and that was a better ball from Bracewell, but Rew didn't really need to play a shot at it, and he just rather hung his bat outside the off stump, and he is indeed now kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion, although, as I said, it wasn't quite as culpable as if he got himself out to the previous delivery, but that's still very disappointing for James Rew. He looked nailed on for a century, but he's gone for 74, and Somerset now 274 for 5.
That's a big wicket for Essex. It brings them back in the game here. They can sneak a couple more wickets with the new ball here before close of play. Give them an opening.
Oh, he's walking very, very slowly back to the pavilion.
It's a very slow
Rew.
walk.
Well, a King's College boy is succeeded by a Millfield boy. 2 great Somerset cricket nurseries. Casey Aldridge, fresh from his career best 180 against Hampshire last week. A very handsome innings that was. Casey Aldridge playing his last game for Somerset before moving up the A1 to Chester Street in Durham.
It's quite the trip up there. Whoa.
Certainly is. It's
Yeah, that was a
why
shock. We've
wouldn't
never
break.
played there before until obviously now that Durham have a tier 1.
Yeah,
You realise just how far away it is. It's a lovely place, Durham. It's beautiful, but it is.
it's just a long way away.
journey.
It wouldn't break my heart if Durham were actually if Durham go down with Worcestershire, because it means I don't have to drive the 330 miles, which it is from Langport
Yeah,
and
it's,
Somerset to Chester Street.
Probably further from Somerset than it is from Essex. I don't
It
know.
is, yeah. Right, well, that was a bit of a surprise, because James Rew, as I was saying, was just looking, I think, to play a little bit more expansively. But this one pitched on a good length, leaving him, and he played an indeterminate sort of push at it and paid the price. So it's Bracewell to Aldridge, who's played that with defensive bat angled down out into the offside. Casey Aldridge, that 100 last week, did his average power of good. He's now got 275 runs in 9 innings, so he'd only scored 95 runs in 8 innings before that 180, but he's now averaging 34.4.
Crazy how one score can really make a difference, can't it?
This is turned away into the onside for his first run, so it'll just be a single as Porter is there to do the fielding. Well, Tom Banton, of course, started the season with 371 against Worcestershire, but he's only added another, I'll have to work it out, 29, 358 runs in 16 innings since then. Yes, this is Bracewell to Goldsworthy, plays that defensively. It has to be said he's had not much luck, Tom Banton. He's still averaging just under 45. But after such a magnificent start to the season, he hasn't quite gone on. But although he's back in the England setup, playing in both the, he's been chosen for both the T20 and the one-day international squads for New Zealand, as this is played defensively.
I do think that's good. I do think he's a very, very good player. I think he's very talented.
I'm getting the signal from Nick Ledhill that my time is up, so I'm going to take a break. That'll be after some words from Sophia Smale.
This is the ideal start for Essex here with the new ball. Bracewell with a wicket early in his first over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Porter will look to back it up. His first over was not quite as on the money as he'd like, Porter, but was very good with the new ball last time.
Well bowled Bracewell there, because he just indicated how he bowls. He does bowl some 4 balls, but he also bowls some genuine wicket-taking ones, doesn't he?
Yes.
And that
He
was
looked on the money there with the new ball, so.
And useful wicket for Essex to take. 275 for 5 as Porter bowls, and that's played defensively by Aldridge back down the pitch. And I would say quite a necessary wicket for Essex to take, because I'm not saying there'd be a bit of nervousness around the ground looking at the other scores, but Durham are now 245 for 6, and they've got a very decent partnership going between Beddingham 93 and Ben Rain, who did so well here 2 weeks ago, 33, and those two have added 42 so far for the 7th wicket, as that's played defensively back down the pitch. So Durham are about to start getting batting points, and then we've got the little matter of Hampshire 85 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 147. So there's going to be eyes there on what sort of score Hampshire can get, and will they build a match-winning lead? How many batting points will they get? Sussex are doing fine because they bowled Worcestershire out, and they're heading for a match-winning lead there in that one, as that's driven away. Oh, it's a good-looking shot between cover and mid-off. That's going to go for 4. Lovely shot that from Aldridge. Beautiful placement. And it goes along to 5, 279 for 5. Worcestershire 123 all out, Sussex 198 for 4, and there we have an unbroken partnership of 121 between James Cole's 89 and John Simpson 52. So it looks like Sussex are building a match-winning lead there, which should put them out of any danger. So Essex could do with as many bowling points as possible here, and that wicket therefore was very useful, as that's steered away into the offside, and there's going to be no addition to the score as Aldridge stays on 5. Not saying I'm starting to get a bit nervous there, Sophia, but it's one of those situations where you just have to keep your eye on what's going on, because there is that one danger for Essex that if they did get bowled out for less than 250 and a couple of the other results go the other way, and they don't get maximum bowling points, it could get a bit nervy. So that wicket was a very useful one to take at that point. Here's Porter again, comes into bowl. It's a lovely delivery. There's almost another bonus point there, because that was not far away from the edge of Aldridge's bat. Another fine piece of bowling from Jamie Porter, who once again has bowled very well here today.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I feel like if they can get Somerset 6, 7, 8 down here, just gets them back in the game. I think that Goldsworthy-Roux partnership was.
Yeah, the danger
starting to get away from
it looked
Essex.
like at one point Essex might only get one bowling point. That's why that fifth wicket's so important. Has played back down the pitch, and Porterfield's in his follow through. So we've got 13 overs left today. Time was really made up very quickly by the pairing of Critchley and Harmer. It will slow down a little bit because of the new ball, but they were really rattling along. Goldsworthy 38, Aldridge 5, 279 for 5. A tale of two big partnerships for Somerset, and if they can get another one from this pair over next, then they're going to put themselves in a pretty strong position in the game. I'm not sure, just looking at this pitch, Sophia, there's still a little bit in it for the bowlers at times, but put it in the right place. We've seen movement for Porter, and with the new ball especially, Bracewell getting that wicket in the last over, you know, you can still see ways in which this game might develop.
I definitely think, especially with the new ball, there'll definitely be a little bit on offer.
Bracewell bowls. That's just played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run for Goldsworthy there, who's now becomes, with Roux having gone, he becomes the senior partner.
I think what will be interesting to see is later on in the days if we'll see any turn. There's not been much on offer really, has there?
No.
Today, but
It does.
obviously with Simon Harmer at Essex and Jack Leach at Somerset.
Ringfield, 6 saving 1. This is played up towards mid-on. Just getting into line there, Goldsworthy, and playing it nicely. 2 slips, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. In fact, the square leg is almost a wide mid-wicket. And then we've got a long leg down on the boundary. Just looking to see if there's anybody out sweeping on the offside now. It's probably accounted for everybody virtually, that. It has, yes. Here's the next delivery, which is driven nicely, but straight to Wesley at mid-off. And there is no run. So coming up towards 5 o'clock, on, of course, everything half an hour ahead of where it normally would be. And it's been quite an interesting, engaging day, hasn't it? A good pitch for batting, but not overwhelmingly to the extent the bowlers have been totally shut out of things. Chances have been created, but 1 or 2 full shots, some fine strokes as well. It's Bracewell as well, and that's again the delivery which I think the batsman there was trying to play a lot straighter when it went. It flew away off a bit of a leading edge, square into the offside. We've seen a bit of that today, just examining the end of his bat a bit ruefully there, Goldsworthy on 38.
Yeah, Bracewell looks good here.
Yep, it's been a good start to him.
Here.
Actually, started probably better in this innings than he did in the first innings. Actually, with the first new ball, where he was a little bit erratic at the
Yeah,
start.
it was definitely. I'd say it was a bit poor in his first spell, wasn't he? Gave
Yeah,
a
it was
lot
a bit of a mix.
drive balls to Josh Thomas, but
This is pushed up into the
looks more
offside.
probing here.
The problem is there wasn't enough support for Porter probably in that first session, whereas since lunch there's been a little bit more. Well, obviously we've seen the seamers as well, as spinners as well, and they've been tidy. Harmer's posed the odd problem, but essentially Somerset's position to bat first on this pitch has certainly been backed up, and say that there have been times here at Chelmsford in September where a bit of dampness around, you just insert the opposition for a 10:30 start, but not today. This is again tight line from Bracewell. He's being very accurate at the moment. And Goldsworthy plays back down the pitch and maiden over. 2 for 59 in 16, 279 for 5. We're just keeping an eye. We've got 12 overs left in the day, so the over rate's suddenly slowing down with the introduction of the new ball. So, yeah, we'll also keep an eye on that 110 overs tomorrow morning, because how many points particularly can Essex take as they look to secure their status in Division 1. Sun is trying to get through the cloud away to our right. It's having a bit of a half and half battle at the moment. The cloud's just about thick enough to cause it to only sort of be a bit of a mirage at the moment.
Yeah, it'll soon get pretty cold once that sun goes
Yes,
in.
it's one of those days we need to bring all sorts of clothing to counter for everything that you might come across. As here Porter bowls, and that's played up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's Aldridge on strike on 5, fresh off the back of that big 100 last week. The other participant in that, of course, is not playing in this game, Tom Abel. Now, a second Hampshire wicket has gone down, and it's Dan Lawrence, actually, the part-time spinner, who's bowled Nick Gubbins for 24, so 89 for 2. They trail by 58. 2 slips waiting as Porter bowls. It's played away into the offside, and there's no run. It'd be ironic if it's Lawrence who takes a bag of wickets after signing the new
Beddingham's out as well at Durham.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for Yorkshire to take.
At Leeds. Yeah, it's a big wicket, 93.
Yeah, and they've certainly missed him here a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, fine player, as Anthony was saying earlier. Their top order batting looked a little bit light without him in the last game we saw here. 279 for 5 as Porter comes in to bowl, and it's driven away on the bounce just past Porter's outstretched hand and goes to mid-off, and there's no run. So yes, nervy time certainly. Now we know there is going to be relegation. It could be, even if Hampshire just get a lead of 100 there, that might be very useful, even if they don't get many batting points. Remember, if they win the game, that's probably going to be enough for them. As Porter comes in to bowl, that's a good delivery which beats the Aldridge outside the off stump. In fact, yeah, it's just bounced round about off stump and actually moved away from him. Terrific piece of new ball bowling from Jamie Porter.
And that one's really carried through.
Yeah, just an indication there was a little bit in it for the bowlers here.
Yeah, quite a few of them recently off Porter haven't really carried that much, but that one flew through to the keeper, Simon Fernandez.
Porter at the end of his run-up, 11 overs left after this. 2 slips and 5 saving 1. And oh, that's a loose shot. That is a loose shot. He was perhaps after the last ball, Aldridge there was in a scrambled brain as he was reaching to that outside the off stump and fortunate not to get an edge.
Yeah, it's probably not the shot when it's swinging a little bit and with the new ball. And
just a sense from 1 or 2 in the crowd, but there's a chance for Essex to get another wicket quickly here, and you feel if they could get one soon, it increases their chances of getting the full haul of bowling points.
Yeah, I feel like they just need to get a bit more up and about in the field here, because Porter and Bracewell are bowling okay.
They are, Porter bowls, and that's again defensive shot from Aldridge, but a little bit of movement with the new ball, which Somerset will be taking note of. 279 for 5, a maiden over for Porter, Goldsworthy 38 and Aldridge 5, and yes, so that's a Yorkshire wicket. Durham 246 for 7. Durham yet to get a point today, but closing in on 1. And just reading up at the moment, Durham 140, Hampshire 145, Yorkshire 148, Essex 151, Sussex 153, and moving into a winning position. We mentioned the blast and had a good old discussion about the 100, Sophia. The 50 overs, how do you define that? Obviously, it wasn't a success for the side, but that longer format, how do you define that this year?
Yeah, good. It's obviously a big competition in women's cricket. As
Bracewell comes in to bowl and steered away along the ground for at least 2, being chased back by Allison towards the third man boundary. They've got the second run, and they're thinking of a third and deciding against it. Goldsworthy up by 2, and he's in the 40s, 281 for 5. Yes, it was a competition in which it's had quite a long break in the middle, didn't it? Obviously for the early season and then late season.
Yeah, I think it worked pretty well, to be fair, and yeah, I thought there was, again, as I said earlier, I thought the competition was good all in all, and I thought it worked pretty well, sort of that 2 blocks.
Yeah. Bracewell bowls, and that's played up into the offside. So as a bowler, as a spin bowler, you adjust your thinking about what you're trying to do in the 50 overs compared to the shortest form, where you know they're going to look to get after you? Or are you thinking, you're going to sort of bowl to the same sort of disciplines?
Definitely think differently when you're bowling in 50 over cricket than T20. I'd always try and look to hit top of off stump and 50 over and try and settle in on my line and length. In T20 cricket, you have to try and be one step ahead of the batter. This is driven away nicely. It hits the stumps at a non-striker's end. And a very recent game, we saw Essex get a wicket with that. In fact, it was a 50 over match where a ball from Porter was deflected onto the stumps. But it didn't happen on this time, but it was a fine straight drive from Goldsworthy on 40. Some good contributions from Somerset today. Vaughan out cheaply, but Thomas 86, his first championship innings. Lammonby 47. Roux 74, and now Goldsworthy unbeaten on 40. 281 for 5. They'll still feel Somerset. They can add a few more here. Get this up towards 400. And then hope to do some work with a new ball. Bracewell coming in with 2 slips, and the sun trying to pierce through clouds, played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So if you're just joining us, 6 minutes past 5. BBC Essex here with BBC Radio Somerset, Nick Leadhill, Anthony Gibson and Sophia Smale from the Essex women's side. And it's been an interesting and usually for most of the time very engaging first day here on a decent batting wicket, but not one that doesn't offer anything to the seamers. And we've seen some good innings and some good wickets for Essex as well. 281 for 5 as Bracewell bowled a short ball, and just getting inside that, he's thinking there, Goldsworthy, of whipping it away into the onside, but he doesn't make any contact, and there's no run. 281 for 5. Those are the ones that can just get you out, can't they? Straggled down the leg side, but luckily he's not got a feather on it. I think Ollie Robinson in the last game here got caught down the leg side. I think it might have been Jamie Porter.
Here's a bouncer, which is fairly ineffective. It sort of pitches very much in the half of Bracewell and loops over the right shoulder of Aldridge. He doesn't have too much to do with it. 5 to him. Goldsworthy 42, 81 for 5. 10 overs to go. And yeah, I mean, so the 50 overs, obviously there's a bit to work on as for the side for next year, and it try and be a bit more successful in that, because it wasn't quite as good as the 20 overs in terms of the ratio of wins that you got.
I think both.
I think you did pretty well in the 20. But you're disappointed as a side, I can tell that.
I think we came second last, so
yeah, but
I don't think that's giving good. But yeah,
it was quite tight in the middle of a table.
I think yeah, our performances probably weren't good enough this year.
Yeah.
We are a young side. We don't have any England players, and
yes,
that doesn't always help us.
Has played defensively up into the offside. I mean, Lauren Winfield Hill, her impact at times, you could tell her class at the
definitely,
top of the order,
but unfortunately, she's a Yorkshire player.
Yeah, and Yorkshire are going to be. When do Yorkshire come into the
next year?
Oh, right.
They've already made some really good signings. So they've got Jess Jonathan as their overseas. They've just signed Sarah Glenn, but yeah, and I guess we didn't have an overseas as well, which probably wasn't ideal considering we don't have any England players as well. We probably needed a bit more experience. 281
for 5 as this is a loose stroke and caught behind, and there's a second bonus bowling point for Essex. It was a loose shot from Aldridge, who could have got out actually in the previous over, and that one just back of a length. It had him playing at it, and he edged it through to the keeper. So good little fight back by Essex after that big 4th wicket stand. They desperately needed that 5th wicket really, and they followed it up with another one, and now perhaps they could be on course for maximum bowling points. 281 for 6, and Aldridge goes for 5. And just looking at that one, it's just back of a length, wasn't it? It was bouncing at him. It was a rather tentative shot.
Yeah, that's probably the 4th sort of shot, 4th sort of shot like that he's played really. He's tried to drive at balls that aren't really there. It's it's the line more than anything.
Yeah.
The length would be there if it was straighter, but on that line you just can't drive at that, and that's definitely one that he knows he needs to be leaving. And as I said, there was quite a few shots similar to that one, and I didn't think it was going to take long for him to feather one through to the keeper.
No, I suspect he played better last week than he did in that short innings today. But
that's
sometimes
how cricket can
it's
just
how it works out,
take
isn't
you
it?
back down to
Well,
the
now
earth, can't it?
here's a chap who's caused Essex a few problems with the bat this season as much as the ball.
Yeah,
Craig
no mug,
Overton.
Craig Overton
Yeah.
with the bat.
Yes, one of those Somerset bowling all-rounders. But he wouldn't want to be called a batting all-rounder, but certainly bowling all-rounder, and played a big part in the Somerset victory in the reverse fixture, where they
Towering
came from
over Lewis
came from nowhere in the
Goldsworthy
game.
when he
really.
walks out
Yes.
there as well.
And yes, I mean, he's still a very formidable part of the Somerset side. First of all, he's going to try and make an impression with the bat. He'll be hopeful that, hopefully not today from the team's point of view, but at some point tomorrow morning he'll be having a chance with the ball as well.
Yeah, he's a very dangerous bowler, isn't he? And
Yeah.
one of the best around, really. Craig Overton is in that sort of...
So Porter has three for 41. I think that takes him up to 45 for the season, as this is a well pitched up delivery which is played by Overton up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But certainly when Essex really needed that fifth wicket, they got it, and then just the fact that they managed to break that partnership has given them a chance to get a new player in and get a quick sixth wicket. So Essex 152 points in the table. Durham have got their first batting point, but that loss of Beddingham might mean they don't get too many more. That's another good delivery from Porter. There's certainly something in it with new ball, put it in the right place. Someone said I've got the bowlers to do that as well.
It's just...
I wouldn't write this game off as a draw, I have to say. 281 for 6. Lovely piece of bowling again.
It's great bowling from Porter, encouraging the drive, but it's similar to the Casey Aldridge one where you can leave that one alone. I don't think that one's going to come back and hit your off stump if it's the...
Well, 281 for
nip-backer.
6.
It's pretty wide outside off stump, that.
Short mid-wicket in, 5 saving 1 and 2 slips, a drive to mid-on and there's no run. Back in July there was a Kookaburra game here against Warwickshire, and I just came to watch the first session and wasn't working on the game, and I've had to say at lunchtime they might as well shake hands now.
Yeah.
Might as well shake hands now because there's no real chance of a result. And Essex did play very well, but they didn't have enough in the pitch to force victory. Whereas I just feel there is something in this, and it remains to be seen if Somerset can get another 100 runs, how useful that might be. Here's Porter again, comes in to bowl. Again, just that little bit of movement into the right-hander, and it's played up to Walter at mid-wicket. Very well bowled by Jamie Porter, wicket maiden. 20 overs, 3 for 41. And 9 overs left in the day, 281 for 6. Goldsworthy 40, Craig Overton no score.
Yeah, how good's he been this season with Sam Cook not actually featuring a lot? He's been very, very good considering that. He's had a lot to do, I would say, with Cook being out a lot and Slater obviously injured now, but he's been very, very consistent, Porter. And
so optimism for next year. Obviously you've got things to work on. We mentioned that for the Essex women's side, but you know, there were some good moments this year as well, and obviously wish you all the best for next year.
Thank you.
And with the new players coming in, and a couple of overs time we'll bring Anthony back for the finale as Bracewell bowls. That's steered away off the open face for at least 2. It's going down towards the third man boundary. Allison will probably just stop it. He does. They've got the second run and they'll settle for that. Goldsworthy to 42.
it's really well played from Goldsworthy.
Well fielded as well, actually, that one.
He's covered some yards today, Charlie Allison. Doesn't stop running. When he's not at short leg, he's always herring around, stopping boundaries. He's a very, very good fielder. But yeah, it's nicely played from Goldsworthy. Just let it come right onto his bat and just guided it through to third man.
Sussex looking safer and safer, 89 ahead. That fifth wicket pair still together. Coles and Simpson at Worcester, as that's played up towards mid-on by Goldsworthy, and there's no run. 283 for 6. They had a bit of a mid-season wobble, Sussex, after a very good start. They were worried, certainly the coach was saying they were worried about the confidence in the side draining away. It didn't help them that they didn't qualify for the knockout stages of the T20 when they were well placed to do so. Much to the delight of the Kent supporters, as we were there at Canterbury on that final evening, Sophia, when it was on the big screen, and the Kent supporters were delighted. That's a wideish delivery outside the leg stump, which is actually very well gathered in by Fernandez, who's subbing for Michael Pepper. 283 for 6. Yes, one of the few moments of joy that Kent have had this season, I'm afraid, because they didn't particularly put in a performance in that quarter-final, bottom of the Championship, Division 2. They've had a really rough time, but they were, as Anthony will back up, a pretty decent T20 side this year.
Yeah, they were. In
the group stage, excellent win at Taunton and 2 big wins against Essex. This is played away down towards fine leg for
They do have some
single.
very fine players. I mean, in that Kent side, it just needs to be firing, doesn't it? Or not?
It's disappointing for them that they didn't really turn up for the quarter final, but.
Yeah.
They dealt with Essex pretty
early.
effectively twice, both here and at Canterbury, it has to be said, and they look good. But they've had a rough season, so even not every Essex fan will wish Kent better next year, but for the sake of the young players there, I hope they have a bit more success. Here's Bracewell, coming up to the wicket and bowling, and that's played away into the offside. Not quite timed there by Overton, but it's enough to get him off the mark. So 285 for 6. We'll probably bring Anthony back in. Actually, we've actually, after racing through the overs, we've actually had half an hour. We only had 6 overs after they were racing through. So we'll bring Anthony back at the end of this over. But it's been very nice to have you with us today, Sophia.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll come back next year as Bracewell. 2 slips waiting. Enjoy your holiday as well. That's a lovely shot down the ground by Goldsworthy for 4. That's beautiful use of the feet. Got to the pitch of it and drove it just to the onside of straight for 4. So the end of the over from Bracewell, and wish you well and have a nice holiday.
Thank you very much.
You deserve your break. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
No problem. 289 for 6. It is strange. They're racing through the overs, and I thought we might sort of make up time in the last session, but it is looking like a finish of around about 5:45. We've got 8 overs to go, and it's a new ball and the odd wicket that's done the trick. 289 for 6. I suppose the one frustration for Somerset today, Anthony, the one frustration for Somerset, a few players have got in, threatened hundreds, and then 1 or 2 loose strokes at times.
Yes, definitely. Particularly James Roos. He looked absolutely nailed on for a century. Here's Jamie Porter in to bowl to Craig Overton, who will pick up runs. I'm not sure whether it is runs off the bat down to a very fine leg. Porter straying down the leg side. Overton on to 5. The score on to 293 for 6. Somerset pushing up towards a second batting point.
Well, interesting that Dan Lawrence, whose spin bowling has not particularly been trusted by Surrey because they've brought 2 other spinners into the side, has now got 2 wickets, 106 for 3, Hampshire, still 41 behind.
He gives it quite a rip, does Dan Lawrence.
And they signed him partly to enhance his bowling.
Porter is in and bowls, and Overton thinks about the single. Did he bowl much when he was here at Essex?
Well, I think not as much as perhaps Surrey thought he could do. That was probably part of the thinking in signing him. But you would see him both, particularly perhaps more in the limited overs form. He'd be more in a supporting role. He'd get the odd surprise wicket. We never quite knew whether he was bowling off spin or leg breaks at time, but.
Bowled off spin with a leg break action.
He's had a pretty good day today because I think he topped score for them.
Here's Porter in and bowls to Overton, who's forward slightly uncertainly, but gets the full face of the bat on the defensive shot.
Yeah, he got 36. He was top score, and now he's got a couple of wickets. So he has also got a good record on that ground.
Yes, Thomas 86, Lammerby 47, Roos 74, all getting themselves out in the prime of their innings as this is defended up the offside of the pitch. Lammerby playing across a straight one from Charlie Bennett. James Rue, rather a sort of nothing shot, caught behind off Bracewell with the new ball.
Played so well as well.
Yeah. And Josh Thomas undone by a full-length ball from Jamie Porter that he tried to drive. Don't know whether it just swung back into him a touch. Porter in and bowls, and Overton thinks about a single, but it's not there as Critchley's quickly across at mid-on to do the fielding. So, yeah, slightly frustrating from a Somerset point of view, but I fancy that 293 for 6 is not a bad score.
No, for the reasons we were just talking about, there's seems to be a bit more in it for the bowlers than maybe appeared at first glance. It might be, but in the first session, Essex didn't particularly bowl as well, maybe Porter aside, as perhaps they have latterly.
Porter, last ball of the over, in and bowls to Overton, who's back on his stumps, playing that defensively into the offside. He's having a good season with the bat, is Craig Overton. Obviously that 53 not out, absolutely crucial when Somerset beat Essex at Taunton. But 11 innings for 250 runs at an average of 35.7, which is a good bit better than his career average, which is around about 23, I think.
So Charlie Bennett has got his first class wicket, 1 for 41 in 10 overs. He's going to have another bowl. Light, I think, will be all right, but it does, of course, fade very quickly at this time of year when it decides it has a mind to. And if the sun did go behind cloud, the conditions could change quite quickly. At the moment, the sun is still just about making its presence felt. 293 for 6, and Bennett with this long approach up to the wicket, bowls and going down the leg side. That's what he did when he first came on this morning. Scoured in by Fernandez. So, bit of a concern, Michael Pepper, as to whether he's going to be able to bat. News from Worcester is that James Coles is out for 102, but Sussex 99 ahead with John Simpson 61 not out. Surely heading into calm waters in terms of securing their First Division status. 293 for 6. They started level on points with Essex in this game. Bennett moves in, bowls, driven away up towards Wesley at mid-off by Goldsworthy, and there's no run. So another Somerset batter approaching a milestone. 1 or 2 today have, whether it's been the 50 or the 100, not quite been able to get over the line. So we'll see if Goldsworthy can get his half century. But
he's done well since he came into the side, because it was for the Yorkshire game a fortnight ago.
Here's Bennett up to the wicket, bowls a very wide delivery, sufficiently so to be called a wide.
At last.
And that probably increases the chances. It will extend the play a little bit and increases the chances of maybe the light intervening in about 20 minutes. But if he bowls a few more of those, 294 for 6. Yeah, I thought his spell after lunch, his spell in the afternoon session was quite promising. A bit loose in the morning.
Yeah, he's learning.
He's deserved his chance for his performance in the 50 overs.
Yeah.
I still thought I have discussed with 1 or 2 others, including Chris Silverwood, as Bennett bowls, and this is played up into the offside for a single. If you really want to play with the Kookaburra ball in England, that's a single there. It's 295 for 6. Forget about the championship. Why not just play the one-day cup with a red Kookaburra ball and encourage spin? Like the old days, you're playing one-day cricket in whites.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, it just seems that closes the link between the 50 over and first class cricket. And I think it's generally accepted now. Those two formats are much closer to each other than T20 to 50 overs. Bennett with 2 slips waiting, bowls, and steered away into the onside. And
I think Rob Key would probably say that it's not good. Wouldn't be good preparation for England in one-day internationals.
Well, neither is the tournament as it stands at the moment.
No,
would
I
be my
know,
answer.
but
Yeah.
you know, if you're playing, domestic, 50 over cricket with a red ball and international with a white ball.
Yeah, it's just so far detached from the international. And I say it's a situation that will continue to be a problem for England while we have the 50 overs as an undercard competition for the 100. Here's Bennett bowling again, and that one just steered away into a big gap on the onside, goes down towards the long leg, and there's a single there which will take the score to 296 for 6.
Yeah, that's another situation that remains unaddressed by the changes, such as they are, to next season's schedule. The only change is 2 fewer games in the Blast. Other than that, it's the mixture very much as before, and the Blast final being played in July rather than being held over until the middle of September.
And Bennett comes in to bowl and steered away down towards backward point by Goldsworthy. Stays on 47. Overton with that single went to 6.
So several nettles remain ungrasped.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the interesting is with the Blast next year is the idea that you're going to have your final round of group games on the Friday night. You're going to then have the quarterfinals, say Sunday to Tuesday, and then have finals day the next Saturday. Or is that too quick a turnaround? I think it might be. But are they going to put a couple of championship matches inside the knockout stage? That's one thing that remains to be answered. Yeah. I think they probably have to do that, otherwise there's not going to be much championship cricket at all in the middle of a summer. At least we've had a little bit this year, albeit unfortunately with a Kookaburra ball. 296 for 6.
Yes, well, the aspects of the calendar didn't make any sense at all this season, but hopefully, I mean, Alan Fordham, who has to do it for the ECB, I think deserves a lot of sympathy, because he's trying to cram a quart into a pint pot, and it just doesn't go. Here's Thane in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside by Overton. How many overs have we got left?
We've got 6, including this one.
6, including this one.
I mean, an example is the fact that the knockout stages of the Blast still effectively take up a week, which is a bit unsatisfactory, and that is probably down to television demand, albeit at times they're not too interested in the group stage of the Blast, but when it gets to the knockout, they're a bit more interested.
Yeah, well, they do all 4 of the quarterfinals, don't they?
And they were good this year.
This is driven handsomely by Craig Overton, but not timed, and it's fielded by Wesley at deepish mid-off.
I can tell you, and I can admit, Anthony, that when we were discussing previewing the quarterfinals, and I did say this to the Radio WM sports editor when he was here a few weeks ago, but I did fancy that the Warwickshire Bears might give Somerset a surprise, because Surrey clearly didn't want to play them. They upped their game in their last group match to make sure they were playing Northampton, not Warwickshire, and I think Warwickshire justified their billing in that game at Taunton, didn't they?
This is Overton driving again, this time only as far as Critchley at short extra cover. Yeah, if it hadn't been for Sean Dixon, and a near miraculous innings from him, with 33 runs being taken off the last 2 overs, 19 off the last over Somerset needed.
Yeah, I saw it was absolutely terrific, and the crowd were pretty quiet for a little while there, and they suddenly, about 3 balls from the end, a few shouts started going up, but well done to Dixon. It was a terrific knot.
It was, and he's a very intense cricketer, is Sean Dixon. It meant a lot to him. And the play and a miss this time from Craig Overton, and he said afterwards that he was particularly keen to do well, so as to show Somerset what they would be missing by not offering him a new contract of any description.
Well,
but the Andy Harris explanation for that is that He'd been signed predominantly as a red ball cricketer, and whilst he is a very effective white ball performer, as he demonstrated again in the final, as Overton flashes this away through the offside for 4 runs. That was short and wide from Noah Thane. You don't bowl there to Craig Overton and expect to get away with it. And that is 300 on the board for Somerset and a second batting bonus point. But just going back to that, what Andy Hurry said was, you've got to create opportunities for young players coming through, otherwise they will move on. With the likes of Thomas Rue coming through at the moment, Josh Thomas as well, who's shown his potential here today. This is driven back to the bowler by Craig Overton. You would have to have someone truly exceptional in the side to keep players like that out, because if you don't use them, you'll lose them.
And I'm sure Sean Dixon, after that performance, will probably attract the interest of other sides who will be delighted to have him.
Well, he's gone to Glamorgan.
And
I think he'll do well at Glamorgan. Although it's interesting, his career average has gone. When he was playing for Kent, it was about 40. For Durham, it was about 34. For Somerset, in red ball cricket, barely 20. Mm-hmm. So he has been on that sort of declining plane. But he's a really nice guy, and I think everyone in Somerset hopes he really does well at Glamorgan.
Well, it was a great way to sign off at Taunton. He couldn't have done it much better.
Yeah.
300 for 6. We're into the last 5 overs of the day. That's a good drive off Bennett. Actually, not as well timed as I initially thought there by Goldsworthy, who's still a boundary away from his 50. He was trying for it there, but he didn't quite time it. He's just playing the shot again. Stays on 47. Overton 10. And I mentioned that Overton's already done damage with the bat for Somerset against Essex this season. He has a chance to do a little bit more if he can stay until tomorrow morning. 2 slips waiting as Bennett comes in to bowl. Light still holding, as that's just flicked away down towards fine leg for a single. The skyline's not really changed in the last hour. The sun is trying to force its way through a bit of cloud cover, but there's not much breeze, and it's sort of fairly high cloud, and there's a little bit of blue sky, but there is this sense that it is late September, and the light, when it starts to go, will go quite quickly. 301 for 6, so 2 batting points for Somerset, 2 bowling points for Essex. There are another 18 overs after this for either side to add to their tally. As Bennett up to the wicket bowls, that's well pitched up and dug away nicely and played away out towards long leg, fine leg running around, I think just stops it. That's Porter, and they come back for a second run. That was actually played with some timing, because it looked an awkward delivery to deal with, and there was actually hit quite firmly, and Porter had to run around quite quickly there.
Yeah, it's a big boundary on that side of the ground as well.
So
Lewis Goldsworthy, I think it's fair to say, is also making a bit of a statement. Only came into the side for the Yorkshire game at the beginning of September. Made 65 there. Another good innings here today, staking his claim for a regular place.
Bennett comes into bowl. This is played defensively up into the offside. A good example of a young player's career perhaps being prioritised over a more senior player. Probably right here actually at Essex, because there was a point in the season where a lot of people, I think, were thinking that it was about time Nick Brown got a game, because Essex was struggling. This was just after the Taunton game. They had a poor game in the game that followed that. Just got out of a game against Yorkshire here with a draw. Went to the Oval, Surrey at the Oval, last game before the blast. And Bennett up to the wicket bowls, and this is played defensively. Charlie Allison had been opening without much success. And I think a few people, including myself doing the preview, thought, well, Nick Brown opens and Paul Walter bats at 4 and Charlie Allison gets some practice for the T20. In the end, Walter opened, Allison batted at 4, Brown didn't play, and both those two got hundreds. And that was a case of backing a promising young player who's not, after a slightly poor start to the last, and that was probably because he hadn't had much practice, having been playing at the Oval, is actually not really looked back in all formats this season. He's had a really good season. That's a good delivery and an edge which flies away down to fine leg. That was involuntary.
Yeah, he didn't know where that had gone, did Craig Overton.
Luckily, it went down to the leg side, down towards fine leg, rather than into the slip cordon. But it's a single that keeps the strike for him. He goes for 13. The light now just starting to look as though it's deciding on retreating for the day, but not just yet. They are off for bad light at Worcester. Goldsworthy 48, Overton 13. There are 4 overs to go. We've gone past the scheduled close. We were on course to actually be done by now, but the new portal's got in the way of that.
Well, hopefully there'll be time for Lewis Goldsworthy to go to his 50, but I don't think he'll be satisfied with 50. He'll want to go on tomorrow. Noah Thane to bowl another over from the Graham Gooch end, to bowl to Craig Overton, who turns this into the onside. Should just be a single, as there's a sweeper out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who I think is Charlie Allison.
Nice to have Sophia with us today, and she was, that's one of the strongest defences I've heard for the 100 as it is. She was in no two minds that it's absolutely fine as it is.
I think it probably will go to...
yeah,
not next year. Richard Thompson was categoric that it's going to remain a 100-ball competition for next year, but I think there'll be a lot of pressure
TV contract
to T20. Thane to Goldsworthy down the leg side, and that's gone away for 4 byes. Loose delivery from Noah Thane. 308 for 6. It's getting hard to see the scoreboards. The smaller one away to the left of the pavilion. It's got the sun shining into my eyes, and the other one you have to look around the corner of the commentary box window. But
got an option just looking up.
Oh, there's one up there now.
Anthony, if you need that.
309 for 6 anyway. I spotted that one.
You can either use that for the replay screen or for the scoreboard. We've got it at the scoreboard at the moment.
Thane bowls, and this is angled down to third man for Lewis Goldsworthy's 50. Well batted. Lewis Goldsworthy gets a shake of the hand from Craig Overton, and it's 120 balls, 142 minutes and 8 fours. It's been a measured innings from Lewis Goldsworthy. He's played some nice shots, hasn't tried to be too expansive, just gone about his business in his usual unobtrusive but very effective way. As Thane is in and bowls, and he's angling this one down to third man again, and will pick up just the single, as there's good work there for Charlie Bennett, who's a big unit, but managed to slightly awkwardly get himself around that ball and got it in quickly to the wicketkeeper. Saved his side at least a run. 314 for 6.
Yeah. A very sort of nondescript day at Trent Bridge, a bit of rain around. I'll give you the latest score from there in a moment.
Here's Thane to Overton, who won't get a run as he plays this up the onside.
So Warwickshire 211 for 5 in the 72nd over. There'll be no 50s. The top score, Will Young's 48, and no one's got more than the 2 wickets that Brad Hutton's got, but 211 for 5. Warwickshire on what we presume is a fairly flat pitch. That's a little bit of a recovery as well. They were 127 for 5. So even sort of day.
I take it Jacob Bethel isn't playing?
No, but that would be quite a story if he was.
Well, I was thinking perhaps ought to, but anyway. This is turned away through the onside by Overton. Should be, it's just going to be the single as Charlie Addison's quickly onto it.
Well, you have to say that the England management got some calls right. I think you have to say in the end they were right about Jofra Archer. A lot of people were saying he needed to play a second championship match, but they got that call right. Bethel they just got wrong, and in fact the person who eventually admitted that they got it wrong was Bethel himself, which I thought was perhaps quite brave. The ECB, and it is the modern way of doing it, is you don't omit a mistake. So sometimes you need the players to do it for you.
But he's hardly played any.
Well,
he's hardly played any cricket all season.
Great when he got that 100 against South Africa, who are a bit. Let's say they're a bit. Put it kindly, they're a bit of a hot and cold side in limited overs cricket at the moment. That's putting it kindly. When they're good, they're
won
very
the
good.
series as well.
Yes,
so they weren't that bothered. I don't think.
The same in Australia a few weeks ago, as Bennett bowls, and this is played away up into the offside. There were 2 up in Australia, and then Australia got about 430 in the last game, and I think the similar sort of thing happened in the series. They're obviously a good side, but they do tend to take the foot off the pedal at times. But I mean, they really tell us a lot about how he might go in an Ashes series, and they are running out of time. Well, running out of meaningful opportunities to have any red ball practice. I think this month would have been one of them, and I still think that he could have been playing for Warwickshire in this game and the last game, as this is a delivery which is outside the off stump from Bennett. It's a good one.
Well, Liam Dawson's playing for Hampshire, is he not?
He is.
But no Tom Banton for Somerset, sadly.
Yeah, it's a frustrating time for Banton actually, because he's not sort of been able to get centre stage really, has he, in his England performances in September, and he almost would have been better off sticking with Somerset, but it was decreed otherwise.
Well, he did get some runs in the third one international,
which helped,
carrying England home against the might of Ireland.
3:15 for 6. Bennett bowls, and that's flicked away. It's a good shot. It's not a particularly well directed delivery from Bennett. It's one that the batter can see, right, that's on my leg stump. If I get a bat on that, that's 4 to the fine leg boundary, and the fielder won't be able to cut it off. And it was done very well by Overton, using his experience. 19 to him, 3:19 for 6. Somerset potentially could get 2 more batting points if things went their way here. I wonder if they might be thinking, when we get towards 110 overs, that a priority will be to deny Essex a 3rd bowling point, just to increase the pressure on them.
No, I don't think so.
That would be overthinking it, maybe. Bennett up to the wicket, bowls and driven away nicely. That's a good shot, at least 2, probably enough to go for 4 actually. It's being chased back towards the boundary. I'm not sure it's going to be cut off, and it isn't. That was well timed by Overton. He's got a couple of loose deliveries in a row there from Bennett, betraying his inexperience. 1 on his pads and then 1 in the slot, which he put away very nicely through the covers. Overton suddenly to 23 and 3:23 for 6.
Somerset's priority will be to make this game safe. They will just want to bat and bat and bat for as long as they can. I don't think they'll even chase bonus points particularly.
Yeah. Yes, I wasn't thinking about declaration. I was thinking about just in that period up to the 110 overs, just maybe sort of playing cautiously for a little while. But Bennett up to the wicket, bowls a short ball which is going down the leg side, and Overton's eyes light up and he's thinking of the pull shot between fine leg and deep square, but he doesn't make any contact. 3:23 for 6.
I mean, it isn't as if Essex are snapping at Somerset's heels.
No.
Or anything like that.
No, they've been a bit distant ever since the 2 sides met in the reverse fixture. But after the disappointment of last week and playing so well for so much of the game, I'm sure they'd like to end the season on a high. And here is a drive. It's slightly over pitched again, and Overton has picked up on that. That's more definitely, we can call that as a 4 straight away. Disappointing over from Charlie Bennett. 3 genuine 4 balls there, it has to be said, and it helped Overton move along from 15 to 27. Goldsworthy is 53. Another little partnership taking shape for Somerset, who are having a good final hour here. 3:27 for 6.
Yes, as I was saying, Craig Overton's been in. Even in the innings he hasn't scored runs in. Craig Overton, he's looked a better batsman this season. He seems to have sorted out a way of playing. He's still naturally an aggressive player, but he's marrying a very good defensive technique with his attacking shots. And that innings, going back to the game at Taunton, that was a very, very important innings at the end. After after James Rew got out.
Yes.
And Overton, 1 for 1 for 6. 3:34 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 for 6. as it's Thane into Goldsworthy who plays that defensively. And he's got a very good cricketing brain, has Craig Overton. Interesting talking about, I don't know if you read this month's Cricketer, but Vic Marks is comparing brothers in cricket, and the older brother tends to be the more solid, pragmatic player, and the younger brother the more expressive, with the greater range of shots, as this is turned away by Goldsworthy, and that will be 4 more runs. I fancy it will indeed.
Well, I haven't read the article, but I'm sure he mentions Chris and Robin Smith.
He does,
as an example.
And of course the Chappells.
Yes.
Ian and Greg, and the Wars.
Yes.
It's a 50
yes.
partnership, I think.
Not that there's much to separate.
Not that there is. Well, I was just thinking about the Overtons as well.
Yes.
You know, because Craig is the older twin by about half an hour, I think. But you know, he is the less mercurial of the Overton twins. As Goldsworthy just drops this into the offside, and similarly with the Roos are a very good example of that. James is obviously classically trained. He does have all the shots, but he tends to restrict himself, certainly early in his innings, to what you might call conventional cricket shots, whereas Thomas Roos is the exact opposite, and will play all sorts of exotic shots. Haven't seen him in red ball cricket yet, but certainly in the 50-over game he's a sight to behold. Here's Thane in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who thinks about playing at that, decides wisely not to, lets it fly through to Fernandez, who's still out there keeping wicket. No sign of Michael Pepper, which must be slightly worrying from the Essex point of view.
It would be, certainly if they lost a few early wickets. They're not used to getting into trouble with the bat recently, because they've had a fairly serene little spell, but Somerset had a pretty decent, high quality attack, and I think there is a bit in it with a new ball.
It's Thane in and bowls. Oh, Goldsworthy, who gets an edge between the two slips, and neither of whom moved. It went pretty quickly and it went down. I don't think it had Simon Harmer been slightly to his left or Dean Elgar slightly to his right, not sure it would have carried. But I stand to be corrected on that. It was certainly a false shot, and Noah Thane can count himself unlucky. Just watching the replay, and it goes. No, it would have carried.
Yeah.
It would have carried to a 1.5 slip. But maybe one or the other. Either Elgar should have gone to his right, or Harmer to his left. But then neither of them moved a muscle. Well, 4 runs to Goldsworthy. It goes on to 61. And Somerset 335 for 6. It's been a productive last half an hour or so, this for Somerset. 3 boundaries in the previous over, and now 2 in this one, albeit 1 distinctly involuntary. Thane then, last ball of the penultimate over to Goldsworthy. This time gets the middle of the bat onto that, out into the offside. So 335 for 6 at the end of that over, and 1 over remains in the day's play.
Still playing everywhere in Division 1 except Worcester, where bad light has intervened, but Sussex have had a pretty good day. 228 for 5, 105 ahead, and as I say, looking so they're going to secure their First Division status. The latest from Southampton is Hampshire 134 for 3, 13 behind, and I think that really is the key game, because if I think they get a big lead, I think that's going to very much dictate the approach at Headingley, particularly for Durham. But if Surrey fight back and then bat well in their second innings themselves, it could be that it takes the intensity out of the game at Headingley, where both sides might be able to be satisfied with a draw. So all sorts of permutations for tomorrow, but Dan Lawrence has been the star of the otherwise disappointing day for Surrey at the Utility Bowl. So the last over of the day at 5:48, Still decent conditions, a light holding. Shadow's starting to encroach. As Harmer with a slip and a leg slip bowls a delivery that's turning back into the right-handed Overton, and it takes him on the pad outside the line.
Presumably that turned out of the bowler's footmarks, because it really did turn,
didn't it?
Sharply.
Overton, I think, was fairly satisfied that it was going to be passing by without too much need for intervention. It ended up taking his pad. Slip on a short leg as he goes forward to drive, and drive very pleasantly actually, away through extra cover. Good use of the feet, got to the pitch, and there's been a very positive little cameo, typical Craig Overton really.
Lovely sweep of the bat, wasn't it?
31 to him from 34.
Almost an old-fashioned cover drive, that one. I can imagine Lionel Pallaret playing that.
3:39 for 6. Harmer bowls. Let's just push forward defensively, back down the pitch, and there's no run. So I'm not quite sure who's going to be joining us tomorrow, but we should be hoping to have one or two guests during the day. As Harmer bowls. Oh, that one just pops a little bit, and Overton, on his defensive shot, sees the ball hit him higher on the bat than he was expecting, but it falls to ground fairly conveniently and not going to cause him any great problems. 3:39 for 6 with a couple of balls to go.
Just say hello to Philip Newman Hall, who's in France listening to us.
Hello to you. And Harmer bowls, and it's played defensively into the offside. So the last ball, certainly Somerset's first session. We think maybe Essex just shading the second. Not much in the second session, but I think give this final session to Somerset, particularly the second half of it. 3:39 for 6, and that's played defensively back into the offside. The end of Harmer's over, and number 43 he has at the end of the day. Goldsworthy 61, well played. Overton 31, and another good Somerset partnership taking shape.
Yeah, I think it's been a very satisfactory day for Somerset. Whether they would have settled at the start for 3:39 for 6 when Lewis Gregory won the toss, I'm not sure. There were times during the day, that partnership between Tom Lammonby and Josh Thomas, when they were really on top. Another good partnership between James Rue and Lewis Goldsworthy. Then Rue and Aldridge falling in fairly rapid succession, but a good partnership at the end between Goldsworthy and Overton. And I think, as I say, that will be a very satisfactory day for Somerset. They haven't made the game safe yet, but 339 for 6 is a pretty good platform. Yeah,
they were certainly looking for another 100 to add on top of that. Thank you, Anthony. See you tomorrow, and hopefully you'll be joining us as well. 10:25 tomorrow morning. Decent weather forecast, so do join us tomorrow. Thanks very much for listening, and have a good evening.